kill a lot of time if I'm.
Well, good morning and welcome to Gateway International Raceway just outside of St. Louis, Missouri. We are here for Day 3 of Hot Rod Magazine Drag Week 2013, presented by Gear Vendors and the fine people at the Pep Boys Speed Shop. It is already about 80 degrees, and it's not even 8:30 in the morning yet. It is our third day that it's going to be about 100 degrees, and the man with the sweaty pits next to me is David Freiberger, and dude, it has been brutal already.
Brian Luntz from Bang Shift. Yes. It has been completely brutal. It's the whole armpits looking like Niagara Falls program at Drag Week. The humidity has been really, really bad, but we're having fast times anyway. Yesterday at Indy, amazing track prep, though. Had a lot of guys that were either bogging and falling on their face or putting it way up on the bumper. As a matter of fact, I have a gallery at hotrod.com of nothing but the wheel stands from yesterday.
We had some fortuitous timing being at Lucas Oil Raceway yesterday because the day before we got there were 6 or 8 NHRA Top Fuel and Funny Car teams testing, so the racetrack was already set on kill, and Jeff Conley and his crew kept it there all day. We saw Sean Fink come out. The first indication that we had a really good racetrack, Sean Fink came out, shattered the Heim joint in the wheelie bar, and put that thing vertical, and I know you got it all on the site.
Oh, yeah. That was amazing as well. If you're looking at the live feed, I'd encourage you to also check out the other coverage that we've got going on. We've mentioned hotrod.com. I was awake all night last night putting up all kinds of stuff, so please make that worthwhile and go check out hotrod.com. I've got the photos of Sean Fink. I've got wheelie photos of every car that lifted the tires at Indy yesterday. I put up results. I put up class changes. Like yesterday we had 3 classes where the leader ended up changing. The rest of them remained the same. Pro Street Power Adder is a fight between Dave Henninger and Mike Roy with the Monte Carlo.
Yeah, the Monte Carlo. He finds himself, he's trailing actually, I believe, for the first time in a couple of years.
Well, no, Roy was behind yesterday, behind on first day, and then stepped ahead the day after that.
Well, the tail of the tape, like it does every day, will come down to who can perform on the drag strip and then who can survive the ride. Myself, I've been really surprised because we've been driving the route with the competitors. I expected a trail of broken dreams along every road we've gone on just because of the sheer heat. But it hasn't been as bad as I thought. I mean, we've lost about 30 guys so far out of the 230.
Exactly 30, yeah.
Yeah, 30 out of the 230 that started. But with the conditions we've been both racing and driving in, it wouldn't have been out of line. I think it would have been worse than that.
Well, did you see what happened to Henninger in the rain last night?
I saw the aftermath of it. Yeah, tell us a little bit about that situation.
Well, from what I understand, it's a Orange 71 Camaro. He's the guy who's in Pro Street Power Adder. 780 car the first day. He rolled an 833 yesterday, I believe. And we had, I don't know, 2.5 minutes of torrential downpour yesterday, and he got caught in it. He said he's driving down the highway, and he said it didn't warn him at all. It's like one moment he's breathing, the next minute he's facing backwards in traffic, and had to make a 1,000-point turn to get off the thing. But he just like gut punched the guardrail, and the whole front of this RS Camaro smashed in. Last night they were in the parking lot pulling it out with ratchet straps, and we have photos of that on hotrod.com as well.
The Drag Week version of a Porta Power is a ratchet strap and a tree.
Yeah, exactly.
But they got it to where, a little bit of the old Cleveland there. He got the thing good enough. Basically, they were having a problem with the door opening up, and they moved the sheet metal back enough so the doors open freely. He's going to be here, wadded up front end and all. So it's the never say die spirit of this event is you literally just keep going until you can't anymore. We heard reports that are at this point unconfirmed that Jeff Lutz has decided to pull the plug. We haven't seen him in the parking lot this morning, but we also haven't gotten official word that he is officially done.
Right. Lutz is, of course, the Black 57 Chevy in Unlimited, who placed second last year at .0092 seconds on average behind Larson. We really wanted him to come out and make a big show, but head gasket the first day, head gasket the second day, banging and farting yesterday. He hasn't given me a call yet, but I don't know if it's good.
Yeah, and if we're going to talk about Unlimited, we could be really watching some history come together here with what Tom Bailey has done, and he's done it both with zero drama on the racetrack and zero drama on the road, other than some electrical issues, which, I mean, in the scheme of things was annoying, but they got it fixed.
I was there for that. No big deal.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking about a car, and this thing is I guess to its credit, one of the least exciting 670 street door slammers you've ever seen in your life. I mean, the thing goes out, goes straight, and then the giant number and speeds come up. So we talked about this earlier in the week. We were looking at the weather forecast, and we talked about can somebody pull a 6-second average, and I was like, you know what? grease pit tracks. It's going to be a million degrees. It's never going to happen. And in reality, Tom Bailey can cakewalk this thing to the end of the week if he can get there running low sevens and have that 6-second average pretty deep in the sixes.
He can get the 6-second average now because he's got a 673 and a 670. You do the math, he could probably run a 17 every day and get there. But I think that would show no finesse whatsoever. We need a 6-second run every single day.
Absolutely, and I think that's what he's in for. He and Steve Morris have done a nice job with that car all week long, and hopefully they can live to Friday and finish the task. But that's the big thing. You can be a Monday to Thursday hero and then be nothing on Friday.
Another interesting play in Unlimited. I don't know if you've looked at the results yet this morning. We are not looking at a Hocus on the podium.
Really?
Really.
He filed that 797 time slip yesterday, so that knocked him that far out.
Yeah, because now we've got Joe Barry chasing. He's in second right now. You know what? I might have misspoken. Hocus might have made it to third, but we do have Joe Barry in that cream and orange 56 Chevy who's in second place right now with a 7 low teen.
And Barry has survived a couple of catastrophes, the biggest of which was a very significant fire he had on the road 2 nights ago. They had a main power cable ground short, and the thing caught fire. He actually had to trigger some of his fire bottles because he was afraid it was going to ignite the fuel cell right there on the side of the road. So they spent most of the night rewiring the car and sweet-talking the state police to let them continue to work on the car on the side of the road. Gets to the racetrack yesterday, makes a couple of runs, nothing that spectacular. He shuts the electric fan off and goes 714.
Right, amazing.
Yeah.
You know, another guy who had a small fire was Henniger before he had that crash. And did you see what happened to Mashmeyer and Gilpin yesterday?
No. Oh.
Yeah, modified power adder, the black 60, I believe it's a 68 Camaro, big nitrous car, things in the low sevens. They wheel stood the thing really hard, turned into a front end problem, couldn't get the thing aligned, and still came out and ran 778. I'm going to say off the top of my head.
Yeah, I'm wondering what the steering looked like in there. Travis, I think, was working a lot harder than he would ever tell anybody on that run, but it was a very impressive run. That thing's been a sledgehammer pretty much every year it shows up.
Any other carnage that you know of? We actually missed a bunch of cars on the road yesterday because on the way in, I guess 2 semi-trucks got into a little bit of a tango and maybe flipped upside down and stopped up at the drag week traffic for hours.
Yeah.
And you know that a lot of guys shut off, so there wasn't really an overheating issue, but it was brutal. A lot of these guys showed up as late as like 3 o'clock in the morning. Ask me how I know. And it's going to be interesting today to see how many of them have made it to the track this early, got their poop in a group, put the car together, and ready to run.
The only other carnage I can think of might be some like emotional carnage. Alana spent the day riding with David Hocus, which that video will be available on hotrod.com later. But Alana was in David Hocus's Camaro in gazillion degree heat. We saw her at a fuel stop, and she was a trooper. She made it the whole day, but definitely something that will probably stick with her for a long time.
So video guys are telling me that we've got graphics up. You want to go see what we've got on there?
I'm off.
Can read a little bit. What is it that you guys need me to do while we got Brian heading over to read the numbers?
Okay, so in the unlimited class, we have Tom Bailey leading with an average currently right now 671.8 and an average speed of 213 miles an hour. Joe Barry in second place, 735 with a 6, 196 average. And David Hocus in third in his 68 Camaro, 740 with a 5 at 192 miles an hour. Interestingly, the number 2 and 3 guys, not the 2 fastest averages. He's the number 1 guy way lower. In Pro Street Power Adder, Mike Roy leading 801 at 174. Dave Henniger chasing only 500ths behind, 806.8, 172. And Glenn Hunter, 847.5 at 160. Pro Street naturally aspirated. Eddie Miller, a guy who has never been shy about telling everybody what he plans on doing here, and Miller has come out and so far backed up his claims. He's averaging 870 with a 4 at 154. Rich Pedraza all the way out from California in his 1967 Mustang, averaging 1149, and the only other guy in the class, Jimmy Dean, is back home making sausages. He's done. Modified power adder, Travis Gilpin in the 68 Camaro we just talked about, averaging 781 at 177. Bryant Goldstone chasing with a pro-charged Chevelle, 810 with a 4 is his average, 172. And finally, James Vogel's in a 1970 Nova in the third place position right now, 847.1, 161.
Do you know which car that James Vogel's is? I know that Goldstone is the 70 silver Chevelle with black stripes.
Yeah, I believe it is a fairly nondescript looking silver gunmetal gray, like 70 Nova. Yeah, I mean, there's nothing, it's obviously a very strong running car, but there's nothing that leaps out at you that makes it.
Which makes it kind of cool.
Yeah.
Now, in lead here, This is Kevin Capslock Follett,
Yes.
who's running this 82 Mazda RX-7. It is loaded with the same high-strung small block that was in Jake Stelter's 67 Chevelle last year. Should be an 8-second runner. They broke a manual transmission in half on day one, scrambled to put a power glide in the thing overnight. And so he's not reaching his 8-second potential, but he is leading the class at 9:89.
Ray Myers, 1967 Plymouth Barracuda. Myers rose to fame, I guess you'd say, as Eddie Miller's co-pilot for several years. He wrote very entertaining accounts of their adventures. 1061 with a 5.127 for Myers. And Tony Sanchez, this is one of the coolest cars out here.
Back to Myers for a sec. This might be interesting. This is the black primered 67 Barracuda coupe that you'll see on the live feed. Last year he ran in one class with a 440 in the car, and he's got a 6.1 liter Hemi in it now.
Really? Okay,
Yeah.
cool. And then Tony Sanchez, the 69 AMC Javelin, that is running a 401, pretty healthy 401, obviously 1068 with a 4, 125. Tony was one of those guys, snake bit very early last year and decided to sack up and come back again, and he's running very strong. So Super Street, big block, naturally aspirated. Tim Flanders, a 1986 Ford Mustang, another one of those cars that's fairly nondescript, and it just absolutely hauls the mail.
Well, you know what that guy's running, don't you?
No.
Last time he was at Drag Week, he had a Ford in his car. It now has a 454 LSX motor in it.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
953, 5 average at 140. Brent Bowman is a 1969 Camaro, averaging 987 at 140, and Bob Mifflin in a 1969 Chevelle, averaging 1135 at 119.
You know, that's interesting. You look at that 11-second time, and you think that that guy's absolutely snoozing compared to the 9.5 and the 9.8 ahead of him. But we always say at Drag Week, it's not over till it's over. Those two guys could screw the pooch, be out, and he could be the winner.
And he steps right up. I mean, we had a guy win Unlimited with a 13-second car one year because he lasted to everybody. In Super Street, small block, naturally aspirated, it's Dusty Ward in a 1988 Ford Mustang, 1069.95, 127.
Well, and do you know what that car has for a motor?
I'm going to guess an LS.
Nope.
Oh, is this no?
Small block Mopar.
Oh, okay. What?
It's a Mustang with a small block Mopar.
Sweet.
Yep.
Dave Barry, a 1964 Chevy Nova, 1090 with a 6, 117 average. And Norm Tannehill, all the way from Canada, 1971 Chevy Camaro, 1127, 120.
Norm has come out to Drag Week so many years, just as a sort of ride along. It's good to see him racing.
Absolutely. Super Street Power Adder, I think one of the most entertaining classes to watch in the whole event. Rich Prospero in that 1965 Chevy Nova wagon, averaging 802 with an 8.178. You know, he's a guy that we've seen run consistently. He ran in the 7s yesterday, but in years past, he's always run down there. I think they're, again, a small tire, and they're working on hot racetracks.
That is a turbo big block. It's a 65 Nova wagon. It's tan, and it's a wagon. I'm just trying to give people sort of explanation so they can spot these cars in the live
And when
feed.
you see that thing, if the track is right and everything's good, when he launches, I love watching that car because it barely skitters the front tires along the racetrack for about 400 feet before it actually settles down. Very entertaining.
What's mind-blowing to me is I remember he ran 818 on the first day, and everyone goes, oh.
Yeah, junk.
That's not good. George Gallimore. This is a 70 Monte Carlo. It's black. This guy races ECTA.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
Brian also announces there.
Yeah, so we've seen George before, and that Monte Carlo, I mean, for a Monte Carlo, we're talking just a battleship of a car there, 820s, 177. And finally, Eric Yost, no more dirty bird. He's got the Fotina-wrapped 1968 Camaro, averaging 875, 160. The very first drag strip lap that car ever made was Monday at Drag Week.
That car has a 364 cubic inch former NASCAR motor in it and a single turbo. Now we're looking at Street Race Big Block Power Adder. The 76 Camaro of Robert Williams. I haven't spotted that car yet. It's hard to get around in the pits to every single guy.
Well, Bob Williams, I happen to be friends with the guy on Facebook, so I give you some insight. He's from Florida. He worked on this thing literally right up to the last minute. It took him a couple days to even get to Bowling Green. So rewarding his hard efforts, he's leading the class by a significant amount right now. 996.7, 133 is Mike Burrows, and his 70 Nova is in second place, or 71 Nova in second place, averaging 1018 at 134. And then a car you just absolutely are required to love is Randy Bellahar's 1970 USS Pontiac Grand Prix, 1029 average, and by far the largest hood in the competition.
Oh, yeah, we were having a football game on his hood here in the pits yesterday. That is the green with black vinyl top, huge Grand Prix. Very cool car. He ran one other time a couple years ago.
Street Race Big Block naturally aspirated. We got Kurt Johnson in a 1991 Ford Mustang, 911 with a 5 at 150 miles an hour, his average.
And that is a Big Block Chevy Mustang. You
Yes.
notice how No Mustang that's leading a class so far has had a Ford engine in it. I'm not saying anything, Ford guys, but there you go.
We have one here with a Grand National engine in it, too.
I haven't seen that one yet. Yeah, it's good.
Rich Guido, the 1965 Pontiac GTO. This is a 517-inch Pontiac engine in here. 1055 with a 3 average, 130 miles an hour.
That is the black car if you're looking for that on screen.
And third place, Tom Hogshead, one of the OG Drag Week guys. He has been
every one of them.
Every single one.
He's raced every single one of them. I think he's the only guy. I think Bubba did not race one year. He just came along.
I remember in 2005, Hogshead had that turbocharged small block in the car. And in 2005, for a guy to have his own home-built turbo setup, that was like a big deal.
Oh, yeah, and the thing was like an erector set under the hood.
Yes.
It was very rudimentary, but he finally left that small block at the side of the road. That car is now running a Blueprint Engines crate motor. It's a 632 straight out of the box, and there he is running 1060s.
Yeah, 1060s at 128. John Weishman leading the street race small block power adder class, a 1995 Ford Mustang powered by a
small block Chevy with a turbo.
Correct.
Chased by a guy with a Mustang with a small block Chevy with a Pro Charger. Look how tight this class is. I did the math last night. I believe that's .026 of a second on average separating these two cars.
Wow.
There are 5 classes where first and second or second and third are separated by less than a tenth of a second.
It is incredible how tight the groupings are in some of these categories. Rick Anderson running in third, a 79 Ford Mustang, 944 at 130.
It sounds like he's announcing staging is packed. I kind of wish he would stop announcing that.
Yes.
But as soon as we're done running through these results, I think we'll give him the high sign and get rolling.
Cool. Street race small block naturally aspirated. Jeff Seiss leading the 1990 Ford Mustang 1013 with a 2 at 133 miles an hour.
I have no idea what engine's in that Mustang, but I'm guessing it's not a Ford.
I'm guessing you're probably right. Mike Crow followed up there in that gorgeous 1969 Dart, white refrigerator white car, white steel wheels, R5-headed small block with a 5-speed in it, and he can work that. He can work the shifter like nobody's business.
And once again, look at this: 1013 with a 2, 1015 with an 8. How close can they possibly get?
Within a mile an hour of each other on average as well in trap speed. And finally, Dan Nissen, a 1971 Chevy Nova SS, 1103 120, his average. Gasser and AFX. Mike Cox normally raced a 1949 or 1950 Ford previously.
53, I think.
A 53. It was 53
Yep.
Ford Custom Line is what it was.
Yep.
He now has a cool 1951 Kaiser Henry J going 1040s at 127 miles an hour.
Big block Chevy car. He cut a tire last night and was running around trying to get it fixed. He'll be back this morning.
And Ken, I'm going to say Stasiak, a 1955 Chevy 210, averaging 1075, 123.
That's that killer black car with the gold lettering on it.
Yes, and the lace paint on the roof, I believe, too.
Oh, I didn't see that. Nice.
And finally, Jim Forbes from Arizona, 1955 Chevy Bel Air that is lettered. Like, did you hear this story?
No.
The lettering on the side of that car is a life-size reproduction of a Revell model kit that he built in the 1970s as a kid.
I can see that. And he drove that thing all the way out from Arizona. He actually hauled it out with his 55-ish Suburban,
Yes.
which is cool.
Yes.
Yep. And the one cool car in Gasser that we lost yesterday was
Andy's
it's a
Studebaker.
60 Studebaker. I was looking for the year. And last time we saw him, he was at the side of the road by himself, and he had sent his wife off with 2 complete strangers to look for parts. So either he's still looking for his wife or he's found parts, but he's out.
Finally, Hot Rod, we have Tom Zengel, last year's winner, averaging 1275 at 106 miles an hour, chased by Fred Cullen Jr. in a 1940 Chevy Business Coupe, 1374 at 99. And finally, Bob Larson, that wild 1938 Dodge Coupe, averaging 1545 at just 87 miles an hour.
Last class that we're going to give results on here, Daily Driver, and then I think we can go to action, correct? Yes, we can.
So Mike Myers, currently leading Daily Driver in a 1969 Corvair wagon. Gone is the flat 6 under the cargo bed, and in is the LS motor up front.
Now, do you know, is that actually the wagon, or is that a typo in our results? Because he's got 2 cars. They're Corvairs on G-body chassis, LS power. There's a white coupe and a blue wagon.
I believe Mike is... Now, you know what? Mike may be in the coupe that's painted like the Z20, the 69 pace car there. Yeah. So I think that may be the coupe. We'll have to double-check that. If I remember right, because they rented LS Fest, the coupe was quicker than the wagon.
Right.
Mike Dream in second place currently, 1974 Camaro Z28, 1095, 116 miles an hour. and Matt Swindle, the 1997 Pontiac Trans Am, $10.99 with a 4, $119 from Matt Swindle.
And did you look at the bump on Daily Driver today? The Daily Driver class, all of those guys are running all week long to set a 5-day average that puts them on a 32-car ladder for a bracket race at the end of the meet. And the bump spot yesterday was a 12.0. I'm not sure what it is this morning.
I'm not sure if we I would assume we moved down from that 12.06, but we'll have to find out.
Yep. All right. Hopefully, if I give the arm wave here, we'll go to action. I hear engines running. The announcer obviously has already started announcing. And let's see if we can make this happen.
Sounds good.
Let's make it roll. Fire them up. Well, before they get the first car down the lanes, what do you want to do to entertain the folks?
Well, my dancing skills and singing skills are not any good, so I don't know. I mean, this racetrack route here is pretty cool. I know you've been coming here for a long time with different events. The history of it, one of the few tracks in the country that was renovated and they swapped directions.
Yes, they did. I remember when this was a little bit podunk and they were running this direction. They had nothing like the circle track and the tower and everything here at St. Louis at Gateway.
And this is another one of the tracks like Memphis that we'll be at tomorrow that went out of business and essentially rose from the dead, was brought back to life with some new management, and it's a giant facility. I mean, behind us, behind the camera, which you can't see, is what is it? I think that thing seats probably 80,000 people. Stock car track over there. So this place has been host to a lot of big events, and over the years it's evolved. So it's great to have it back open again. One of the original 2005 Drag Week tracks. We were here that year as well.
I was going to mention that, and tomorrow we will be at Memphis, also very historic for fastest streetcar racing. That is the scene of the very first Hot Rod Magazine fastest streetcar shootout that we did in 1992. Can't believe that it's been 25. I can't do the math. I've slept for 3 hours. So many years like that we've been doing this. Hot Rod has always been trying to chase who is the fastest streetcar in America. And this is the event that we thought was really going to sort that out until people started complaining about the unlimited cars, which are pro mod and everything like that. And I don't know if we're really ready to talk about that. Hot Rod has some internal staff opinions about that. But
which will remain internal at this point.
Yep.
But no, I mean we can just diving back onto that point from the 1992 event. I think you guys made them cruise around. You made them make kind of cruising laps
30
around
miles
the drag strip
on the road course at Memphis.
And how many did you lose, if you remember off the top of your head?
Oh,
a significant portion.
We
right?
drove 30 miles, and this
within
junk
the
was
bounds of the
spitting
track.
Its guts out. Guys were breaking rocker arms on the 30-mile drive in 1992. Unbelievable. I don't remember the winning time with Max Carter that year, but I'm guessing it's in a 880.
I was going to say,
range.
I believe it was a high 8, low 9-second car.
Yeah, which was just unheard of. Guys were just freaking out when people they were running that fast. And I remember even on a small tire, a guy would show up and tickle the nines, and people would just, their guts would be falling out in the grandstands when guys do something like that.
And those early races really launched careers. I mean, guys like Mike Moran came out. Dave Henniger, Mike Moran, Larry at some point when this thing evolved into what it's become now. You guys made that great video talking about the history of streetcar racing, and I was lucky enough to be at the Pump Gas Drags for the last couple of years that event went down.
Oh, yeah.
And at the time, that was like, that was the craziest thing. And I remember, I think it was the last night we were eating dinner or something, and you had mentioned, we got this idea for a thing we're going to do next year.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah?
Yep.
So.
Well, and we sit around here every night and go, what are we going to do next year? And we do have some evil stuff going on. You know what? I'm going to take a pause, and instead of talking myself into a hole about the unlimited class, I'm going to promote the social media stuff that we have going on. You do want to look at hotrod.com. Please, there is tons of photos and coverage and results there. We also have videos that are coming in both from us and 1320 video posted at Hot Rod. You want to look at facebook.com/HotRodMag. A lot going on there. You want to check out also our Instagram account, which is Hot Rod Magazine, because we're posting photos kind of throughout the day.
Yeah, I mean, and we have competitors out here, and everyone's on Facebook. I mean, it's amazing the world we live in, just the information. Like, we got caught in that traffic jam yesterday, and I think all of us grabbed our phones and were either texting or throwing on Facebook, like, hey, is everybody cool? Does anybody know what's going on up here?
Right.
And the camaraderie of this event's still very much alive. We see what goes on in the parking lot at night, and there's some guys just hanging out and drinking beer, and someone limps their junk in, and it's smoking or whatever, and all of a sudden, these guys descend on these cars like locusts, and they will work until the sun comes up to make sure the guy gets into the racetrack.
Absolutely.
to me, and anybody that's been to this event or competed in this event, the one thing you come out of it saying is just how cool the people are.
Well, and on that point, one of the most important awards that we give at Hot Rod Drag Week is called Spirit of Drag Week, which is about exactly that. We're looking for the guy who has the best sportsmanship, the guy with the slowest cars or the slowest car who kills himself keeping it running while also helping other guys. I think you all remember Wacky Mick from England, the Spinal Tap guy who we love. He was here with that little Bedford van, the blue van you can find in our old YouTube videos, and just a great guy helping out everybody.
Yeah, and Mick, like every one of the award ceremonies at the end of the week, I mean, it turns into a weep fest. There's just grown men crying everywhere. Mick, you know, and Mick would laugh about this too, but I mean, he stood up there and held that plaque and just broke down. You know?
Completely meltdown.
So it was what that to me, this event means to the people that are here doing this. This event has a lot of personal meaning, and like any kind of a good type of racing, it's about the personal achievement. And you know, most of the guys out here are not running an unlimited car. They have saved and scraped and done whatever they could to have the money in their pocket to spend a week doing what they love to do most in the world. So when they get to the end of that week and they've achieved what they didn't even know if they could do, that's when it just turns into the water department, the waterworks.
Oh, yeah. This really means a lot to a lot of people, and this year we're really trying to get that across in the coverage, because a lot of times people do focus on what's going on the drag strip, but you look at what happens at night. Last night I posted some photos of just the party in the parking lot as guys were down there, you know, swallowing a few barley pops and just doing tune-ups on their cars, and just an incredible scene, really. And that's what Drag Week's all about. It's really why you have to be here if you possibly can.
Yeah, there are really no adequate words to describe it. It's just once you get here, it's like being part of a fraternity or a sorority or both.
Club troop.
It is. Yeah. And then by the end of the week, you know, the other thing I always joke to people about is on Monday everyone's like, "Woo, high five," jumping around, and by Friday it's like a Wes Craven movie with zombies stumbling around.
What did Larry Larson say to you? He's like, you know, you can't wait for it to start. You can't wait for it to end.
That's true. And, you know, we talk about the mechanical endurance, but really there is a physical endurance part of this thing. And we have had at least one competitor, you know, tap out this week because he said, you know, physically I don't think I can do this safely.
Oh, the heat's been brutal. And we do have some older guys running this. I can't remember the name of the gent. He's 80 years old, and he's got the little Colt with a small block Mopar in it. He used to have that blue Model T just making laps. Great guy.
Yeah, he is a staple, and we saw him yesterday afternoon cruising along and, you know, windows down, roasting inside that car with a smile on his face.
And
you know?
On the other end of the spectrum, we've got Alex in her little orange Camaro. Just turned 16 years old, and she's out here running 1240s, I believe, in that LS-powered Camaro. We have a little video of her on our YouTube page as well.
Yeah, check it out. She's, you know, she knows what she's talking about. She's out here doing it. You know, she's worked with her own two hands on that car. It is a gorgeous piece. So, ranging from the gorgeous to the kind of sublime, we do have the guys from New York running the extended bed S10 pickup.
Oh, I haven't taken a close look at that. It's mid-engine.
Yes. Yeah. It is mid-everything, really. It has an extended cab, which they then grafted like another extended cab and a couple more feet of frame. But in the rear of where the bed would normally be is a big block with twin turbochargers on it. They have had a hellacious time trying to keep it running past 330 feet. So they've never made a full pull. I think it's run 12s quickest.
Well, Brian, I just got the high sign that they are waiting on us to fire this stuff up.
What the hell?
So I say roll them. Let's go. Because they're tired of watching us talk. Let's be honest.
Pull the plug.
Yep. Okay, Brian has walked off because I don't know if you're aware that Brian Loans is also the announcer for Drag Week. However, we are going to lose him today. He's got a bigger name on the other line announcing an NHRA event this weekend. And so Adios to Brian. He's going to go there because apparently race control would like him in the tower before they start rolling him. We are running up there trying to get the action moving as fast as we possibly can. I think there's just a little bit of a communication problem going on this morning. What we do every day at Drag Week is that there are 3 run sessions. The first thing that we're going to run is the class cars, which is the big faster cars. Those are the Super Street and the Unlimited and the Modified and Pro Street, cars like that. We run those for an hour and a half, and we let them run on a fresh track. It gives a chance for the daily drivers to get in the grandstands and watch those guys. It also gives those faster cars a chance to get stuff fixed if they break early on in the day. Then our second session is for the daily drivers. Daily driver is the most popular class of Drag Week. It is for just the average regular Joe car. There's no inspection as far as rules on what you can or can't have on the vehicle. You just can't run quicker than 1080. And so those guys are making laps in order to get a 5-day average that puts them on a ladder, 32-car field, and we have a bracket race at the end of the day. The person who wins that bracket race is the winner of the daily driver class. We do have other awards for daily driver and actually for every car in Drag Week. I'll get to that in a moment. The third run session is what we call all run. It's sort of the makeup session. The people who have been on the road all night long can show up at the very last second and run then, regardless of what class they're in. And the people who have been fixing their cars, who haven't had the best time on the track during the day, that's their opportunity to sort of give it the final fling, do that famous, oh, let me try one more time, which generally ends up with a whole lot of connecting rods on the track. Actually, speaking of that, we have not had a big oil down yet, although I probably just cursed that situation. We have been keeping these cars moving on the live feed pretty quickly all day long if we would just get them rolling. And once again, they are working hard on that. I started to talk about the awards that we give away at Drag Week. If you really want to come down to it, it's essentially nothing. We give away a jacket for the class winners. It is amazing that people are out here running this hard, spending this much money, sheerly for the glory of the personal accomplishment, and I think secondarily the recognition in Hot Rod Magazine. People are here not so much to get in the magazine as they are to do something that no one does. There's 230 people who started this thing that are not home on the couch watching. They've got a car that's not in the garage. They're here doing it. You could be that next year. So the prizes that we give are jackets for each of the class winners, and then our sponsors also have prizes that are not cash, because we don't want to ruin this event with cash. We think it'll start to get bloodthirsty if we're giving away money, and we don't want to see that type of competition where guys just really are getting angry at each other. He's saying that Brian has showed up in the tower, and they're going to be splitting the duties announcing. I believe the gent in the tower is the man who's going to be with us announcing for the next couple days of Drag Week. And it sounds like he is, well, I can see that they are watering the burnout box right now, so that's a good sign. I was starting to talk about the money in Drag Week and how we don't do that. And we have sponsors that understand that. I do want to take a moment to give them some recognition, because Drag Week does not happen without our title sponsor, Gear Vendors. Rick Johnson there and his wife Nancy are super enthusiastic about this event and show up every single year to support these racers. This year, for the first time, we are co-sponsored by Pep Boys Speed Shop, which is just a natural fit for Drag Week, obviously. And they are also hosting this live feed, so we want to thank them very much for doing that, because they are supporting and paying for the 6 video guys that we have here behind the camera making the live feed happen, so that's very, very cool. Other sponsors include Rocket Brand Racing Fuel. Jack Day is here supporting them. MSD Ignition was the host of the first day. NOS has Monty Smith here, who is a hero nitrous tuner, and he is tuning cars, giving away free nitrous oxide to the nitrous racers. And then QA1 and Comp Cams is the official Valve Train sponsor. So thank you very much to all of them. We're really looking forward to getting this thing rolling. I bet you are too. Do us a favor, and while you're sitting around waiting for this, share the live feed. Send it around to your buddies and let them know that it's going on, because we'd really like to see some big viewer numbers for this so that we continue to do it next year. So please share that. Also, share us on Facebook. If you go to Facebook/Hot Rod Mag, you will see a lot of the inside dirt that you won't see anywhere else, photography and things like that. So when you see a photo you like, please share it, because that helps us as well. Same on Instagram. I don't think they're sharing on Instagram. Well, maybe there is. There's liking. But people are tagging hashtag Drag Week 2013 on there. Some people are just putting down Drag Week. But if you check that out, there's a lot of great photos. We have some from our professional photographer, Wes Allison. We also have a lot of guys that are just posting from the pits, getting stuff that even the staff cannot get to. So go check that out as well. So hotrod.com, Facebook, Instagram. Of course, you're already on the Motor Trend channel of YouTube for the live feed, but look on there. There's a few other videos about Drag Week we think you'll enjoy. And if you look at youtube.com/Hot Magazine, you'll see even more coverage of Hot Rod Drag Week. Oh, what else can we talk about? This has been quite a long wait to get these guys going. We're starting to get fans in the grandstands. It's kind of neat that people will take a morning off and show up to watch Drag Week in the middle of the week. And you know that they really should be at work, and they are calling in sick. I'm going to suggest one of you guys, can you call upstairs and find out what's going on? I'm sure everybody watching would like to get this thing rolling. I'm not sure that they can hear me very well over the announcer. Dwayne, do you have a clue on that? I can be heard? Okay, thanks very much. Oh, I hear engines rumbling. Yep, we got guys fired up. I hope they'll be running into the burnout box pretty soon. One of the things that I did last night is I went through and posted the guys to look for, the tightest races, the guys who are leading classes. There are photos of the cars, so when you're watching the live feed, you can put 2 and 2 together and know what they're doing. We don't run the cars side by side in any kind of particular order here, so they're not racing heads up down the drag strip. It's just a time trial. So what you need to do is look at the car, recognize the number on the windshield. There's a code that sends you to that at hotrod.com, and you'll know what you're looking at and what guys are sort of duking it out with each other. I see some of the fast cars pulling up into lanes. I think we're going to be rolling any minute. We're going to get camera on the starting line. Thank you very much for listening and watching, and we'll be back later on to wrap this up. We will have a live feed all day long here at Hot Rod Drag Week. Thanks for watching.
National V6 plugged into the front of it. That is fantastic. Look at that GTO yanking the wheels off the line in the Budweiser lane. Mustang sitting there with the turbo up, and if you're watching in the stands, these guys are not racing heads up. They're racing to get their best elapsed time, which they will turn in at the end of the day. The goal here is to have the quickest average in your class, not necessarily to beat somebody at the end of the racetrack. It's to be the quickest you can be by the end of the week. Pontiac goes 10.74.2, 129, and the Mustang goes 10.69.6, 128. At this time in the Budweiser lane, it's a classic 1970 Mustang. Little drop-top action. That is beautiful. Tom Zengel in a 1940 Ford over in the AAA Insurance lane, left-hand side of the racetrack. Zengel currently your leader in the hot rod category. He was the hot rod category class champion last year, so he's trying to keep the streak alive. Hard off the line by both racers. Mustang a little bit sideways coming down to the top end. He's going to have the advantage in the Budweiser lane. He pulls it out with a 12.15 with a 5 at 97 miles per hour. In the AAA lane's a 12.54 with an 8 at 105 miles per hour. So rocking and rolling, I'm going to guess we will see some of our unlimited guys here earlier this morning. They tend to like to get out, get a hit, and if they like the run, for instance, Tom Bailey's made one run at each track so far. Made the one hit, packed it up and rolled. And Larry Larson, for all those years when he won this thing 5 years in a row, there was only a handful of times he did anything more than make one pass. He'd make the one pass, load up, and go. And show up, spank everybody, and go home. That's it, and it gives them a head start to get on the road to the next racetrack. They get to, it gives them a kind of a slow pace. No one has to, you don't have to rush, or in theory, if you have a problem, you have more time to fix it before the next morning. Absolutely, take care of your equipment a little more. Mustang tagged both walls at the top end of the racetrack. We were talking when that happened. We got the track safety personnel there. We got the ambulance pulling up. We're going to get him checked out and out of there. But just looked up, and Brandon's telling us that the guy
hit the right wall and then came across the racetrack, and he ended up on the left wall. And that is probably, and I'd have to confirm this with David, either only the second or third, I think it's the third crash we've ever had in the history of this event. There was Doug Klein crashed last year at the test session in Tulsa, and then we had a guy in a Mustang a year or 2 years before that have an accident. So a rare occurrence actually to have something happen like this on the racetrack, and we're going to let the track folks do their job, and we will report to you when we have some concrete information about what's going on down there at the big end of the racetrack.
That's never good to see, especially when you're far away from home. You have an accident with your hot rod out doing something like this, and the parts for some of these rides are not cheap at all.
Driver's okay. We just got word that the driver is okay. Driver's out of the car and okay. That's the most important thing, right?
Absolutely. Safety equipment is your utmost important feature whenever you're putting your race car together, and safety is the number one concern here at Gateway Motorsports Park. That's what makes us one of the crown jewel facilities in the entire United States of America.
Yeah, this is a great place, and you know what? We'd be remiss if we didn't thank our great sponsors here on Drag Week. We got Gear Vendors Under and Overdrive. They've been with us, really one of the bedrock sponsors of this event. We also have the Pep Boys Speed Shop as our two big co-presenting sponsors, and the Pep Boys Speed Shop deal is awesome. Those guys have a trailer. They asked us what's the most common stuff that breaks. We told them they loaded up a whole trailer with it. So
that's sweet.
Guys can go over there and say, "Listen, I just fried ignition box. I just whatever." You can go talk to those guys. If you're a competitor, there it is.
Now that is cool. A ride along track support.
Absolutely. And of course, Comp Cams, a leader in aftermarket performance for over 35 years. Comp Cams provides precision valve train components that will make your car a winner. Built by the industry's largest and most experienced team of engineers, our products are designed and tested to perform whether you're using them on the racetrack or on the street. All Comp Cams parts are backed by a dedicated and knowledgeable support staff available when you need them. From bracket racing to nitro cars and everyone in between, Comp Cams is devoted to performance. To speak with one of the valve train experts, please call the toll-free tech line at 1-800-999-0853 or visit us online at compcams.com.
While we got a break in the action, it's a great time to head over to the concession stand, grab an ice-cold Pepsi product, grab you a snack, the always fantastic St. Louis favorite, toasted raviolis. If you've never had those, check those out. If you've never been to St. Louis, that is a St. Louis staple.
A little toasted ravioli to get the day started with. That sounds like a good plan to me.
Hey, you know the best breakfast in the world is usually cold pizza, and toasted ravioli is a close second.
It is. It is a close runner-up. So definitely, racers and fans, stay up on your fluids today. It's going to be 1.5 million degrees out there. Just please stay hydrated and keep your wits about you. Get some shade where and when you can. So this could be, and we have to look back in the history and stuff, but this is probably the most crushingly hot drag week that we've ever had. The weather looks like it's going to break for the competitors on Friday in Bowling Green, but today, Monday, yesterday, and today, just brutally hot.
And normally this time of year, it's starting to fall off a little bit, but Mother Nature's been a little whacked out this year, and
yeah, the throttle is hung wide open. Yeah, the throttle is.
Absolutely. Early in the year, it was cold and wet, and now we've got it hot and dry.
Well, if the weather proves correct, it should be in the high 60s, low 70s at Bowling Green on Friday, which means that there could be some really Titanic runs made, especially from our heavier duty competitors out there on the racetrack. So, impressed with what we've seen so far this week. Impressed with how our competitors always bond together. You know, in the parking lots of the hotels, these guys are working all night till the sun comes up to help guys fix their stuff. And
well, see, that's the beauty of the racer community. We help each other. We will bend over backwards to get that guy on the track because I want to beat your heads up on the track.
Absolutely. Yeah, these guys, and you know, there's a certain camaraderie that comes too when everybody is in the same boat with regard to being 500, 600 miles away from a trailer, and you know, you've been hanging out with this guy all week, and if he's having a problem, his only lifeline to help is probably you. You know,
absolutely.
So.
Love every minute of it.
So Gateway, being one of the great tracks in the country, has one of the reverse tire rotation drags. They're going to run that down the middle of the racetrack. We don't really have any fluids per se. We're just going to groom that lane and get everything ready to rock and roll. And if you've never seen one of these machines work, Very impressive piece. They were developed actually out of Bandamere Raceway by those guys. They were the first ones they built the kind of prototype, and they were using it on their own facility, and they introduced the idea to NHRA, and now it has become an essential piece of equipment for any truly top-level drag strip in the country, which this is. And you can see that thing. It's got basically an axle housing that rotates off the power takeoff of the tractor and reverse rotates those slicks to
here at Gateway Motorsports Park that we added for 2013. Compliments of our friends, I believe it's Scott's Service and Sales. We definitely take our track maintenance with a matter of pride here at Gateway Motorsports Park. The track team here is one of the most dedicated track prep teams that I've ever seen in all of my years in motorsports. The guys out here on the tractors, the guys out here with the spray, even at the start-finish line, the water box guys, they are on their job and they know their jobs very well. And we definitely take pride in what we do here at Gateway Motorsports Park.
So racers, there's been some questions. Where's the return road? Where's the ticket booth? You're going to get to the top end of the racetrack and turn right. You're going to get to the top end of the racetrack here at Gateway and turn right, and that is the direction you need to go for the return road. So yesterday was left, today is right. Make the right-hand turn, start coming up the return road, and you can't miss the time slip booth. Yeah, so you get to the end of the racetrack, make your right-hand turn, come right up through kind of the midway area, and you get your time slip up there. So just do that. All will be good. If we see you go left, we'll send a search party for you. So the time slip booth, where you're going to get your time slip, it's actually next to the Pep Boys Speed Shop. So as you're coming up kind of through the midway past the pits, you're going to drive almost back to the timing tower, essentially. You'll see the Pep Boys Speed Shop trailer, and that's where the time slip booth is. A little white building like you'd see a guy working a parking lot in or something. So that's where the time slip booth is. Make the right-hand turn, and you can get your time slip almost all the way up by the timing tower next to the Pep Boys Speed Shop trailer. So my last day here on Hot Rod Magazine Drag Week, I got to hit the road. We got the NHRA New England Hot Rod Reunion going on in Epping this weekend, so I'll be lending my golden tunes to that event up there in New Hampshire. So Ron pick up the mic for the last couple days at Memphis and back down at Bowling Green. I'm jealous of him, but I'm excited for him because he's going to see some great action here the last couple days of the race.
Oh, you know he will. This is a fantastic promotion put on by Hot Rod Magazine. Love seeing these classic American cars coming out and doing what they were made to do, coming out and dragging, racing, and driving from place to place. That is the crown jewel to me.
Absolutely, and yesterday's drive took us through a lot of kind of really cool small towns. Like, we never go anywhere the direct route on this thing, and because it's really like a torture test. So like, what fun is that if you just go on the highway for a couple hours? So we go through, dead ends and everything else. We have a set of directions we got to follow with checkpoints. And after the first couple cars get through, you see the people with the lawn chairs on the sidewalk. They may not know what's going on, but they know they want to see it. And
absolutely.
And just going down the highway, especially when you're driving near a Dave Ahokas or a Tom Bailey or something, and just people's jaws hit the floor. They see a little box trailer going down the road, and then all of a sudden they see what's pulling it, and holy cow, man, the reactions. Instantly the cell phones are coming up. I mean, it's hilarious to watch.
And then you think of the little kids running out and seeing these hot rods, and they just light up with excitement.
Well, we saw a couple of school bus loads. There was a couple of school buses, and as we were coming up, I said, man, I hope he gets to the school buses because those kids are going to go ape when they see the Camaro. And I think a few of them caught a glimpse because as they were going left, we were driving by, there was a bunch of faces plastered up against the back glass pretty hard. But yeah, the whole, the staff of Hot Rod Magazine is here. They're out shooting photos. They're out riding with competitors. They're out gathering information and creating content. And I will tell you, those guys are doing a heck of a job. They have really gone above and beyond this year. Every inch of this event has been covered from 4 a.m. in the parking lot to to sunrise driving to the racetrack. There's somebody constantly working over there. So
Absolutely. God bless each and every one of them for coming out and doing what they do. Get all the fantastic photography and videography, as well as the announcers and the officials like yourselves coming out to each and every event getting this done.
And a note on that front, when you get ready to turn a time slip in, you're going to come to the second floor of the timing tower. Second floor of the timing tower, do not forget your photos to prove you're at the checkpoints. And if you had the guts to stay in the hotel by that checkpoint last night by the archway, then I will pay you money. It said it was a hotel because I think actually writing meth lab on the sign probably would have drawn too much attention to themselves. But that was a very unfortunate looking place, and we shot the photo by the mini archway, and we hauled the mail out of that place before we caught something. It was trouble city, man. Effingham was the gas station. We got the Effingham away from that hotel, is what we did. So we love the spectators, and we love you guys coming out to watch, but we have a slight problem. We have a black Jeep and a black Chevrolet Silverado parked in a racer's pit spot. The racer was in line to race, and the indication of that was probably all the tools and clothing and stuff that was around. So we have a black Jeep and a black Chevy Silverado that need to get moved immediately. And Kevin has told me that we do have a guy who's just learning to drive a forklift that would love some practice. So
absolutely. I mean, Tumbleweed needs to learn that forklift. He needs to figure out what he's doing there. I mean, he's kind of got the left to right, but the up and down he has problems with.
Yes.
So if you like your Silverado or your Jeep in one piece, because I'm pretty sure Tumbleweed will come out with 2 or 3 at least, you might want to get those moved out of the competitors' parking spots.
Black Jeep and a black Chevrolet Silverado. Please move them immediately as we are getting things squared away at the top end. Looks like we got the wrecker down there to deal with the Mustang. You know, you hear a guy hits 2 walls, you know it's not going to be a pretty situation, and I'm not going to speculate as to how damaged the car is, but you know, from this vantage point, you can definitely see some crunch sheet metal and tough break. We do this and we run our cars as hard as they can go down the racetrack, and the byproduct is every once in a while, this is what happens, and it's a tough.
Well, obviously you saw that incident. This red Mustang Coupe, a 69 Mustang Coupe, hit the wall down here. You can roll back and see it at 3819. Go to 3819 just by backing up on YouTube, and you can watch what happened there. Looks like something went wrong with the car. Maybe a blown tire. I don't want to start a rumor, but it looks like that might have happened. And he hit one guardrail and went across right in front of the 44 in the other lane and hit the other guardrail. Fortunately, we do have word that the driver is just fine. They are flatbedding the car off right now. While we are waiting for the track to go live again, we're going to show you a Hot Rod Unlimited video that I did last week that talks about the whole history of streetcar racing in the United States from 1949 all the way up to when Hot Rod created Drag Week. So stick through this video that we're going to play right now, and as soon as we come back, we hope we'll be live with action. Roll the Hot Rod Unlimited. Racing street legal cars goes back to the very, very beginning of hot rodding. As a matter of fact, in 1949, the Santa Barbara Acceleration Association held what some people consider to be the very first sanctioned drag race. And the real draw was a showdown between 2 Los Angeles street racers, Tom Cobbs and Fran Hernandez.
And Fran won because he was running nitromethane in his car. And that is just a snapshot example right there of how the street legal cars end up becoming just too radical to actually be street cars, and how throughout the years, various sanctioning bodies have tried to bring it back to have actual drag racing with at least the illusion of cars that are streetable. By the time of the very first NHRA drag race in 1953, there was already a class called stock, and it was for just that, a guy bringing out his mom's bone stock car. But pretty quickly, those cars got hopped up to the point where it was obvious there needed to be another class that was a little bit higher and faster, and that was known as gas. Those are the cars that are really popular today, known as gassers. And in the very beginning, it was a weight per cubic inch class, but the cars were ostensibly street legal. They had to carry headlights, turn signals, horns, things like that. But once again, as the years went on, those gassers became more and more radical, to the point in 1970 where many aficionados think that the gasser class was just ruined because the cars were essentially small flip-top funny cars. In the mid-60s, when the muscle cars were booming, the stock classes in NHRA and AHRA were really popular, and they quickly grew into super stock, but then expanded once again way beyond anything that was really like a true street car when Factory Experimental came out, and supercharged Factory Experimental, and wheelbases started becoming radically altered, and eventually the class turned into flip-top funny cars, which, by the way, were invented by Fran Hernandez, the same guy who won that first drag race in 1949. Another diversion out of the stock categories was Pro Stock, which was first contested by the NHRA at the February 1970 Winter Nationals. Now, those cars at the time really weren't streetable at all, but they still had the guise of a car that you could buy off the showroom floor. They had big tires, they were tubbed, they did big wheel stands, huge crowd favorite. But again, very quickly it got out of control. And by 1972, Grumpy Jenkins had introduced the first all-tube chassis Pro Stock car. Throughout the 70s and 80s, it became obvious that NHRA was really about professional drag racing. There was nothing street legal about it anymore, but the fans still had that craving of what's parked in my garage and can I go beat the other guy? And there was a huge street racing underground, especially around Chicago and Detroit, Indianapolis. And Hot Rod Magazine in 1992 spotted this trend going on and decided to launch an event that really became seminal in the whole streetcar racing world. It was called the Hot Rod Fastest Streetcar Shootout, and it went down in Memphis, Tennessee in conjunction with the National Muscle Car Association. And at the time, nobody had seen anything like what we had going on there. Street legal cars that were blasting in the high 8-second range in the quarter mile. It was just unheard of. Max Carter in his Nova was the first winner of that competition. And that was a tube chassis car, but ostensibly street legal. The fastest streetcar shootout boomed into an entire industry. It just exploded with multiple sanctioning bodies. The NMCA and the Outlaw Streetcar Association, a bunch of little organizations in the Midwest, and it turned into a speed parts industry that was huge as well. Fastest streetcar racing was here to stay, and they still do it with the National Muscle Car Association today. But as Hot Rod Magazine saw its own fastest streetcar shootout once again expand to the point where none of the cars that competed in it were streetable at all, we decided to reel it in again. And in 2004, Hot Rod came up with the Pump Gas Drags, again held in Memphis, Tennessee. This competition required the race cars to drive 30 miles from comp cams in Memphis all the way to the drag strip, and we made them run on Rocket brand 91 octane fuel. Each car would have to hot lap 3 consecutive passes, and the one with the lowest average ET would win. While the pump gas drags were a good step towards bringing streetability back to the streetcar racing world, we felt that it really wasn't enough. And that's when we came up with the final step in the evolution, Hot Rod Drag Week.
Looking to hook now, 126 in the 8th mile. The Mustang goes 872 at 159 miles an hour.
That Nova in the Budweiser lane is 11:02 with a 5 at 122 miles per hour.
I saw Steve Morris walking around below the tower. He is the engine builder, and he's standing there now. So I think that Tom Bailey is not far away. When the building starts to vibrate, we'll know that Bailey's pulling through the bottom.
Right now, putting on a smoke show in the AAA lane. That is a Cobra Jet Mustang. That is a purpose-built drag car, folks. Out here, street legal, getting it done at Hot Rod Magazine Drag Week 2013.
Lined up next to the Classic, again, another second-generation Nova with that center. We just had our taillight discussion there, so we're looking at a 70 Nova here in the Budweiser lane. Single parachute hanging off the back of the thing, so speeds should be in excess of 130, 140 miles an hour.
Hard off the line of the AAA. Back to him in the Budweiser lane down at the top end.
Nova goes through 978 with a 439 miles an hour. AAA lane, a 1055-127 for the Cobra Jet.
At this time in the Budweiser lane, that is a Mercury Capri. You don't see many of those around anymore, but that's the sister to the notchback Mustang that's in the AAA lane right now.
They usually call them the ugly cousin. The sister is way more nice. Front end up, he's rolling pretty hard down the AAA insurance lane. 108 in the 8th mile. The Mustang goes 996 with a 7.135, and the Old Maid Capri goes 1053 7.138.
Now here we got a 69 Nova in the AAA lane. That's a beautiful machine right there, going head-to-head against an Oldsmobile Cutlass mid-80s edition in the Budweiser lane.
Suds to get down there first. 1096 with a 7.121, and the Oldsmobile goes 72.9 116.
Fantastic. Another Mustang with a parachute sitting out the back, sitting in the Budweiser lane right now.
It's a Lincoln Capri over there in the AAA insurance lane. It's got a 428 in it, just a neat car. The last time I saw a Lincoln Capri on a drag strip was never before in my life.
Indeed, that is a unique piece of machinery right there.
John Weishman's Mustang is a turbocharged small block Chevrolet. Like I mentioned before, these are Mustangs in name only because they're built Ford tough with Chevy stuff, most of them.
Yeah, well, sometimes it's the heartbeat of America, but it's also the heartbeat of Ford.
The Lincoln got the jump, but look at Weishman, 124 in the 8th mile. Weishman goes 912 at 159 through the lights.
In the AAA lane, that Capri, 1280 with a 5 at 106 miles per hour.
Little Chevy 2 Nova lining up there in the AAA insurance lane. Going to line up against the naturally aspirated big block powered Mustang here in the Budweiser side of things. And a good indication that little Nova is one of our kind of sleepers, man. Very small tire, very stock suspension, and it moves along very well.
I love those little Novas. Mustang in the Budweiser lane, though, he's tearing it up coming down to the top end. He runs a 910 with an O at 152 miles per hour.
1136 122 for the Nova on the AAA side. Sean Fink rolls to the starting line. This is one of our unlimited competitors, and he's a guy that is his program is kind of the Outlast program. He has got a small block Chevy, 23-degree headed small block Chevy with a single turbo on it. He's not the most powerful car in the bunch in the field by a bunch, but he is consistent and he will survive the week. That's his plan. Time slip booth here, guys and girls. The time slip booth is located up by the timing tower near the Pep Boys Speed Shop trailer. So when you make your run, come all the way back up this way towards the timing tower, right next to the Pep Boys Speed Shop trailer. That's where the timing tower is located. I'm sorry, that's where the time slip booth is located. As Sean Fink gets ready to make some noise. He stood this thing up on the bumper yesterday, broke one of the joints in the wheelie bar, and it broke, stood straight up.
Got it fixed, though, and he's back here today. That is the beauty of this whole series.
Big welded a wrench in place yesterday to make his final runs to keep the thing on the ground. He 119 in the 8th, a very soft pass for him, only goes 954, 144. We've seen that car way, way, way down in the 7s. It left super soft, so hopefully something they can tune up and get back here to make another hit with.
Fantastic. Now we got another G-body in the Budweiser lane. That's a Malibu at this time, going head-to-head against a classic. What is that?
A little 31 Ford, Keith Fox. This thing had a blower on it last year. He ditched the iron lung and put a gas and straight axle car, but look at the Nova go. 114 in the 8th mile. You see the thing richened up. The Nova goes 962 with a 142 as Fox keeps the hammer down, goes 1341 at 97.
Fantastic in the AAA lane at this time. Gassing it out right there, purging the system is a Firebird Trans Am.
Yeah, really nice, clean car. And then this crazy old Dodge Coupe over here. It's got a 440 in it. This car was snake bit in 2012. It didn't even make it out of the parking lot on the first day. It busted an axle, and that was the end of that. So he's back and he's pounded on the car in our hot rod class. But he is going to get out-sprinted and outrun by the Pontiac Trans Am 1016 with a 135 as the old Dodge Coupe lumbers on down, rolls through a 1467, just 93 miles an hour.
Oh, look at this first-generation CUDA in the Budweiser lane, going head-to-head against the new generation Mustang in the AAA lane. A couple of beautiful rides here, tripping the tree. They were in the staging lanes. Look at that CUDA pull the front wheels hard off the line right there. The Mustang squats and goes.
That's Ray Meyer in the Barracuda. That thing has a late model Hemi in it. One of the, like a late model Hemi, getting a Magnum or a Chrysler 300 or something. Goes 1094 with a 125. Now here's our dude that was doing the bodywork via Oak Tree last night at the hotel, I should say. And his name is currently escaping me, but it's a twin turbo LS motor in the front of this orange 71 Camaro lined up next to the Nova.
That's fantastic. Now Nova looks to be, Nova yanks the front wheels hard off the line. Look at that, he's hard in it. Sideways from the Camaro. Look at that launch off the line. Coming down the top end, the AAA insurance lane's a 1025 with a 3 at 131 miles per hour.
Look at the ET, 1190 with a 3, the mile an hour, 178 mile an hour.
And that was over 1 second reaction time, folks.
Unbelievable. 1190 with a 3, 178 miles an hour for the Nova, for the Camaro rather, and the mile an hour is there. He's just going to get the car down the racetrack off the starting line. Wow.
Look at the classics staged up at this time, folks. In the AAA lane, plumb crazy CUDA.
And a good-looking early Camaro here in the Budweiser side of things. This car has been running fairly strong all week. I think we can see a good side-by-side matchup here.
That's the beauty of these classic American cars coming out here and doing this day after day. The classic American muscle doing what it was made to do, coming down to the top end. That plumb crazy purple's a 1084 with a 4 at 123 miles per hour.
Camaro goes 1167 with a 0 at 113. Chris Henderson rolls up at a 1959 Jaguar. This thing normally is powered with a 572 cubic inch big block on a whole bunch of nitrous. Well, they ditched that program and they put a single turbocharged LS motor in the front of it. Chris has run this car well over 200 miles an hour in the standing mile. It has run 8s with the old big block in it, and now it's tamed down a little bit for drag week, and that's because he about split the big block in half like a baked potato a few weeks ago.
Well, that's about the coolest Jaguar I've ever seen, though.
It is a very unique and very cool car, and the door is coming open at the 8th mile. I don't know if Chris is getting ready to bail out or what, but the Mustang's going to outrun him, 1039.5, 136. Henderson goes 1156 with a 0 at 121.
At this time in the AAA lane, Pontiac Grand Prix G-Body in the Budweiser lane. Second generation Nova lined up.
Mark Cicino in the Pontiac. This thing will pull the front end up. Nitrous small block. Doug Flynn, an engineer at Holley who helped develop their fuel injection systems, is driving the Nova. That is a single turbo LS engine. And the Nova's a 9.5 second car, and that's about what, they both run the same class, so they're going to be running close in ET. So we got Nova with a turbo small block versus Pontiac, there you go, with the nitrous small block in it.
Hard off the line, look at this. Nova squats and goes. Look at that thing launch off the line.
And Cicino goes 975 with a 2, 137, and Flynn goes 959 with a 4 at 143 miles per hour.
Boy, that was a pretty show right there, I'll tell you what.
2 for the price of 1 because Flynn sat there so long it was like watching 2 byruns.
Absolutely. You had a wheel stand in the AAA lane and then just a quick hard launch in the Budweiser lane.
Rich Pedraza all the way from California in the AAA insurance lane of the Mustang. Cleveland-headed small block in there. Lined up against probably my top 3 favorite cars at the event. This is Mike Crow's refrigerator white Dart with an R5-headed small block and a stick shift in it. Mike is an absolute wizard with the stick shift. He channels Ronnie's socks. He got a little voodoo doll of Ronnie's socks in there. He taps on its head a little bit before he grabs the handle. But listen to this guy work the shifter in the Dart.
See, to me, that's old school drag racing. Old school drag racers, they wanted that 4-speed back in the day. They didn't want the automatic ease.
And Crow steering the thing with one hand, shifting it with the other as it tries to change directions on him. Crow going to flat out run the 40, goes 10.29 with a 0 at 133. As Pedraza goes 12.13 with an 8 at 113.
In the AAA lane at this time, Buick Skylark, second generation Buick Skylark. That's the early G-body. Going head-to-head against the Camaro.
Yes, this is Clark Ross and Stengel from Michigan driving the Camaro. It has a Steve Morris engine in it. It is a turbocharged piece. I believe it is a turbo. Woo, baby. And Ross and Stengel hits the gas, and that thing drives itself all the way out of the groove. Going to get back in the power. And another guy that ran at the LS Fest and now this weekend. And yesterday the thing launched straight and ran pretty true, but he was dealing with that issue for most of the weekend at LS Fest. It's almost like the rear end isn't square in the back of the car, because if you look at the tracks, it literally just, as soon as he hits the throttle, it just forces the car towards the wall. Very strange.
Yeah, like exactly, like it's off kilter, just slightly off a degree or two, and that can affect your launch big time if it pulls those front wheels.
So a good matchup here, side by side. Classic Chevelle lining up in the AAA insurance lane, and the Fox Body Mustang making itself part of the program here on the Budweiser side of the track.
I love seeing all the notchbacks come out here, especially seeing how they're the drag racer's favorite, being just about 200 pounds lighter than the GT Fastback style. They lose a little bit of glass weight to the back end of it, and they're just a whole lot easier to launch and get fast.
Well, both of these cars came up the starting line with the wheels up, and the Mustang at 112 in the 8th mile will run away from the Chevelle at the top end, 964.9, 139.
The Chevelle is 11.36 with a 2 at 116 miles per hour.
So the Western Sports Special Dodge Dart rolls up in the AAA insurance lane, a special limited edition of Dart made back in the day. Not very many of them around. I love that car. It's just kind of worn in enough. You know, it's not over the top. You see some rat roddy stuff out there floating around, not necessarily drag week, but just in general, it looks really kind of just like junk. That thing looks like a cool car that has lived a nice, hard life.
And been driven like it should have been.
Exactly.
Hard off the line in the AAA lane, that Dart gets the launch. El Camino in the Budweiser lane's pulling a catch-up, coming down to the top end. Who's going to get the light here? That's going to be the AAA lane, 11.23 with a 3, 108 miles per hour.
Plymouth Satellite rolling up in the AAA lane as the El Camino runs down 10.48, 8.134. As the Plymouth Satellite rolls up left side of the racetrack, and the mid-'80s square-style Chevy pickup going to make itself known here in the Budweiser lane. And, you know, weird as it is to say, those 80 Chevy pickups make a great platform to build a hot rod off of. Very basic setup. There's a huge aftermarket supporting them, and a short box, you know, half-ton two-wheel drive truck. It's not that heavy.
Exactly, and it's got a nice wide wheelbase, too, so it has some stability going down the track.
Plenty stable down there at the top end. 10.28 with a 130 miles an hour as the Plymouth stumbling, rumbling, and bumbling down the AAA lane. 15.83 with a 0 at 92. Now, here's something that a lot of us have been waiting for all week long. This is a 1971 Holden Tirana that these guys shipped from Australia. It is a right-hand drive car, and it is powered by a single turbo Toyota 2JZ inline 6 that will be found like in a Toyota Supra.
And for those of you who don't know, the Holden is the Australian version of Chevrolet.
Yeah, absolutely. A division of General Motors. Now, these guys they wounded the engine. They got here. They only had 3 holes with any compression. So we've only seen this car literally idle down the racetrack. They worked on it all last night. You saw the big, giant, flaming burnout they just did. And it looks like they're finally going to be able to give this thing the what for on the starting line. As the driver in the well-worn Nova there on the AAA side rolled through the beams. Pre-stage, his buddy's going to turn the data recorder on, step away from the car.
Hard launch off the line by the Nova in the AAA lane. He's got a fast run going.
And man, it looks like those guys are in idle mode again. I thought after the big burnout we'd see some action out of the Tirana. 885.7, 156 for the Nova, and the Holden goes 17.51 with a 9 at 68. And you think, well, why would these guys even bother to do that? Well, because if they don't, then they're disqualified from the event. You have to make a lap. You have to take the tree. And we've seen all kinds of crazy stuff happen at this race before. If they can get it fixed and they have some breakage in their category, there is a chance that they could rocket right up the standings and be a 1 or 2 guy. You never know.
Oh, absolutely. That's the beauty of the way that this entire series is set up. If consistency pays off.
Consistency pays off, and giving up is not rewarded and or smiled upon. We want everybody to try to gut it out to the end.
Absolutely, but it always pays off in the long end, because if nothing else, you know that you went out there and you did everything that your car could possibly do, and you gave it heck all week long.
Third-gen Camaro rolling up in the AAA insurance line is one of the more famous cars in Drag Week history. Completes his burnout. This is Michigan's Mike Roy in a 1971 Monte Carlo, twin turbochargers on a big block Chevrolet. It is a massive car, and it is incredibly heavy, and it runs down in the sevens when everything is going the right way.
Love these classic Monte Carlos that come out here and get it done, because these are big, heavy cars. And when they get them flying down the track, oh, that's a beautiful thing to see, something that big going that fast.
Absolutely. The driver of the Camaro, fully staged, waiting patiently.
Ease it into the staging beams. They light the tree.
Both guys sitting there spooling the turbo. Look at Mike Roy hike the front, and the thing gets sideways, and he is wrestling it. The guy in the Camaro out of the gas, Roy at 134 at the 8th mile, and Mike Roy goes 828, 169. Definitely softened up in the back half of the racetrack. It was 537 at the 8th mile at 134. Fell off a little between the 8th and 1,000 foot, but 828 to 169. The car has survived. It's alive, and they will be continuing to race again.
That's a good thing to see. The Camaro in the AAA lane has an issue, lets it out and lets it ease down the track. He's down at the top end now. Hopefully he doesn't have any issues, and he can get that thing back together and get out here and make some lightning fast passes.
If you like American Motor stuff, you got to love Tony here. Tony rolls up with the Budweiser lane. His last name is escaping me right now, but Tony, this is a 401 powered AMC Javelin. It runs in the 10s. It is a hard-running AMC piece from the front bumper to the trailer hitch.
And then it's going up against a convertible Mustang. Look at that thing sitting out there. Not only has a wing on the back, it also has the parachute.
Absolutely. Both cars fully staged up.
On the rev limiter, hard off the line. Listen to that. Down at the top end of the track, they were just about neck and neck. That Javelin in the Budweiser lane, 1079 and an 8, 125 miles per hour. In the AAA lane, that's a 1057 with a 6 at 143 miles per hour.
And another big giant car, we've talked about several of them, is this Pontiac Grand Prix. This is a 10-second car, too, which is awesome. And you see Robert Williams purging the nitrous. Williams currently leading his class here in the Budweiser lane. So he's a guy where all these runs are starting to kind of have a little bit more gravity to him for Williams. I'm sure he really wants another hard hit, be consistent. And, we've seen it happen at this event many times before, where a guy will fall off his own pace and chase his tail.
Fantastic launch by both racers, coming down the top in there just about neck and neck, and the Budweiser lane lets out a little early, gives it to the Pontiac Grand Prix, 998 with a 7, 134 miles per hour, and the Budweiser lane's 1192 with a 4 at 85 miles per hour.
And I am hoping I did not just put the Bobby Brady Tiki God hex on Bob Williams, because he just went 1192 with a 4 at only 85 miles an hour, and that car has been absolutely dead nuts rock solid all week. So announcer opened his mouth and bad things happened.
You did not pull out the Tiki God curse, did you?
I did, man. It looked innocent enough, and I put it in my bag, and then everything's been going wrong since then.
Camaro in the AAA lane, making a run. Great reaction time. He has a 1085 with a 9, 127 miles per hour.
Adger Smith, please call Tanya. Adger Smith, please contact Tanya. Adger Smith, please call Tanya. All right, so here we go now. Next pair coming to the starting line.
Look at the smoke show going on here, folks. Nova in the Budweiser lane.
And Tom Zengel back up in that 1940 Ford Coupe. This Nova is a serious piece of iron. We'll see if he can get it hooked up and rolling. It is obviously a small tire style car. Tom Zengel launches off so early the tree wasn't even activated yet. He will not receive an elapsed time or any information.
Body twisting launch off the line for the Nova. Gets a little squirrely down in midsection, coming down the top end. He gets it back under control, though. He runs a 920 with an O, 139 miles per hour.
920, 139. He was on and off the throttle a significant amount as they got towards the center of the racetrack. That was a hairy run, and that is certainly a 9-second car or an 8-second car all day long. I'd like to welcome everybody here. We have a ton of spectators, man. We're filling that grandstand up. We got people hanging on the fence. I love it. This is Gateway International Raceway, Day 3 of Hot Rod Magazine Drag Week, brought to you by the fine folks at Gear Vendors Under Overdrive and their co-sponsor, the Pep Boys Speed Shop. We also have comp cams involved, MSD, Rocket Racing Fuel, QA1 suspension components. Just a cavalcade of awesome companies. Comp cams, NOS, you name it, we got it. And we are so proud to have all of these companies involved. And when you look at those banners on the fence over there, understand when you're making purchases for your parts or you're going shopping for stuff, you really want to support the companies that are supporting the events that are important to you, or the places or the things that are important to you, because they're willing to put their money where their mouth is and step up and lend support. And we would hope you will make the same decision when you are buying products. Gorgeous blue Chevelle here in the Budweiser lane, lined up next to that big inch stroker Pontiac powered GTO. Red light start for the Chevelle 086 reaction time for the GTO. The GOAT gonna outrun the Chevrolet 1064.7 130, and the Chevelle goes 1163.3 at 118 miles per hour. Here comes Mike Cox in a 1952 Kaiser Henry J. All steel car, very cool piece. He got this body, he said he basically dragged it out of a field for almost nothing, and it looked just like it when he bought it. That is not faux Tina, fake Tina, nothing. That is real ugly on that thing. If you have driven a 32-ish, early 30s Chevy Roadster to the racetrack today, you have parked in a racer's pit space. He really likes your car, but he likes his tools better. If you have driven an early 30s Chevy Roadster to the track today, you got to move it in a hurry because you have parked in a racer's pit space. Class car competitors, if you are, well, we need you to the staging lanes. If we run out of class car competitors, we're going to start running our daily driver folks and then move into that program. Class car competitors, if you would like to make laps, get in the lanes and make it happen. As when the lanes thin out, we have a lot of our daily driver racers in there ready to roll, so we can roll those guys. We don't have to make them wait if there's no action happening on the class side of things. Once again, class competitors, if you would like to make a run, please get yourselves to the staging lanes. If the well runs dry, we will kind of switch over and run some of our daily driver competitors. Now, again, a word of note, caution and concern. Please stay hydrated today. Please do not push it too hard. You will have a long drive this afternoon. You will have to maintain your sanity and composure in the car for a while, several hours and several hundred miles. So keep that in mind. Just please stay up with the fluids and all the other stuff. We want you to be healthy and cogent when driving this afternoon. And we do have a car broken on the racetrack. It's just going to take us a minute to remove the car. A classic and professional racer move down there. The driver said he saw a little puff. He felt something he didn't like, so he immediately slowed down, pulled to the right in a controlled manner, and stopped. And it let us know so we could, A, contain any issue that happened, and B, check the racetrack and make sure we had nothing on the surface. So, Mike Cox, thank you.
This is Eddie Miller, and that is Eddie's Purple Duster. Eddie won in 2006. You were the quickest car here at Drag Week.
Yes, we were.
And how quick were you back then?
We ran 820s, 165, just a little single 4-barrel, 1 stage of nitrous.
Quickest Mopar ever.
Yeah, I guess still to date, yeah.
All right, and since then, Eddie has taken the nitrous off the car, built himself a fairly large engine, and is now going after the NA Pro Street record, which I think the ET record is like an 892 set by Doc McIntyre last year. His average last year was a 920, I think, or something. He is not here this year to defend his title, but you are here, and what's your goal? How quick are we trying to go?
Well, I had mentioned last year that the record, I felt the Pro Street NA record was soft, which it is. We should be able to prove that here in just a few minutes. And, you know, I didn't make it here last year, and Doc awarded me with a pink members-only jacket. I'm sure he misses that jacket. But he's not here this year, ironically, and so he may get his jacket back.
I've yet to see you wear the jacket, actually.
You know, it's here. I don't. I actually think it's in the short bus.
It is here. Okay.
Yes,
well, then, if it is here, then make a deal with me. You don't reset the record. You wear the jacket to the awards ceremony. How about that?
Yeah, that's an easy bet.
Fair.
I think that's pretty fair.
And if you do reset the record, you get the record. I don't have to do anything weird.
Okay.
That's fair.
There might be some pyrotechnics or some fires involved with the jacket if I win.
All right. I see you wrenching on the car. What are you doing right now? We've got one session left this afternoon. You have yet to make a hit on this thing at Drag Week. So what's your plan? What are you working on?
We just were taking care of a few little things, changing plugs. We're pretty confident. I think we'll run good. That's not going to be a problem.
All right. Well, good luck and have fun out there.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Keith, look at him. Cozying up down there at the starting line. It is a heck of a week, and it is a heck of a group of people that is able to gather and convene for this week-long deal and support each other and make it to the end without killing each other. And I'm sure there are some relationships that get strained when you're sitting in a car for hours on end at 9 million degrees. But for the most part, it's hugs and handshakes. And dude, I was telling Freiberger this morning, like at the awards ceremony deal, which I unfortunately will not be present for. There are more. It is like an Oprah show. It is grown men that are all smelly and sweaty and greasy and covered in junk, bawling their eyes out on Friday night. It is a very emotional deal.
But they're all hugging and loving each other, and
Hey, well, let's not get graphic with it, all right?
it's a bromance.
This is a family show.
it's a bromance at the drag race.
Absolutely, and it speaks to the investment, both the time and emotion that people put in to be part of this event, and it all kind of comes to a head on that Friday night deal, which will be happening in Bowling Green this year. And Rick Johnson always does such a great job. You know, he designed the trophy for the overall winner of the event. He provides a lot of the prizes, and he rented a great tent for the thing to go down at this year. So, Rick at Gear Vendors, thank you for your support of this event. Thanks for always going the extra mile, making this such a special week and the end of the week special for the competitors that make it that far. And there are guys that have been coming to this deal for 4 or 5 years that have never made it to the end. So when that achievement, when they're able to do that, I mean, that it becomes a very kind of heavy deal for them,
Absolutely. There's some bragging rights in that just in itself. All right, we're ready to go right back to the racing action here. Corvette in the Budweiser lane already did his smoky burnout, and we've got a second-generation Camaro in the AAA lane.
We got great Hot Rod Drag Week t-shirts for sale. Grab an event t-shirt. They're awesome. They don't sell them anywhere but at the event. You can't buy them on the internet. And I'll tell you what, chicks dig them. You put this shirt on, you will be fighting them off with a stick, dude. I'm not going to go there, but I'm just going to say, even you, a guy that could use a little help, you get the shirt, and everything's good.
Oh, then I've got to have 2 or 3. I'm going to have 2 or 3.
So, no, it's a fantastic, and we talk about it. One of the, with a great shirt, which they still have some from last year, it says across the back, if you have not survived Hot Rod Drag Week, then please shut up.
Oh, down the top end of the track there, the Budweiser lane's a 1020 with an O at, a 1203 with a 1, 125 miles per hour. The AAA lane's a 1228 with a 4 at 106 miles per hour at this time. 1969 Chevy Camaro SS in the AAA lane up against the 1955 Gasser.
You bet. Straight axle goodness happening there. Got a lace paint job on the roof. Got gold lettering on the rear quarter panels. All it's missing is the tunnel ram small block and the C-gas designation on the side. But look at the black Camaro with the gorgeous paint and giant cowl scoop go 978 141.
That is fantastic. The Budweiser lane, that old Gasser's a 1063 with an O at 127 miles per hour. Classic Ford versus Chevy lineup in the water box at this time. In the Budweiser lane, you got that G-Body Malibu up against the Notchback Mustang in the AAA lane.
Yeah, and really these are two of the most popular chassis now for a bunch of different racing classes. I mean, the G-Bodies, the Malibus are a factory fairly lightweight car. They're a very standard issue chassis. You get that triangulated four-link. You can do all kinds of stuff, whether it's a stock suspension style car or going out to the back half. They're popular. And I mean, the Fox Body Mustang is the modern equivalent of the 55 Chevy. You know, you can do whatever you want with the thing.
Indeed, look at that one. He takes that one down to the top end of the track, and he gets the advantage in the AAA lanes. A 1061 with an 8 at 128 miles per hour. The Budweiser lanes, an 1171 with a 2 at 117 miles per hour.
Ladies and gentlemen, John Weishman headed into the water box, and then I will request that you bow your heads in reverence when Tom Bailey pulls into the water here momentarily. But John Weishman in the turbocharged Chevrolet-powered Mustang is going to make a solo pass, and then Tom Bailey in the quickest and fastest street car in the history of Hot Rod Magazine Drag Week slowly ambles into the water.
Mustang in the AAA lane making a single pass. Eases it into the staging beams, inches it another 7 inches forward, trips the tree. He is lit. He spools the turbo, and he takes hard off the line in that Mustang.
Yeah, Weishman's car is a nice one, 126 at half track, and John Weishman goes 863 with a 1 at 160. And here he comes, Tom Bailey, your current leader in the unlimited category. The engine builder and his co-pilot this week, Steve Morris, stands behind the car and kind of gets a little foot wiggle on the track to see what it feels like as far as the rubber on the starting line. Morris will guide Bailey back. You see Monty Smith behind the car taking a peek at how things are going down as well. This car has been on the chassis dyno. It made 2,200 horsepower on a chassis dyno. It is a twin turbocharged big block Chevrolet style engine.
Street legal, and look at the fans come running. They want to see this one, boy.
This is it. There is on the continent of North America, there is not a car with a license plate that is quicker and or faster than this one at this moment.
That is a beautiful piece of machinery at that, and he's easing into the staging beams.
Tom Bailey, the 60-foot times will tell the tale. He's going to sit there and spool the turbos, build the anticipation, and he is out of here. Oh, he got sideways and it blew the tire off. He had to lift. That was the quickest 60-foot time he's had all week. It was 119 to 60 feet. If it had gone in a straight line, I don't even want to predict what we would have been looking at. But they are very close. We can see it from up here at the timing tower, but as the car launched, it moved to the right, and as soon as it got offset from the groove, it started to shake the tires. Those of you sitting up in the top of the grandstands, you see where the tire tracks look like they're like checkers. That's because the slick was wrapping up and unloading as the car was spinning the tires. So they're going to make a little adjustment, which I assume is going to be taking a little bit of timing and stuff out of it here in the starting line, and then change the way they're feeding the power back in with the wastegates down the racetrack. So my heart is beating fast because a 119 short. I saw that number come up and I went, oh, I'm going to climb under the desk, man. This stuff is about to go down.
Oh, that is one fast piece of machinery right there. I can't wait to see him make a full run later.
And then, we had not seen Dave Ahokas run yet, and he should be in the lane somewhere. And Ahokas is a 680 car, and Joe Barry, I'm not sure if he is pulled in this morning. Barry's car is capable of running 7 flat. He has been trying to punch that thing into 6s for years. So that was the little appetizer. We got a little taste right there, and the main course is going to be coming throughout the course of the day.
Lunchbox Nova, first generation in the AAA lane, rolls through the water box, brings it up to the staging lights. Then you got that very first generation Monte Carlo in the Budweiser lane. He's lighting them up right now, ready to put on a smoke show for you folks. I don't care who you are. Burnouts are just cool.
They are. You cannot deny that.
I know a guy that won't buy a car if it don't do a burnout.
Well, there you go. That man is a good friend to have.
Absolutely, it is.
You hang around with the right kind of people.
But sometimes you might not want to let him drive yours.
He does not sound like the guy that would get within 6 feet of my keys, but that's fine.
He respects it, but he will drive it hard. That's definitely a lesson to learn. Spools it up in the Budweiser lane. Hard launch in the Monte Carlo.
And he is going to come by the dude in the Nova and peel the paint off the side of that thing. 844 at 174 miles an hour. out of that tank of a Chevrolet. 844, 174 for the Monty.
And that Nova ran a 1092 with a 1 at 122 miles per hour, and that's not too slow either, folks.
Here comes Tom Hogshead in the Disco Era Nova in the Budweiser lane. 632 cubic inch big block Chevy engine in that car. For years it ran with the turbocharged small block. He finally said, give me some big block inches, and now he's got a big rat in there.
Coming down to the top end, the AAA lane Nova. He brings in 1151 with an 120 miles per hour in the Budweiser lane. That mid-70s Nova's 1190 with an O at 127 miles per hour in the big block. There's the cool little machine that I saw rolling in this morning. Got those big fat tires tucked up under that Jimmy, and he was towing a U-Haul trailer. I thought that was the coolest thing rolling in this morning.
I will tell you what, I think that is the loudest car in North America, too. That thing is thunderous, man.
Oh, absolutely. He was rumbling behind me.
Lined up next to Danny Morrison. Morrison in the big Impala SS here in the Budweiser lane.
Oh, that's definitely one loud little ride right there in the AAA lane. He's getting down the track. He runs a 10.05 with a 2, 130 miles per hour up against a 10.89 with an O in the Budweiser lane.
So Morrison goes down the Budweiser lane in the big Impala SS, clean and mean. Here comes Glenn Hunter in the AAA insurance lane. Glenn Hunter, the 1956 Chevy. 1956 Chevy with a big block and a giant Whipple charger on the thing. Just a humongous screw blower on top of this thing. And that great Barracuda of Ray Myers. A late model Hemi in this car. Myers previously ran it with a 440 in it. This time it's a late model Hemi. The thing that cracked me up last year about Ray Myers, he ran into a big rainstorm. The car leaks like a Ukrainian submarine, so he taped up all the windows with masking tape to try to stop the leakage.
Oh, look at that. Tri-5 Chevy getting down the track in 852 with a 4, 162 miles per hour in the AAA lane. That Barracuda hits a 1063 with an 8 at 128 miles per hour.
The reaction times were top-notch there, too. Hunter went 004 in the tree, and Myers went 006.
Fantastic reaction times right there. Now we got a Monza. Chevy Monza in the AAA lane.
A little early. I like the early Monzas. I think it's a cool car. The later kind of angular ones I'm not a big fan of, but the early guys like this thing are cool.
This is a 1976, I believe.
Watch Rick Prospero run down the Budweiser lane. Prospero almost 150 in the 8th mile, and Rick goes 796 with a 4 at 182. Exactly what they were looking for.
The AAA lane's a 1027 and 0 at 132 miles per hour.
Prospero did not have a 7-second run on Monday. He ended up going 795 yesterday after a couple of tries, and he goes 796 here. And we've seen that car for a while. We know it's 7 seconds capable. I didn't know if it was tuning, heat, or what, but they have certainly got their 7-second tune-up back as part of the program now.
Absolutely, a great start to the day right here. S10 in the AAA lane. Run a 600 at the 8th mile, come down the top end. Runs a 948 with a 3 at 140 miles per hour.
And Sean Fink boiling the hides off the back of his Nova wagon. Again, this is a 23-degree headed small block, and if that is like I'm speaking Chinese to you, a 23-degree headed small block simply means it has cylinder heads on it that are basically a stock style of head. There's no real craziness going on with splayed valves or relocated ports or that stuff. So these basically are cylinder heads that you and me could go buy off a shelf somewhere. Sure, they're ported and touched up, but they're not like super trick double throwdown, SB2 heads or some kind of weirdo custom built stuff. This motor in here is largely shelf parts with the turbo feeding it. And like I said before, it is by far not the most powerful machine in Unlimited, but it's consistent and it doesn't break and it runs pretty decent. He ended up with a 3rd place finish last year because he outsurvived several more powerful machines.
Consistent wins the big money here.
And you can hear the big slicks chewing when he started the run, 137 in the 8th mile. And Sean Fink goes 811 at 172. Mile an hour was there. ET probably a little softer than he wanted. And we've heard Dave Ahokas was getting himself strapped up under the tower, so we'll probably be seeing him momentarily. And Ahokas, of course, is the guy that is literally driving a Jerry Bickle-built Pro Mod with a license plate on it.
Hey, look at this. Nova pulling into the Budweiser lane's got a Missouri plate on it.
There you go.
Hey,
He's one
hometown
of your
boy.
dudes.
Hometown boy getting it done. That's a beautiful black early 70s Nova right there, second generation.
This is the dude that managed to pedal it once or twice and still go 920.
Yeah, I don't think he's playing today.
No, if he gets this thing hooked up and trucking in a straight line, you're looking at an 8-second car all day long.
Luckily, he doesn't have anybody in the AAA lane. He might hurt their feelings.
Yeah.
Hard off the line, body twisting, wheel yanking, hard launch off the line in the Budweiser lane.
He goes down 865 with a 6 at 158 miles per hour, and he drove every inch of that way. And here comes Dave Ahokas, the Texan Dave Ahokas. As I mentioned before, this is a Jerry Bickle constructed Pro Mod car that was, I believe, originally destined for an ADRL team. That deal fell through. Ahokas has bought it, and it has a turbocharged LS-style engine in it. He has run 683. He became the first drag week racer in history to run in the 680s. He did it before Tom Bailey did, so that is the first 680 drag week car of all time.
That is a beautiful piece of machinery, too. That just looks fast.
It looks fast. It's very well built. There are like a couple of carbon fiber cup holders in it. It is kind of a funny
that's
deal.
nifty.
Yes.
Is that a dealer option?
And that is, I think everything at Jerry Bickle's shop is an option. I think it is an a la carte situation at Jerry Bickle's place.
Hey, if your checkbook's big enough, we'll make you go faster.
You bet. So Dave Ahokas going to try to put his mark on this deal. If he gets a clean lap, he is going to turn in the slip and hit the road. Let's see what happens. Again, spooling the turbo. Yeah, baby, he's through low gear, and he's through the 8th mile at 163. Watch the board. 689, 204 miles an hour for Dave Ahokas.
Holy cow.
Wow, 449, 163 at the 8th mile, and that thing absolutely sprinted to the finish line. 689 with a deuce, 204 miles an hour, and the battle for unlimited moves now to DEFCON level 5.
Oh, that was over a 2-second reaction time as well. Insane. If he would have had that spooled when the tree popped, wow.
Yeah, unbelievable for Ahokas. 689 to 204 miles an hour. Another Titanic lap in the greatest unlimited battle of drag week history continues on. And I guarantee you that is the first and the last time you'll see that car today.
That's all that matters, though,
You
because
better believe it.
He got out there and got it done.
He is going to float up to the tower on a cushion of air, hand in his face, and run for the hills.
Absolutely. Tuck it in, come back and watch everybody else run. Budweiser lane down at the top ends in 999 with a 5, 137 miles per hour. The AAA lane, 1100 with a 7, 125 miles per hour.
Trailblazer SS and the Mercury Capri line up side by side.
Crazy about a Mercury.
That's it. Good looking little car over there. The Trailblazer SS. There's one. I don't think they may have a couple of those SUVs out here on the campaign trail this year. After the next couple pair of cars, we're going to take a couple-minute break to do some starting line maintenance like we have done at every track everywhere. It's the right way to do it. We stop for a few minutes, do some grooming and dragging, and get the layer of rubber maintained in the starting line. Gives you, the fans, a chance to get to the pits and you just go over and you just give a little gentle rub to the back of Dave Ahokas' car and hope some of that horsepower comes home with you.
Bow your heads and pray. Down at the top end of the track, the Budweiser lane's a 967 with a 2 at 116 miles per hour. AAA lane's a 1088 with an O at 124 miles an hour. At this time in the AAA lane, Classic Mopar up against that Mustang Power in the Budweiser lane. Easing it forward into the first staging beams in the Budweiser lane, a mere 7 inches to roll forward. They've got the second one's lit. The tree is lit. Hard off the line in the Budweiser lane. Triple A lane stumbles just a little bit. He's out of the groove. Hold on to it. Hold on to it. Hold on to it. He lets out of it. He gets it back under control, straightens it out. Lets out of it, folks. That was a good move right there. Better to have a slow time than a wrecked vehicle in a cleanup situation.
Looks like the pattern a school of fish took down the racetrack. If you look at that thing just waving itself back and forth at the tire tracks. So the Mustang better to what's that? Fight and run away than and live to fight another day or something like that.
Something like that, but it's better to live.
You know, I'm looking at a crowd here that's got to be over 1,000 people, probably more than that. I was on Drag Week the very first year we had it, 2005, and we started out at Kansas City International Raceway. There were 41 cars that showed up to compete, and there were 0 people at any racetrack. I mean, because no one even really knew what the hell it was, right? Let alone that there would be any entertainment value in watching it happen. So I mean, we went to some fairly large tracks. This was one of them, and bracket program typically doesn't draw too many people, but when you're at a drag strip of this size. There's 40 cars in a 100-acre pit area, and there's nobody in the stands. It's a little weird.
Oh, we've actually got a great turnout here today. This is beautiful. I don't know how many of these are hot rod heads that just follow the tour around, and how many are really true local grassroots St. Louis drag racing fans, but we got a fantastic turnout today.
There are an amazing amount
of announcer groupies, and that's not something I want to brag about, but I mean, there are literally, I don't know, 1 to 2 people out here. Wow. That come, they follow me. For a small, I only pay them a small stipend, but they do follow me around. Well, hey, just let me know what I need to do. I mean, I can always use another like or 2 on the Facebook page, absolutely. Okay, we'll be back on the racetrack in 1 minute, and 1 minute away from going back on the racetrack. We're always accepting applications.
Drag crew finishing up their work here, dragging the track, getting cleaned up, getting cleaned up, and ready for some more hard launching racing action here. Hot Rod Magazine Drag Week 2013 at Gateway Motorsports Park.
Yeah, it's cool. This event has always been about been a kind of a visiting different styles of tracks every week, and as the cars have gotten faster and faster, and it's been probably more on the safety side that we have moved to larger facilities like Gateway on a more consistent basis. But Bowling Green is one of those tracks. I don't know if you've ever been down there, but it's a gorgeous place. I call it like the Fenway Park of drag racing because it was built in the early 50s. It has covered grandstands and stuff. But it's like this duality because you have the old feel of it, but their racing surface is brand new. It's a 660-foot concrete pad with a back half that's asphalt. Nice, slip tech poured concrete walls. So you have the feel of an old-timey, drag strip in the middle of the woods, but a racing surface that'll hold on to 6-second race cars.
And those are the ones that you want to go out to and visit, and you want to take your car out there and have a little bit of fun. Because we're losing drag tracks, race tracks, period, in the racing community left and right anymore, and it's great to see an awesome facility like that, old school, sticking around, sticking it out, and hanging with the big boys.
Absolutely. Reminder, the ET Shack, you're going to pull off the end of the racetrack to the right. You're going to drive back up through the midway, almost all the way back to the timing tower. Drive up past the big RPM Hot Rods trailer, the Gear Vendors display, and you'll see the Pep Boys Speed Shop trailer. The time slip booth is right next to it. So the time slip booth is right next to the Pep Boys Speed Shop trailer, and it's on the starting line end of the racetrack. Don't be wandering around down there by the bleachers at the circle track. How many people does that thing seat, by the way?
It's on the top end of 70,000.
Wow, okay. Because I had guessed 750,000, but apparently my estimation skills are not what they used to be.
Well, the beauty of the Gateway Oval Track here is we have a completely open 2/3 of it, so there's a great view of the skyline as well, and then it's in the middle of the summer when you're here watching
Tom Bailey, this is a personal note for you. We've just done the starting line maintenance, and reports coming up from the starting line are you have a launch pad there. So if you're getting ready to make a run, step on the program, you got a great service to do it.
Absolutely, they hooked it up for you. Right back to the racing action here. Right back to the racing action in the Budweiser lane. Notchback Mustang put on a smoke show driving through in the AAA lane. That's a 1967 Chevelle.
Daily driver competitors to your cars, please. Daily driver competitors to your cars, please. Wheels up launch for the Chevelle. The Mustang going to run down the Budweiser lane. Budweiser goes down 995 with the 4140, 1114 with the 0120, far side of the racetrack. Daily driver competitors to your race cars, please. Daily driver competitors to your race car, please.
69 Nova SS in the Budweiser lane launching hard. And Nova SS in the AAA lane trying to play catch up to come down the top. And Chevelle's going to have the advantage of 1186 with a 6 and 116 miles per hour. The AAA lane's 1154 with a 6 and 121 miles per hour.
So the Mercury Cougar rolls up to the starting line here, the Budweiser side of the racetrack, kind of the Fox platform Cougar.
Kind of the ugly stepsister, as you would call it, of the Thunderbird.
Yes, exactly. They were kissing cousins.
But still very cool and very fast, apparently. Look at this one wants to come down the top end. He brings home a 922 with a 7 and 156 miles per hour in the Cougar.
You can see 9-second lap time coming up on the scoreboard. Great looking 55 Chevy coming back with the gasser AFX competitors. Got the straight axle in the front, got the lightning holes drilled in the bumper. You got lace paint on the roof, gold lettering on the quarter panels. It is a Zen situation happening there with the 55 Chevy.
That is an absolute throwback beauty, I'm telling you. Those are the things that we used to be able to come out and see out here at Gateway. When I was a kid, we used to see when the drag track ran the opposite direction. Come out and see these old 55 gassers out here, and he's having a hard launch off the line, gets down the mid track, comes down the top, and he runs a 1034 with a 7 and 127 miles per hour in that Tri-5 Chevy. At this time in the AAA lane, beautiful yellow Mustang up against that Firebird Trans Am in the Budweiser lane.
Rocket brand racing fuel is formulated from the finest blend stocks and strict quality control procedures to guarantee superior engine performance and run consistency, race after race. Need tech help regarding fuel? Stop by the Rocket brand booth located near the staging lane with your questions. Also, check out the special Rocket brand t-shirts. The exact date told us earlier in the week. If you run his gas this week, he will give you 2 free drums of race fuel if you win your class.
That's a nice little topper right there, I'll tell you what. We all know how expensive the racing fuel can be, especially when you come out here and you do it on a day-to-day. That's the beauty, another beauty to this series, is you don't just have the guys doing it from track to track to track. It's the maintenance, it's the cost of the fuel and the tires and every little thing and broken parts. Like, these guys are coming out putting out some serious money doing it.
Yeah, it is not a cheap enterprise. That is 100% sure. As the Buick goes down, 1291 with the 103. And here's just one of the coolest, but absolutely just strangest sons of guns you'll ever see as far as cars go.
Is that a Fiat?
It is a Triumph TR6 that has been stretched, and it is filled with a turbocharged Pontiac engine.
Oh, that is just cool. Look at the cage welded up in that thing.
It has gone in the 8s before. It has run low 9s this week. The guy is having transmission problems. He said second gear is starting to go away from it. But looks like it's running pretty good this time down the course. 119 at half track. And the TR6 goes through the traps. 930 with a 6, 150 miles an hour.
Second generation Charger in the AAA lane. Up against that 80s Camaro in the Budweiser lane. Beautiful to see these old Mopars brought out here.
One of the cool things in the tower here at Gateway is, of course, we have the closed circuit television, so we know if someone's escaping over the fence, we know that. But we also know that under the timing tower sits one Tom Bailey. If you're out in the pits and you want to see Tom Bailey make his second run, Get your Tookus moving towards the grandstands.
AAA lane down at the top end's 1176 with a 3 at 118 miles per hour.
And here comes Doug Garrison. We literally felt the floor just vibrate when Bailey lit that car off. Bailey going to try the left lane this time. And once again, guys and girls, Tom Bailey rolling into the water box. We saw Dave Ahokas come out, run again in the 680s, kind of throwing the ball right back in Tom Bailey's court. This is the great thing about when you have a two-car battle, especially in any class, especially unlimited, is all of a sudden it becomes, oh yeah, boom, and then you force the guy to answer what you just did. So right now, it has been Ahokas racing Bailey, and right now, Tom Bailey is having to race Dave Ahokas.
Oh, here they come running again. Look at the show that they're going to put on here in just a moment. In the meantime, though, we got that AMC Javelin in the AAA lane up against the Pontiac in the Budweiser lane. Doug Hart off the line.
Doug Garrison in the GTO. It's got a big block Chevy engine and a Jericho 4-speed in it, or a G-Force manual transmission in it. As Tony goes down 1074.9, 125. Garrison 1183 at 119. And here come the judge, baby. Tom Bailey completes his burnout, rolls to about 150 feet, and shifts around back into reverse.
Look at the draw that this car has. These people are coming running from the pit area to watch this car make its pass.
And Bailey has completed his burnout now and is headed back under the direction. Oh, he looks like he's going to go back into the water. Steve Morris going to put Bailey back into the water box. And complete that burnout again.
Engine builder knows what his car needs.
And they want to make sure that this is the run that gets them out of here. You know, they're not interested in showing up here to try to make 6 runs because, you know, the odds are the more runs you make, the more chance that failure is going to happen. So,
absolutely.
And you know, obviously Morris built the engine, has plenty of confidence in it, but why are you going to tempt fate by, you know, trying to run this thing 100 times a day? So Bailey comes back to the starting line. We told you the story before. One of the other stories about this car that was interesting was it was built several years ago under a lot of fanfare, not by Tom Bailey. It was built by another group of guys, and it was called Project 6 Seconds. And at the time, they said this was going to be the first car to ever go 6s on drag week, and had a big pro-charged engine in it, and it really never lived up to the expectations. So Bailey bought the thing, has switched the engine combination. But really what Bailey's done is kind of validated that at least the chassis end of the car is capable of doing everything they needed it to do.
Absolutely. He just put what it needed under the hood.
And Tom Bailey, folks, fully staged. The tree will come down. He'll sit there and spool the turbos. Can he run quicker than 680? We are about to find out. 119 the show. Oh, he had to lift again. It did the same thing it did last time. It's 60-footed. Almost identically to the thousands. Again, 119.8, and just at the top of first gear, I thought he was going to be able to drive through it. Just at the top of first gear, it shook the tires.
For a second there, it almost looked like the passenger door wanted to pop open on that thing when it jumped sideways.
Absolutely. That tire shake is violent stuff, so Bailey will be back again. So close. I mean, that thing was, ugh. You know, ideally you want to get that wheel speed up and get the tire to grow a little bit, get the car up on the tire and down the racetrack, and just balancing that fine line between doing that and shaking it, that's what they're playing with right now.
On the plus side, though, the fans get another opportunity to see an awesome run by that Camaro.
Absolutely. Well, there is a red Chevrolet parked behind the timing tower. Your alarm is going off. The license plate is MA7FN9. MA7FN9. It may have the automatic alarm shut off, which is your battery going dead, but we would prefer you did it before that. So red Chevy behind the tower, MA7FN9. Shut your alarm off.
It may be a good idea if you're parking behind the drag tower to not set your alarm. You can lock your doors, but don't set your alarm because these high horsepower machines, when they fire up around here, they're going to set something off.
Absolutely, yeah. A lot of vibrations. Especially a funnel this closed, or the tunnel-like tower here. These guys light these cars off, and all that noise heads right back out, and it's like a big bass drum. QA1 has the most complete line of adjustable shock absorbers, springs, rod ends, spherical bearings, and ball joints to meet and exceed all of your racing and performance needs at very economical prices. Price, availability, and selection are all yours with QA1. QA1 is the #1 supplier of rod ends and shocks for performance racing. Don't settle for second best. Visit QA1's display or check out our website at www.qa1.net and find out why it's #1 in racing suspension components.
Just about ready to head back to the drag racing action here. A little touch up in on the starting line. Got a beautiful AAR CUDA sitting in the water box in the AAA lane, firing it up. Getting ready to make his by-run down the track. Smoke show. That is a beautiful little piece of machinery right there. They usually run a small block in the AARs, or the AARs. They actually used to run those as road course cars back when they first came out, made famous by, I believe, Dan Gurney. These were all small block road course competition cars. But you see one out here drag racing today in the Hot Rod Drag Week 2013. Look at him, he stands straight up, launches hard off the line in that small block CUDA. Coming down the mid-track of the 8th mile. He runs an 8:52, bringing it down to the top end. He's going to have a quick little pass, and that plumb crazy runs a 13:32 with a 4, 101 miles per hour. Another by run at this time. Got the safety cone orange Camaro in the AAA lane. Parachute hanging off the back of that lets you know that it's going to be a fast little run. Eases it into the staging beams. Tree is lit. He spools it up, launches hard off the line, twists it sideways, grabs and straightens it out, comes down the top end. He is jacking that thing in the AAA lane, runs an 8:53 with a 2 at 176 miles per hour in that Camaro.
Awesome stuff for the Camaro, and that is again the guy that pulled it back into shape using a tree and a strap last night. 8:53 to 176.
Now that is ingenuity. You gotta love that.
So you see the Camaro of Todd Maschmeyer roll into the water box as driven by Travis Gilpin. We'll talk about that in a second. But how about the Roadrunner? Steel wheels. This is the ultimate. You know, back in the late 1960s, the Roadrunner was the ultimate stripper race car, street car, race car, street race deal. Get that thing with a 440 or a Hemi in it. If you own a Hemi Roadrunner now that's original, you have either a pile of money or incredibly good foresight to own that car since new.
At the top of the track, the Budweiser lane's 1165 with a 5 at 116 miles per hour. The AAA lane's 1184 with a 9, 113 miles per hour for that Roadrunner.
Car owner Todd Maschmeyer leaning into the passenger side, turning on the nitrous bottles as driver Travis Gilpin cleans the motor out. Maschmeyer and Gilpin had the most hellacious drag week of all time last year. They drove over some giant thing, a piece of debris in the road by a bridge. It tore the cross member out from under the car. They welded it together on the side of the road. They replaced the camshaft 2 or 3 times over the course of the week, and they finally gave up on Thursday. This year, they are dominating their class, running very hard, and they're just trying to get through the week with a car that is still alive.
Lessons in perseverance, folks. Hard off the line, wheel stand. Look at that. He's choking it out. Black coming down to the top end. The AAA lane, he brings home an 812 with a 7, 179 miles per hour.
Gilpin, that thing picked the tires up. It got so high up, I think unloaded the rear end or unloaded the rear tires or something. It smoked a little bit, set down, and he legged it out the back door. 812 with a 7, 179. But, yeah, it hit hard. 144 short time. That was probably on the rear wheels.
That was a beautiful pass right there. At this time, the 67 Camaro in the Budweiser lane. Check out the Sport Flame stripes on that car.
Yeah, with great custom paintwork lined up next to Carl Zink in that 1955 Chevy with the orange and black paint job.
That's one thing about these classic American rides out here, the individuality with each car.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, everybody is, there's no two things out here alike. It's just, these things are all a reflection of the owner's personality or the owner's kind of driving ambition. And Carl's 55 is gorgeous, 1238, 108, and the equally awesome Camaro goes 1369 with the 2 at 102 miles per hour.
Oh, look at the big body Ford pickup in the AAA lane right now. Going head-to-head against that G-body Pontiac in the Budweiser lane.
We're into a lot of our daily driver competitors now, and the way daily driver works, kind of interesting. we take the quickest 32 cars. At the end of the week, we look at the whole daily driver field, and we take the quickest 32 cars, and they run a bracket race. They dial in, and they run a handicap-style bracket race to figure out who wins the daily driver class. All of our other classes are determined on the quickest average lap time over the course of the week, but these guys, they got to race not heads up, they got to race head-to-head at the end of the week.
All right, so it's a basic daily driver bracket style thing.
Yep.
That is very cool.
Yeah. So really what we're looking at here is, you're going to see cars, they can only run as quick as 1080 in this class as well. If you run quicker than 1080, we automatically reclass you into a place where your car would fit. So it keeps things fairly tight. Coming into today, I believe the bump spot in the field was somewhere in like the 12.0s. It was like 12.06, 11.95, somewhere in that range. So very healthy stuff. I mean, there's no real slugs out here, you know what I mean? Everything's heading down the racetrack, and Friday should have a very entertaining conclusion for Daily Driver.
Couple of Chevys lined up head-to-head at this time. A beautiful little slicked out red and black one in the Budweiser lane, and a stock blue in the AAA lane.
Yeah, about the same era, too. I think they're both from the early 1990s as well as the body style goes, but the dude in the AAA insurance lane certainly has more happening under the hood. He goes 11.81 for 113, 13.34 with the 9 at 101 in the Budweiser lane.
Dandy little Corvette in the AAA lane. Look at that Ford Explorer in the Budweiser lane. How often do you see a grocery getter out drag racing, folks? This is something that the soccer moms got nothing on right here. They light the tree. Whole shot goes to the AAA lane, the Corvette. He's going to lead it coming down the mid-track. That Explorer's got it hammered hard. Bring it down the top in the AAA lane. 11.76 with an O at 116 miles per hour. The Budweiser lane's a 14.57 with a 3 at 94 miles per hour for the grocery getter.
All right, we got a racer in need. It's car 163D, a gray 92 Mustang, looking for a T&D rocker arm for a Ford with trick flow high port heads. The car is running on 7 cylinders. They'll run the thing on 7 cylinders if they can't find it. It's a 7-to-1 ratio rocker arm for a Ford motor with trick flow high port heads. Bring the rocker arm or come up here to the tower if you have one. I'll get you in touch with those guys. Car number 163D. We need a rocker arm.
At this time in the Budweiser lane, classic Ford going head-to-head against that Mustang convertible in the AAA lane. The Budweiser lane runs an 11.81 with a 5 at 115 miles per hour. The AAA lane's a 12.66 with a 3 at 108 miles per hour.
And so a great-looking fourth-generation Camaro lining up against Kirby Shore in the coupe over here in the Budweiser lane.
What is that the Kirby Shore's driving right there?
I haven't actually looked at the front of it. It looks, it's definitely an early 30s coupe. I think it's a Ford.
Honestly, as quick as that thing looks, I don't think there's too many people to see the front of it. At the top end of the track, the Budweiser lane, 11.98 with a 5 at 120 miles per hour. The AAA lane's at 12.99 with a 6 at 108 miles per hour. Dart GT at this time in the AAA lane up against that Firebird Trans Am in the Budweiser lane. Easing into the staging beams. They light the tree. Hard launch off the line of the AAA lane. Dart GT yanks the front wheels coming down the mid-track though. Budweiser lane takes the advantage coming down on the top end. The Budweiser lane's going to get it. 11.16 with a 4 at 123 miles per hour. The AAA lane, 11.72 with a 5 at 115 miles per hour.
Here comes Mike Crow in the Dart with a stick shift in it. Pickup truck lining up in the AAA lane. That's it. Yeah, the pickup truck is great, but Crow is going to wind this thing up and dump the clutch and roll through the gears. So I'm going to shut up and let you listen to the high winding small block in the front of that refrigerator white Dart in the Budweiser lane. Short shifting the thing now. I don't know if there's something wrong with it, but man, he usually winds that thing up like an 8-day clock going down the racetrack. But this is definitely a slow run for him. He goes 12.75, 108. Don't know if he was checking something out or what, but did not leave with a normal level of aggression, nor did he wind the motor as tight as he usually does.
The old Ford in the AAA lane runs an 11.57 with a 5 at 114 miles per hour. got the G-body station wagon in the AAA lane. Usually see a lot of those out here for our bracket series. Those are a great format to race on. And then the Aussie. That Holden's back in the Budweiser lane. Let's see what he can do this time around. They ease it forward. Ease that G-body wagon into the second staging beams. They light the tree.
And trouble for Mello. He's going to pull that thing out to the side. Didn't look like he was stealing.
Great heads-up move by that racer.
And the Holden, and they start feeding the power to it at the top end of the racetrack. Goes 13:04 and then goes 147 miles an hour. So they were very easy at the starting line, but you could hear that thing really start to make some steam at about the 8th mile. Goes through 13:04, which is a slow ET, but the mile an hour is big, 147.
Station wagon in the AAA lane with an issue. He's got it pulled over. We're going to see what the issue is there. Get the track clear. It's a great time. You got just a second to go grab you an ice cold Pepsi product, grab you a snack, grab you a hamburger, some of those toasted raviolis, triple loaded nachos, grab you a bite to eat. It's getting just about lunchtime, and I'm feeling a little hungry myself.
I think the reason I was just saying, man, my crow didn't run the car that hard. It's because it wasn't my crow. It was somebody else.
Well, that would explain it.
It's one of our daily driver competitors at a white Plymouth, and I'm blaming my lack of sleep on that malfunction. So my apologies to the driver of the Plymouth, and my apologies to the esteemed Mr. Crow somewhere down in the pits.
Absolutely. You just hashed on him saying, man, you're slow.
It's like, yeah, what's going on?
When you're talking, when you call a racer slow, that's a slap in the face.
Always with the negative vibes, Moriarty. Always the negative vibes.
All right, so the next event's coming up the rest of this week for Hot Rod Magazine Drag Week 2013 concludes this Friday.
Yes, concludes at Beach Bend Raceway at Bowling Green, Kentucky this Friday. The live streaming feed will be going on all week long. You can watch it on youtube.com/motortrend. And it's every run, every day is there. Then you can click on the replay to watch that when the day is over. And you know what? I know that the people just keep watching it for the commentary. I've heard that a million times. I don't watch the picture. I just listen to the tapestry that you guys are painting with words up there in the tower.
Tapestries.
It is tapestries.
With words.
You see how that works?
It just flows.
Doesn't it roll off the tongue?
It just rolls.
Happy little trees like Bob Ross.
Absolutely.
You ever announced with a guy named Marvin Noel before?
No, I have not.
Marvin's a guy. He's an interesting guy. He's an older guy, and we were talking about Marvin a little bit down at Beach Bend.
Hey, it's Freiberger from Hot Rod here, reminding you to go check out all the other coverage that we've got going on all around Drag Week 2013. You want to check out Hot Rod Mag on Facebook, on Instagram. You want to look for the hashtag Drag Week 2013. And of course, you're going to want to check out hotrod.com, where we've got photo galleries, results, and news all day long. Check it out.
Memphis International Raceway.
Just a reminder, folks, to clarify, do not bring your armoires or that little trinket you found in Granny's closet out. This is not that traveling roadshow.
This is not the one. We will not be appraising antiques. And the folks in the greater Memphis area have a great interest in antiques.
The only antiques we're interested in are classic American hot rods,
That's
folks.
it, man. You're right about that. So, yeah, tomorrow, Memphis Motorsports Park, if you want to bail on work for a second day, come on down and see us down in Memphis. I know.
Road trip.
I think we actually picked up a couple guys yesterday that were like, dude, we're just going to bail on work the rest of the week and drive this thing with you guys and see how it all plays out. So it is kind of an addiction. Once you get a little taste of it, you want to see how it all plays out. And right now it's a little bit of high theater going on there in Unlimited. And also a little bit of high theater because of who we haven't seen. We haven't seen Joe Barry make a run yet. We have not seen Jeff Lutz make a run yet. And we have not seen Dave Schroeder dropped out. There's several cars in Unlimited that we have not seen show up yet. So I don't know if they're in the pits and they haven't run, or if they haven't made the drive, or what's going on.
Right back to
Racing action here, Hot Rod Direct Week 2013, the AAA lane.
look at that Maverick down there. That's a beautiful blue Maverick going head to head against that Plymouth Satellite in the Budweiser lane.
So I have been told Jeff and oh yeah, that Mercury there, or the yellow Maverick, is bleeding out. Wow. And he did the right thing. He pulled over to the side. Thank you for doing that, because that would have been a disaster to clean up the whole way down the racetrack. Luckily, we just have a stretch of about 100 and so feet of it to do.
Looks,
Yeah, it's tough to tell from this angle.
the Budweiser lane, though, that Plymouth Satellite runs an 1138 with a 4 at 120 miles per hour. That's a quick little pass for that old Mopar.
We got a bleeder out there, so we're going to get a look at it. Good news is we have a nice Track Boss scrubbing machine sitting over there and all the equipment to handle this situation. And again, you know, when things happen at this end of the racetrack, they tend to be more contained. If that spill had happened when the car was going 100 some miles an hour, it fans across both lanes, and then we have a major disaster. This, it's about, what, 2-3 feet wide at the widest portion. We're going to get some grease lightning or white lightning grease sweep down on it, get it cleaned up, and we should not be down for very long at all.
That is a fantastic heads-up move by that racer to get up out of the groove as soon as he realized that something was wrong. Migration begins, heading back to the concession stand. Going back to check out all the cool hot rods back in the fairway back there in the parking lot. Everyone looks like they're going down to grab an ice cold frosty Budweiser on a late morning treat.
And even better news of this situation appears, because we're immediately attacking it with a mop, it may just be water, like straight water with no antifreeze in it. That would be the best possible scenario.
That is the ideal scenario right there. Water over antifreeze any day. You do not want antifreeze on a racing surface. It is impossible to clean up. It's like straight oil being laid down on the surface.
Torches and scrapers at that point, but we got a couple of guys with brooms swabbing the decks, or with mops rather swabbing the decks, so hopefully we'll be back at that quickly. And again, thank you to Gear Vendors Under and Overdrive for their long-standing support of Drag Week. Gear Vendors Under Overdrive, one of the great products in the hot rodding world. A auxiliary gearbox you can bolt on this overdrive to basically any transmission. I mean, these guys have adapters for everything. It's about the size of a coffee can, and it will completely change the complexion of your car. Most of the top-level Drag Week competitors are running Gear Vendors units, and that's why you see them headed down the highway at 75, 80 miles an hour, just like you read about. They click that thing into overdrive, and they are just rolling down the road. You can get one behind a Lenko, you can get one behind a Turbo 400, a Power Glide, whatever you want, they have an application for. Eddie Miller, I believe, I don't know if he still does, he used to actually use his on the racetrack. At full throttle, he would shift that thing into overdrive at full throttle at the top of the racetrack. These things have stood up for years behind couple thousand horsepower cars, and Rick Johnson basically said, hey, you can put a grenade inside this thing and it's going to survive. I mean, they are built strong, they are built right, and the cool thing about Gear Vendors is that that is the product they make. They have not watered down their production with a bunch of other stuff. They wake up in the morning and they look at that thing and they say, how do we make this just a little bit better? And, you know, it is the best, undeniably the best under overdrive you can buy in the market today.
Oh, and you look at Gear Vendors, they're a bunch of hot rod guys. They're a bunch of car guys that know specifically the application for what they make.
Yeah.
You take your classic, say a 1969 Nova, you had a 350 turbo in it, you get out there and you're whining it out, you got the smaller converter in there, you got the gears in the back, you're whining it out, just driving it around on a cruise night even.
Yeah.
Well, you put one of the Gear Vendors units in it, guess what? You've got a highway driver. Instantly, you have a highway driver.
Right, and a lot of it is about strength too, because you have a highway driver with, you know, traditionally a Turbo 350, a Turbo 400, a Power Glide. You can make those transmissions, I mean, stand up to almost anything. Unlike a lot of the modern overdrive transmissions, which really aren't there yet as far as strength, you get the best of both worlds. You can put your bomb-proof transmission, a bomb-proof overdrive in the thing, and you really have nothing to worry about. So it's an ideal format. This type of event is an ideal format for Gear Vendors to be involved in, because it really does showcase what their products are all about.
Because you will see them running from track to track, making passes down the track, and see the guys up under there and not having one issue with their gear vendors' equipment.
An interesting side note too, I have a friend at home who has a shop, and he does a ton of gear vendors installs on guys that have really old stuff. Like they have old Jeeps, they have old Packards, they have old Cadillacs. You walk into his shop, the guy had I forget what year Mercedes. It was an ancient Mercedes sedan he had in there that the guy wanted to drive, but the thing ran out of steam at like 55 miles an hour. Plug the gear vendors in it, the guy can take the thing down the highway 65 and be right as rain. So it's not just for the ultra high performance stuff. If you have an old classic car that was built before the days of rolling 75 with your arm out the window, it changes the whole way that deal works too.
It just makes your stuff more enjoyable to drive.
Yep. Also, the Pep Boys Speed Shop, Pep Boys Speed Shop guys have been fantastic. We have a great relationship with them. They're sponsoring the live feed this week. They have a trailer full of parts to help our racers with. And the Pep Boys Speed Shops are the largest. They're the largest chain of speed shops in the country. And here's something that's important for you to know about the Pep Boys Speed Shops. This is not an aisle in the store that, hey, it's the Pep Boys Speed Shop. Like these Pep Boys Speed Shops, there is a dedicated manager for the speed shop. And the dedicated manager for the speed shop is not a guy who just sat in a room for 20 minutes and figured out what an Elbrook carburetor was or what a Holley fuel injection setup was. He is a guy that is there because he's a racer, he's a counterman experienced dude, he's got, he's not some guy that just fell out of bed yesterday morning and decided he wanted to go from being an accountant to being a speed shop manager. The guys they have running these things are the guys that you walk in just like you could do before a lot of our local speed shops went away and ask questions and get advice. So that's a very important thing. It is a legit, real deal situation, and they stock a lot of parts. So.
That's a great commodity in our modern racing environment.
Yep, it is very cool. And, for a lot of places, I know we were talking about this off air a little bit, there's not the level or the, density of local speed shops anymore. It just doesn't exist,
Exactly. I mean, we used to have a few in the St. Louis area here, and as the sport declined, unfortunately, those shops went by the wayside, and that just makes things harder for the grassroots guy to get the parts that he needs. He either has to order them or make that special 2-hour trip to go get the part he needs, or wait 3 days for it to come in the mail.
Yeah, and what Pep Boys has recognized that, and they said, listen, we all talk about it like it sucks. You can't go down the road to the local speed shop anymore. Well, Pep Boys recognize this, and you got this company that has physical locations all over the country now that they have established that they can modify and add this deal, and it's really cool. I mean, I think it's over 100 locations now. They're expanding these things, and not to sound like too much of a honk, but I think it's a really cool deal that what they're doing, and the fact that they're doing it in a way that's very valid and not just like, again, it's not the chrome hubcap aisle. We're talking real stuff, real parts, and real people that understand what they're talking to you about.
Absolutely, and they're not going to not find the part that you're looking for. If you're looking for something, there's a real good chance they'll have it in store. If they don't, guess what? They'll have it in a day or two, and you can come right back there and pick it up. Or I'm sure that they also have some great deals on shipping to your home as well.
Comp Cams, of course, been a long-time sponsor of Drag Week, and Comp is a company known for making very high-quality products. Their valve train and camshaft products are used through all different forms of motorsports, through all different levels of hot rodding, and so it's great to have them aboard. Nitrous Oxide Systems is here, and one of the greatest things that Nitrous Oxide Systems does is that they provide free nitrous during the week to nitrous racers.
Really?
Yes, because again, we talk about that speed shop decline. There's not, we may pull into a place and there may not be a nitrous filling station for 50 miles, so they send enough nitrous and they send Monty Smith, who is a recognized authority on this stuff, and I'm not saying that because Monty's here. That's the facts, Jack. Monty is one of the best nitrous tuning guys, one of the best nitrous guys in the country.
Gas guy.
And so he's here as well, so not only can you get your bottle filled, you can also say, listen, Monty, here's what the car's doing. What do you think? Tune-up questions, stuff like that. He can be he is very helpful.
That is a fantastic resource that you have on this series as well.
QA1 suspension components, those guys have been, again, a long-time partner with us here in QA1, from coilover shocks to rod ends to, the funny thing about suspension companies is that they make this stuff that is really the stuff that gets just punished and used and abused the hardest on a car, and all of it is essentially invisible.
Down at the top end of the track, right back to the racing action. The AAA lanes, a 1277 with a 7, 109 miles per hour. The Budweiser lanes, a 1377 with an O, 102 miles per hour. At this time in the AAA lane, first generation Monte Carlo got a chute hanging off the back. Up against that Mopar Challenger in the Budweiser lane. That is a beautiful gold machine right there. Smoke show in the AAA lane. Mopar down at the top end in the Budweiser lane, gets a hard launch off the line. He carries that all the way down to a 1252 with an 8, 111 miles per hour. Monte Carlo an issue, nothing down, but apparently looks like he might have an electrical issue. They're going to get him straightened out and get the lane cleared, and we'll be right back to it again. Just another big shout out to the Pep Boys Speed Shop. These guys are racers out here down in the trenches doing it with you guys. And the packet they gave you, the phone numbers that they give you, the phone numbers are on all the time. These are these guys ready at a moment's notice. If they don't answer the phone right then, they're helping somebody, and they will get right back to you, because these are racers helping you get to the next event. These guys are out here getting it done.
And for some pure entertainment value, you got to go on Official Pep Boys Speed Shop. It's on Facebook, so go to Facebook, search Official Pep Boys Speed Shop, and that's the Facebook page for the dudes that are actually on this trip. And you'll see, like, caption this photo stuff. They're out. They were stuck in the traffic jam yesterday, wandering around a cornfield. They're just as soft as the rest of us. So Official Pep Boys Speed Shop on Facebook. They will be rewarded with some laughs tonight. Yeah, I'm talking to the guys. If they don't have some in the trailer, they will do their best to get it overnight shipped and the whole deal. They had a guy last night that they got hooked up with an alternator who picked it up, like they threw it over the fence at him from the warehouse, you know? So these guys are literally willing to do whatever it takes to get you the parts so you can fight through and finish the week. And go to Facebook/Official Pep Boys Speed Shop to follow their adventures. Because again, guys, they're driving the route. These guys are running that little Monza. They're not just sitting here under lunch here drinking lemonade. They're sweating and greasy and not sleeping like the rest of you.
Absolutely. It's like I said, it's racers helping racers, and they're out there in the trenches getting it done. Go check out the Facebook page. That's facebook.com/Official Pep Boys Speed Shop. Then make sure you put the official in there. Otherwise, you might find some crazy guy off in Nebraska doing something with his tractor.
You want the official Pep Boys Speed Shop on Facebook. Follow along, and we're about 2 hours away from shutting this thing down, depending on what our race director thinks. But we're about 2 hours away from 1 p.m. And at 1 p.m., this carriage turns into a pumpkin, and everybody's going to turn their time slips in, and we got to go. So we got basically 2 hours of racing left, and 2 hours of potential Pep Boys help happening here.
Make sure you stop by the tent over there. Say hi to Jeremy, Greg, or Dave. Make sure you say hi to them. You got any questions, any suggestions, stop by and talk to them. You need any swag, any t-shirts, they're the guys to talk to. You need any parts, they will hook you up and get you down the track again quickly.
A couple of daily drivers come up the starting line. 4-speed Chevelle rolling through the gears. The Nova spun the tires pretty hard in the AAA insurance lane. Budweiser side, the Chevelle going to get down there first, 12:05.5, 116, and the Nova goes 13:62.5 at 104.
Staging up this time, Fox Body Mustang in the Budweiser lane up against what looks to be a Chrysler. What kind of Mopar is that?
That is a
modern day
Dodge
Mopar.
Shadow, I believe. It's a Dodge Shadow with a turbocharged 4-cylinder engine in the front of it. This was when, Chrysler had that period they were working with Shelby and stuff. I don't know if Shelby had directly anything to do with these things, but guys hot rodding. Like, you ever see a turbo minivan from that era? They fly.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, you have to look at, if Shelby was involved in anything, his influence is far-reaching across the entire motorsports world, whether that be the Shelby GT500 KR all the way down to the little 2.2.
Yeah, absolutely. He had his hands in everything. And, Keith Turk came up here and brought up a good point we were going to mention. I think now is a good a time as any. Today is September 11th, of course, and we're over a decade removed from 2001. But, when you're here today and when you're, especially your races, you're making the drive through the back roads of this country to the next racetrack, definitely a day to reflect a little bit on where we're at and what we're able to do here. And, there's not another country in the world that has Drag Week, and there's not another country in the world that has the things that we do and the ability to do the things that we do. And so many people have sacrificed, and so many people have gone, so far above what us average normal mortal men do on a daily basis to maintain this level of freedom we have. So, today's a day. I mean, we not necessarily a day to celebrate, but a day to remember, and it is a very appropriate day for us to be here at Drag Week and to be doing the things that we love to do as Americans and as a free people. So
absolutely, it's a great day of appreciation for your first responders as well as your military. Make sure you tell a veteran, a police officer, a fireman, thank you for all that they do to keep us safe and to help us be able to enjoy the drag racing that we celebrate here in this fantastic country. At this time, look at that Dodge Omni with the slicks on the front of the AAA lane up against the Firebird in the Budweiser lane. I never thought I'd see an Omni keep a Firebird honest, but look at this one coming down to the top end. The Omni with the advantage in the AAA lane, 11.52 with an O at 119 miles per hour. The Budweiser lane's a 12.00 with a 1 at 111 miles per hour. That was just kind of cool to see right there. Now we got us a little, now that looks like a Dodge Shadow right there in the AAA lane up against that really tricked out Cougar in the Budweiser lane. They ease them into the staging beams. The Shadow is staged first. The tree is lit.
Oh, man. They got a tree coming up next. It's extended, literally extended frame, extended cab, extended sanity, home built. It was built at a mental institution in eastern New York. So this is a Chevy S10. Instead of the engine in the front, there's a 35-gallon fuel cell under the hood. In the bed is a twin turbocharged big block Chevrolet. And I asked the kid, when did you finish this thing the other day? He said, oh, we've had it for years. He goes, we've had a bunch of nitrous engines and stuff in it. Now we get this turbo set up. It has the turning radius of the Queen Mary, and he is on a run. This is the best we've seen that thing launch. And again, it looks like he's having trouble around 300 feet. That's been the kind of the story so far for the S10. He's able to launch the truck, but he was having ignition issues and maybe fuel delivery issues somewhere around that 300-foot mark, and he's rolling slowly, 15.49 at 63. He's got a new set of tires on there. He said he scarfed those up from the Pep Boys guys in the front end. It is a very unique truck, and I'm having some fun with it, but they've done a lot of stuff with it, and it's been around for a while, so more power to them.
Hey, that's their Tinker Toy, and you can't blame them for wanting to change things up. That's the beauty of hot rods, is you can take something, you can drive it for 10 years is one thing, switch it up over the winter, and guess what? Next spring you got something entirely brand new, ready to come out and kick some tail with.
That, and ultimately we build these cars for us, and so what you're looking at on the racetrack is the extension of somebody else's sweat, blood, and time and money. And so it's cool. When I build an extended frame, cab, rear engine, twin turbo, big block S10, not even if I took mescaline would I build it. But that guy did. And he did not take mescaline. He built that truck, and he is getting it sorted out. They've had it for years.
Maybe a couple of energy drinks along the way, but hey.
Yeah, there was ginseng involved probably, I guess. A little ginseng, a little vitamin B in there.
Probably a few adult libations. You never know. At this time in the AAA lane, 56 Chevy going up against 1970 Chevelle SS in the Budweiser lane.
Yeah, one of the cool we're talking about here, Gary Hart's pickup truck is sitting in the water box, and he'll be running next pair down as we come out to look at the racetrack. But something to note about Gary Hart's truck, it has a 302 cubic inch old school GMC inline Jimmy 6 engine with a 471 blower hook to it and a 4-barrel carburetor. But if that's not enough, he also has a coil pack style ignition That's electronic coil pack style ignition deal on it, and you know, it's not going to set any records. It's a, you know, it's a solid running truck, runs the 15-16 second zone. It's a great piece. It's making the trip. And one of the coolest things about Gary Hart is that we were at Lucas Oil Raceway yesterday, Indy Raceway Park, home of the U.S. Nationals. Guess who was at the very first U.S. Nationals as a kid with a paper sack lunch, and his mom dropped him off at the drag strip? The man standing behind his pickup truck over there, he said he went, watched a movie at the old drive-in across the street, and then spent the next 3 days at the drag strip at Indy, and he's smiling like a Cheshire cat down there. We could see you, Gary.
Oh, that's the beauty of racers and drag racers. They get into it. They'll get hooked as a kid of seeing a car that they think just looks really cool, and then they're in it for life. This is not something that you take. You might play a stick and ball sport, you know, until you get old and fat like us, and then you give it up, and then you'll sit back and watch football on Sunday. But these guys, once they start, they get that racing bug as kids. It lasts until the day they are in the dirt. It's a great time to head back to your seats. We're just about ready to get back to our racing action here. Got that Tri-5 in the AAA lane up against that Chevelle in the Budweiser lane. Rolling forward, getting them staged now. Chevelle's the first one to hit the staging beams. Fully staged. Now the Tri-5 eases forward. Tree is lit. Yanks the wheels in the Budweiser lane. They're just about heads up, coming down mid-track, and then the advantage goes to the Chevelle in the Budweiser lane. Gets down to the top end. He gets an 11.33 with a 3. 114 miles per hour. Mid-70s Chevy Nova in the Budweiser lane up against that beautiful old pickup truck in the AAA lane. The tree is lit. Hard off the line for the Nova. He gets the advantage. That truck might not be the fastest, but it is awful cool. Coming down the top in the Nova in the Budweiser lane. He runs an 11.11 with a 5 at 122 miles per hour. Old pickup truck in the AAA lanes, a 15.98 with a 4 at 87 miles per hour. It's not the fastest thing, but it's awful cool doing it. Fox Body Mustang in the Budweiser lane up against a new school Challenger in the AAA lane. Days into the staging beams, both drivers. The tree is lit. Cuda gets the advantage off the line. Mustang in the Budweiser gets it lined up. Advantage to the AAA lane, though, a 13.20 with a 2 at 107 miles per hour. The Budweiser lane runs in a 12.79 with a 3 at 117 miles per hour. First generation Chevy 2 Nova in the AAA lane up against the Eagle Talon in the Budweiser lane. Daily driver class, you never know what you see pulling into the staging light. Chevy 2 has the advantage in mid-track coming down the top, and I think he's going to hold on to it in the AAA lane. He runs an 11.52 with a 6 at 121 miles per hour. The Budweiser lane, a 12.96 with a 7 at 110 miles per hour.
See Todd Mashmeyer's car come from. We're just talking to Monty Smith from NOS, and he heard Mashmeyer's car fire up, and it was dust trails. I turned around, there was 2 dust trails and the door closing. Jackie Chan-esque move there. He just left the room. Nobody even saw him leave.
That was a little. He probably got a little necklace for his baby.
Monty, I am sure Monty hasn't held more than his fair share over the course of his career.
AAA lane at the top, an 11.98 with an O at 113 miles per hour. The Budweiser lane, Pickup truck eases it down to a 1692 with a 6 at 84 miles per hour.
So Todd Mashmeyer closes the door on the Camaro that he owns and Travis Gilpin drives. And Travis Gilpin has done a fine job driving this thing over the last several years. Mashmeyer going to lead Gilpin into the stage beams. Classic coupe in the Budweiser lane. Yeah, I believe it's a 40. Yeah, it's a good looking car over there. I believe it's a 40 Chevrolet though. I don't think it is a Ford. It has a cool looking kind of rounded grille in the front of it. So Travis Gilpin takes the tree. No major league field stand and a pedal it down there a couple hundred feet. 816, 177 miles an hour.
The old Chevy Coupe in the Budweiser lane runs a 14.26.0 and 95 miles per hour. All right, at this time, got that old school Ford Coupe with the drop top in the AAA lane. Like a classic lead sled Mercury. Or is that a Buick in the Budweiser lane? Big car gets up quick. Has a reaction time advantage becoming the top end. Little Roadster brings it home in the AAA lanes, 12.55 with a 9 and 110 miles per hour. The Budweiser lanes a 14.96 with an 8 and 90 miles per hour.
All right, so here's the procedure here for the rest of the day. At 11:30, we're going to stop dead in our tracks. We're going to take some time, scrape the starting line, do some prep work out there. That's going to happen at 11:30. We're going to take the starting line right down and clean that up. We're going to fire back up again at noontime, and then we're going to do basically a wide open free-for-all until 1:30 this afternoon. We're going to run till 1:30. That means your time slips have to be in at 2 o'clock at maximum, and the last car will stage at the tree at 1:30. That's how this is going to work. So at 11:30, which is approximately 24 minutes from now, we're going to stop things dead in their tracks, take a half hour to completely revamp the starting line, and then we're going to fire things up at noontime and run free-for-all until 1:30.
All right, attention in the pits, Daniel Ashlock. Daniel Ashlock, if you ordered a package, your package has arrived. It's up here in the staging lanes. We're assuming it's parts that you ordered. They have come in.
Spare underwear, man.
Absolutely, Daniel Ashlock, your package has arrived. It is up here in staging waiting for you. Make sure you come up and get it.
So we have we got a racer looking for a coil wire for an HEI style points, MSD style, an MSD points HEI distributor. Looking for that coil wire. That's the guys in the extended S10 Chevy truck. You can if you can't find that thing in the pits, well then you need your eyesight checked. The S10 Chevy truck guys looking for a coil wire for an points MSD HEI style ignition.
Couple of Buicks set to go head-to-head here. AAA lane. Mid-60s here against the early 70s in the Budweiser lane. Look at this. They're both running hard coming down the top end. I believe the Budweiser lane's going to get the advantage. 1087 with an 8 at 121 miles per hour. The AAA lane's a 1207 with a 2, 109 miles per hour. Look at the Grand National in the Budweiser lane. That is a beautiful piece of machinery right there. Early 60s Chevy in the AAA lane. Beautiful red and white paint scheme. Eased into the staging lights. The tree is lit. Off the line advantage goes to the AAA lane. Coming down the top in the AAA lane, the old school Chevy has the advantage. He runs a 14.59 with a 6 at 94 miles per hour. The Budweiser lane runs a 16.26 with a 6 at 94 miles per hour. Second generation Camaro in the AAA lane. Classic lines of that 70s Corvette. 123, 124 miles per hour. The AAA lane's 1189 with an O at 116 miles per hour. Couple new generation Camaros ready to go at it. Budweiser lane, he yanks it sideways, gets it back under control, straightens it out, heads it right down the track, coming down to the top end. The Budweiser lane runs a 1069 with a 6 at 128 miles per hour. The AAA lane, a 1257 with a 5 at 114 miles per hour. Another pair of classic Buicks lined up right now. GS in the AAA lane. Your standard issue Skylark in the Budweiser lane. Skylark yanks the front wheels, but the GS in the AAA lane puts it down, gets the whole shot coming down the top end. He's going to have the advantage in the AAA lane on 1100 with an 8, 123 miles per hour. The Budweiser lane's a 1291 with an O, 107 miles per hour.
The Monza comes down, the little Monza coupe with the white paint job, the orange racing stripes lined up next to the 4-speed Nova in the AAA lane. So the guy in the Nova, this dude fragged a bunch of stuff last year, but he's been in good shape so far now. Let's see, he's going to wind it up and tear a couple of big ball spots like in the left lane with a stick shift car. Monza heads down the Budweiser lane, 87 miles an hour, the 8th. The Monza going to get outrun by the Nova, 1176, 117. The Monza goes 1199, 4 at 110. Once again, folks, 15 minutes basically. We're going to be shutting this thing down. We're going to prep the starting line. We're going to scrape, drag, and glue, and then we'll start things up again at noontime. We got that well-used Turbo Trans Am. It began life as a Turbo Trans Am over there in the AAA insurance lane. Now packing the little 301 turbo motor and more 044 reaction time for the Pontiac. And the Pontiac looks like it's going to have enough sun to take on the Mustang here. The Mustang appears to be slowing at the top end. 1190 with a 5, 111 miles an hour. The Mustang goes 1243 with 103 at 103 miles an hour. The big Jeep SRT heads down the Budweiser lane. The Chevy pickup with the John Deere-esque paint job, green and white, and a 496-inch big block heads down the AAA insurance lane. And down the top end, the pickup goes 1258, 4105, and a 1224, 111 mile an hour shot for the Jeep.
Maverick in the AAA lane. Chevy short bed 4x4 in the Budweiser lane. Whole shot goes to the Budweiser lane. He's going to have the advantage and hold on to that coming down to the top end. The Budweiser lane runs 1168 with a 4, 114 miles per hour. The AAA lane's a 1269 with a 7, 112 miles per hour. AAA lane at this time, old school Caprice up against that early 80s Monte Carlo in the Budweiser lane. Caprice breaks and loose, a big heavy car, breaking him loose off the line, but he gets it back under control, pedals it, gets it going straight. And the Budweiser lane on the Monte Carlo is going to have the advantage of 1249 with a 7 at 108 miles per hour. The AAA lane's a 1349 with a 9 at 108 miles per hour.
Yeah, it's an important one of the things we're asking you to do here. Yeah, Tom Bailey's pulled into the water. Everyone turned and looked out the window, and I was like, concerned. So yeah, if you do drop out of competition or are dropping out of competition, it is important that you come up and report your number to us, so we take you off the list and we don't miss you. Basically, we don't fret that you have not made it or that you're broken down somewhere. So Tom Bailey has rolled through the water box. There's a black Cadillac CTS license plate MK448A, MK448A that needs to be moved immediately, like right now. Cadillac CTS MK448A, you need to move that thing immediately as Tom Bailey completes his burnout, and we will watch with bated breath to see if they can get this thing hooked up and trucking down the racetrack. They have made, this will be their third hit. It is the first time they have made more than one run at any of our tracks this week. And so far they have been close, but not able to get the thing through the top of low gear when those turbos are really spooling up and making the boost. So again, the tail of the tape here, the car has run hard to 60 feet and the problems have started from there. If they can get it past the cone that's just behind the Christmas tree or just past the Christmas tree, look out below because there could be a big number coming. Still striking the tires. He has to pedal at about the 330. He's all the way into it at 146 at the 8th. Goes 775, 193, 775, 193. And I think the intention there was just do the best they could to get it down the racetrack. 775, 193. And it will remain to be seen if they come back after we have done our prep session starting at 11:30.
First generation Cutlass in the Budweiser lane.
Yeah, the one funny thing about Drag Week is that the whole thing can turn on a dime. I mean, it looks like it's going one direction, and now we get Dave Ahokas walked out here and just marched down like he was going, you know, right down the center of the road down here this morning. And if they turn in their time slips, you know, Ahokas and Bailey ran virtually neck to neck within a tenth of a second of each other on the first day. If they turn in their time slips from today, that gap will start to close up. Ahokas was slower than Bailey yesterday, but now we have a situation where Bailey is slower than Ahokas today. So again, it takes so long to complete the event, but along the way, the twists and turns are very exciting.
Oh, it's an emotional roller coaster for the drivers as well because they're trying to figure out how they can get things hooked up to keep them more consistent, to get their best average time towards the end of the week, and how they can get the big money, the big check at the end of the week.
Absolutely. Yes.
Yeah, absolutely. The engine builders and the crew chiefs are definitely pulling their hair out right now.
So once again, folks, about 15 minutes, we're going to go on a half-hour break, kick things up again at noontime, and then we will run a free-for-all, wide-open time trial session until 1:30 p.m., the last half hour of which I will be absent for because I need to head to the local airport and get the hell out of town here at 1 p.m. It's good to be missed. Nobody at home wants me back, so I'm glad the people here like me.
That's why I have dogs. Track crew just giving it a once-over and make sure everything's straight, make sure that we have a clean track for these last few launches before we do the final track prep. Get everything tightened up so everybody, we can make the last run and get it done and everyone has a clean, safe pass.
Pickup truck runs down 12:23 for it, 110 miles an hour. Jeff Dugapolowski coming up in his Chevelle here in the Budweiser lane. Remember, folks, we want you to follow the Pep Boys Dudes on Facebook at Facebook/official Pep Boys Speed Shop. follow their adventures and or misadventures. They were taking photos up here. Those probably you just want to scroll quickly past those to avoid any emotional damage that you would see from looking at our faces. But the rest of the stuff, we can promise you, the rest of the stuff is good, but the emotionally distressing stuff comes from the photos up here in the timing tower.
Yeah, when they're photobombing in the parking lots, along the roads, completely on the road on the adventure with you racers out there doing it every day.
876, 156 for the Nova. The Chevelle goes 1147 with an 8 at 116. And here comes Brian Goldstone and Keith Harrison. Keith Harrison had to replace a coilover shock in the back of his nose-high 1955 Chevy Gasser. And Brian Goldstone was thrashing this morning to replace a fuel line on the ProCharge Chevelle.
Can you imagine these Gasser guys driving these down some of these roads that we got?
Oh, I'll tell you what. Back in the Old West, they used to, when you hit the guy over the back of the head with a pistol, it used to be called buffaloing them. Well, these guys are getting buffaloed by these cars every single day, I'll tell you.
No, that's right.
Absolutely.
No air conditioning, no creature comforts, and a straight axle under your steering wheel. Oh my goodness.
If you've ever driven a tractor, just think about doing it for 5 days straight, because that's about what the handling characteristics are like with a beam axle and leaf springs under this thing.
Yes, you can see Chevelle is breaking loose coming down the mid-track.
Brian Goldstone driving it like he hates it, goes 955, 165. Keith Harrison goes 1246, 112 in the Gasser, and you can see that ProCharger on that thing. That motor makes a ton of power. That is a steel car that has run in the 7s before.
Smoke Show Tri-5 in the AAA lane.
So Joe Barry had a situation this morning. He managed to get fuel in his ear, and you know you're having a bad week when you end up having to rewire the car on the side of the highway one night because it almost burns down, and then the next day you end up, or 2 days after that, you get fuel dumped in your ear. He actually sought some help from our medical folks here, which we of course rendered to him, and he is now just trying to get this car down the racetrack, if for nothing else, to say, you know what, screw you, I am doing this, and nothing is stopping me.
That is tenacity, folks.
So this is a big steel heavy car, and the big debate that's happening now in the world of Drag Week ranges from, in Unlimited anyway, it's like the lightweight or pro modi style cars versus a car like this that is certainly at a competitive disadvantage due to weight with all of its steel panels. But the reality is, for 9 years Unlimited has existed, and for 9 years there has been no rule that says you got to have a steel car. So it's just the way it's kind of shaken out, and it looks like we got a couple of guys with more radical combinations that haven't figured out, but guys like Joe Barry still in this thing. Barry, it's a twin turbocharged big block. The car has gone 7 flat at 200 before, not at Drag Week, but it has gone that fast. And so now is the time to see if Joe can pull one out of the hat here. So Joe didn't have that car fully staged yet before Neil Sabo launched off the starting line, so Joe is going to restage the 56 Chevy here. And Neil Sabo takes his Mercury down 1654 at 84 miles an hour as Barry, the creamsicle colored Tri-5 Chevy, going to inch it forward now and put himself back in the beams. So here comes Joe Barry in the 56 Chevy. Let's see if Joe can get a hold of the racetrack. A whole bunch of tire under this thing. Joe Barry looking pretty good through the 8th mile at 162. Joe Barry goes 7 flat. 7-11 with a 3-1-79, his best run he's ever made on Drag Week, I believe. 7-11 with a 3-1-79, and Joe Barry is climbing his way back into this thing.
I think he's going to want to squirt a little racing fuel in his ear next time a little more often.
It may have been a hassle, but it seems to have worked for him. 7-11 with the 3, only 179 miles an hour, so the mile an hour was way down, but the ET, he is going to be very happy with that in this heat. Wow, Joe Barry, a fantastic run for a team that has been working incredibly hard all week. Seeing a little reward from their struggle.
Rolling some coal right now in the AAA lane. That Chevy Silverado diesel can't hold up to the SS Trailblazer in the Budweiser lane. He runs a 12.05 with a 3 at 110 miles per hour. The diesel runs a 16.58 with a 3 at 88 miles per hour in the AAA lane.
This next weekend adventure in Tulsa, I'm doing a diesel drag race down there. That should be a cool experience.
Oh, we had ours unfortunately rained out this past Sunday here at Gateway Motorsports Park, but we're rescheduled, I believe, later this month. And that is an event that I'm definitely looking forward to. I'm a truck guy.
Oh, I love trucks, man. Absolutely. Yeah, it's cool. Now, do you guys get big trucks and stuff in, or mostly pickups? Or?
Oh, we have a full range of trucks. The ones that were here the other day, we had some beautiful big Freightliners and some KWs and some Peterbilts. But what we're running here, we run full class of everything from two-wheel drive Rangers all the way up to the insanely fast 12 turbo diesels and stuff.
Nice. 13.54 with a 7 in the AAA insurance lane, a 16.10 with a 6 Budweiser lane down the top end of the racetrack.
SS Nova in the AAA lane purging the nitrous as he pulls up to the line. Going up against that G6 Pontiac in the Budweiser lane.
So it is the Pontiac G8, little late model horsepower, guy riding around with the air conditioning on, one of the guys everywhere else in the pits shakes their fist at him. Better reaction time goes to the Nova. Better reaction time, red light start, but he's at least quicker to react to the starting line. The Nova goes 10.56.5, 126, and the Pontiac goes 11.55 with a 0 at 118 miles an hour for the sedan. Okay, we got our last couple of pair of cars headed down before we take a half-hour break and absolutely go to town on the starting line. We're going to drag it, we're going to scrape it, we're going to chop it right down to that, thin out that layer of rubber and get some stickum back. Then we'll kick things off again at noontime and go for a free-for-all, wide-open test session until 1:30 p.m.
Pontiac G8 in the AAA lane up against that first-generation Cutlass in the Budweiser lane. Tree is lit. Cutlass is hard off the line. Has reaction time advantage. Coming down mid-track, he's holding on to it. AAA lane G8 just does not have the horsepower that Cutlass does, and the Cutlass brings it home to the Budweiser lane, a 13.11 with an O at 105 miles per hour. The AAA lane's a 14.57 with an 8 at 99 miles per hour.
Great-looking Camaro here in the Budweiser lane, lined up next to the C5 Corvette over on the AAA insurance side of the racetrack. So we've seen both of these guys making a lot of laps all week. C5 Vet's a good runner, launches off. Both of these cars are running in our daily driver category, so they're trying to become part of the Quick 32 bracket race that will be happening on Friday at Beach Bend Raceway in Bowling Green, Kentucky. In trouble for the Camaros. He is pulling off to the right side. 11.83.5, 115 for the Corvette, and the Camaro slowly rolling, kind of in a pinball situation here. He rolled off to the right, and it's kind of rolling off to the left. Hopefully nothing too bad, and he can get it off one of our turnoffs down there at the top end. So Drag Week has been going since 2005. Every year it has grown in both spectator and fan interest and in participation. We have had years where there has been rain virtually every day, and instead of running the schedule, it diverted the schedule and gone to places where the rain wasn't going to happen. So it's very much a move-on-the-fly, fluid situation type deal. It's, sometimes you feel like you're a member of the Fagawi Indian tribe because you look around at the guy next to you and say, "Where's the Fagawi?" And he goes,
Hello, Plant City!
10.79 with an 8.120 in the Budweiser lane, the AAA insurance lane, 12.28 with a 3 at 108. Cool thing, you see people that have met each other at this race that have become, lifelong friends, and it's like a cliche thing to talk about, but really, and not even just people that just see each other here. I mean, there are people that have just their families have become very close because they've competed on this race. And I mean, you develop a bond with people when you're put in kind of a highly stressful situation. So friendships tend to get forged at places like this.
Oh, indeed they do. It's triumph over adversity, and you're working together to get something done because you're all working to get to the end of the tour. You're all working to get your best times, to put the competition on the track, and not to have the troubles with your cars, because each and every one of these racers out here love their vehicle. The same as you love your Prius.
Oh, come on, man. There's no swearing. You cannot swear on the broadcast. Profanity is not allowed.
Okay, the same as you love your Camaro, your Mustang, your Charger. These guys love their cars. And that mutual respect is just inherent in the racing community.
100% right. Except for the stupid guys with the Priuses.
Hey, I'll tell you what. We had a guy out here a few weeks back with a smart car that ran 10 seconds.
Did he have like a Hayabusa engine in it or something?
I don't know what he did, but
that's legit. I'm on board with that.
I had to ask him how much money he snookered people out of.
Yeah, that thing. I've seen guys put the Hayabusa motorcycle engines in them, or I've seen it on YouTube. I've seen it. Not like I'm building one, but. So yeah, that makes some sense, man, because those, like the Hayabusa motor, you can tune them up and make hundreds of horsepower, and that little tiny car like that, oh boy.
Yeah, it was funny because whenever he pulled into staging, I just kind of looked at him and stuff like that. I was like, yeah, okay, we'll have fun with it. And then he runs a 10-second pass, and I looked at George, the other announcer, I was like, did I just see what I thought I saw?
10.93.7, 122 in the Budweiser lane, 13.96.2, 101 on the AAA side of the racetrack. And so we got a few pairs of cars left coming under the tower. And then we're going to go on break time. We have kind of, I don't see, we shut off the stage. We have a couple of cars going through. We're going to stop, get this cleaned out, and then it is a half-hour break for track maintenance.
AAA lanes, 1126 with a 4 at 110 miles per hour. That big pickup truck in the Budweiser lane runs a 1704 with an O at 84 miles per hour.
It's interesting. You got a roadster like this guy has here in the Budweiser lane, and it's like you'd figure dropping that top, cruising around, would be like natural refrigerant. But like in a day like today, I think you're maybe almost better with a top up.
Oh, absolutely. Block that sun from beating down on your bald little dome like I've got. You need all the help you can get.
Smoking the rear tires in the coupe as the Camaro runs through. At 13.70 with a 6 at 97, the coupe, or rather the Roadster goes 13.80 with a 7 at 103. Well-worn Roadrunner over there in the AAA insurance lane. This car is cool because it's run in this condition for many years at Drag Week. I don't know, it's in like suspended animation because they got some bare metal spots in this thing that have not even surface rust on them. So I don't understand, and they don't have clear shot over them. So I don't know. It's like in a hermetically sealed chamber for most of the year or something.
A little bit of that extra grease just to protect it.
A little WD on there or something.
Absolutely. Hey, it does displace water, so that's what it's about.
Perfect.
Down at the top end of the track, the Budweiser lane's 1168 with a 5 at 114 miles per hour. The AAA lane, 1161 with a 9 at 120 miles per hour.
'57 Buick headed down the drag strip next to the third-gen Camaro. The Buick takes off. Reaction time for the Buick. There's the Camaro. Sprinting down the Budweiser side of the track at 94 miles an hour. The Camaro gets there first, 11.54, 121, and the Buick goes 15 flat at 91 miles an hour. And our last pair coming before our cleanup break is a doozy. 1969 Corvair in the AAA insurance lane and the Dodge D100 swept line gasser truck in the Budweiser lane. 413 with a tunnel ram on it. It is a very, very awesome piece. And you don't ask for a shifter, even though it's not carried like the style shifter.
See that body twist? Is that 413 big block comes up off the line, but the Corvair gets the advantage of 1074 with a 4 at 130 miles per hour. That big pickup truck runs a 1154 with a 7 at 115 miles per hour.
So now we're going on a half-hour break, and here's where I command you. That's right, I command you to stop by and grab yourself a Drag Week t-shirt. They are for sale. We have them in all different sizes, shapes, and colors over there. Go grab them at the Hot Rod. There's a giant toter home deal that Jenny and Michelle and the whole crew at Jeff are selling that stuff at. Get over there and get it handled. You can't buy these shirts on the internet. They don't sell the event like Drag Week shirts on hotrod.com or anything. You can only get them here. It's proof you were here and you saw this stuff, and they're really cool shirts.
Absolutely. While you're out there, stop over by the Pep Boys Speed Shop. Stop by, see the guys over there.
Hey, it's Freiberger from Hot Rod here, reminding you to go check out all the other coverage that we've got going on all around Drag Week 2013. You want to check out Hot Rod Mag on Facebook, on Instagram. You want to look for the hashtag Drag Week 2013. And of course, you're going to want to check out hotrod.com, where we've got photo galleries, results, and news all day long. Check it out.
It's Wednesday morning here at Gateway Motorsport Park, and so far the track has not been very forgiving to most everybody that's been on it, including Tom Bailey. What did you think so far on those? Well, you made 2 passes, or tried to anyway.
Yeah, we tried both lanes, the left and the right. Both of them we get out about 100 feet, start shaking the tires. So just not all there. We're going to take some power out, make sure we get a pass in so that we can move on.
Cool. It would be nice to see him maybe spray it or something so you didn't have to take the power out.
Yeah, that'd be nice. If I had one of those lightweight Pro Mod cars, that might help too. Get me out of the hole better.
Oh, you must be referring to Dave Ahokas, who went, what did he run, a 683, I think?
89, I think.
A 689. Yeah, he didn't seem to have any problems with that car. What is the weight difference between his car and your car?
You know, honestly, I don't know what his weighs. So.
His weighs 2,570 pounds with the meat in the seat.
Oh, I'm like 3,200 with the meat in the seat.
3,200? Okay, so the rumor is that's a carbon fiber body, is it, or is it glass?
Glass.
It's a glass body, okay.
Yep, yeah, it's got some carbon fiber parts, but like the interior is carbon fiber, but no, I want to make sure end of the week, roll the scales. That way everybody can see how much it weighs. So
that would be cool because we're all under the impression that it's not 3,200 pounds. It's way less than that, so that would be pretty cool.
So, oh, absolutely. That's, yeah. I think usually with me in it, it's like 3180, 3170. So,
all right, that's Tom Bailey. This is Drag Week, and we're hoping he gets to hook up and make a much better pass than you made, 30 minutes ago.
Yeah, I don't even know what it was.
I don't either. It was that bad.
I know the 60 foot. That's all I know.
All right. Mike Roy is leading Pro Street Power Adder coming into Gateway Motorsports Park. You got about 500ths of a second over Dave Henninger. You were just up there and it sounded like something snapped on the starting line. What do you think's going on?
I staged the car. They just had a big oil down, and we sat up there for a while. So we got up there and got tires hot, staged the car, got it up to boost. About 14 pounds of boost on the starting line, and the thing just neutraled like it was on ice. So right now, I did drive the car down the track, and I drove it back to the impound here. The car still drives, but I got a serious problem.
All right, well, hopefully you can get that fixed, get down to Memphis tomorrow, stay in the hunt. You're close, man. I mean, you lost last year by, what, 100th of a second or something?
400ths of a second. I had 400ths lead going into Saturday and 400ths behind when Saturday was over.
You're much closer right now, and I wish you luck.
Okay.
All right. The battle for modified power adder is heating up right now. I'm standing here with Todd Mashmeyer, owner of the 68 or 69 Camaro? 68 Camaro. That has failed to hook so far. A lot of people have failed to hook so far.
Racetrack's junk.
Racetrack's junk.
Yeah, let's just say it.
What would you rather see him do?
Prep it, like Indy or Beach Bend or probably even Memphis tomorrow would be great.
You know, you're not the only one that said that today.
Oh, I'm sure they said it. I'm sure Mike Roy said it. I'm sure Joe Barry's going to say it.
If they don't prep it, are you still going to go back up there?
Oh, yeah.
Swing for the fences.
You just got to get down.
Well, you're going to go back up there.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, cool. What are we hoping to lay down today?
At this place?
Yeah.
7 anything.
7 anything. That'll get it done. Modify the body of your car or truck enough, and sooner or later you're going to end up in our unlimited class, the fastest class we have at Drag Week. This is Nick Pluniak's 85 Chevy S10, and it's an extended cab with a mid-mounted big block Chevy under the hood, and look closely, twin turbos. We've yet to see a good pass out of this thing yet because it goes out about 300 or 400 feet and shuts off. Hopefully we'll get a word in with Nick here to find out what's going on. And I've had a hell of a good time watching this truck and you. What's going on, though? Because we've seen you make, I think, 3 passes, 1 a day. You get out about half track, and then is it shutting off, or are you lifting?
I lifted it a couple times back in Bowling Green and Indy. The ignition, we're having an ignition problem with it. We believe it's a coil wire. Had a coil wire melt on the header, and ended up taking that off and repairing it. Threw a spare one on, and somehow lost the fat 409 wire. So we're gonna have to redo that and try to find a spare one. A couple guys, a lot of good guys around here, brought us about 4 or 5 offers with coil wire. So we're gonna try one. Probably make one more hit today if we get a chance, and then probably head out to Memphis and hope for the best.
Well, you've got a lot of friends here that'll help out, so that shouldn't be a problem getting parts. And as you know, get to the end. That's really all that matters.
Racing street legal cars goes back to the very, very beginning of hot rodding. As a matter of fact, in 1949, the Santa Barbara Acceleration Association held what some people consider to be the very first sanctioned drag race. And the real draw was a showdown between 2 Los Angeles street racers, Tom Cobbs and Fran Hernandez. And Fran won because he was running nitromethane in his car. And that is just a snapshot example right there of how the street legal cars end up becoming just too radical to actually be street cars, and how throughout the years, various sanctioning bodies have tried to bring it back to have actual drag racing with at least the illusion of cars that are streetable. By the time of the very first NHRA drag race in 1953, there was already a class called stock. And it was for just that, a guy bringing out his mom's bone stock car. But pretty quickly, those cars got hopped up to the point where it was obvious there needed to be another class that was a little bit higher and faster, and that was known as gas. Those are the cars that are really popular today, known as gassers. And in the very beginning, it was a weight per cubic inch class, but the cars were ostensibly street legal. They had to carry headlights, turn signals, horns, things like that. But once again, as the years went on, those gassers became more and more radical, to the point in 1970 where many aficionados think that the gasser class was just ruined because the cars were essentially small flip-top funny cars. In the mid-60s, when the muscle cars were booming, the stock classes in NHRA and AHRA were really popular, and they quickly grew into super stock, but then expanded once again way beyond anything that was really like a true street car when Factory Experimental came out, and supercharged Factory Experimental, and wheelbases started becoming radically altered, and eventually the class turned into flip-top funny cars, which, by the way, were invented by Fran Hernandez, the same guy who won that first drag race in 1949. Another diversion out of the stock categories was Pro Stock, which was first contested by the NHRA at the February 1970 Winter Nationals. Now, those cars at the time really weren't streetable at all, but they still had the guise of a car that you could buy off the showroom floor. They had big tires, they were tubbed, they did big wheel stands, huge crowd favorite. But again, very quickly it got out of control. And by 1972, Grumpy Jenkins had introduced the first all-tube chassis Pro Stock car. Throughout the 70s and 80s, it became obvious that NHRA was really about professional drag racing. There was nothing street legal about it anymore, but the fans still had that craving of what's parked in my garage and can I go beat the other guy? And there was a huge street racing underground, especially around Chicago and Detroit, Indianapolis. And Hot Rod Magazine in 1992 spotted this trend going on and decided to launch an event that really became seminal in the whole street car racing world. It was called the Hot Rod Fastest Street Car Shootout, and it went down in Memphis, Tennessee in conjunction with the National Muscle Car Association. And at the time, nobody had seen anything like what we had going on there. Street legal cars that were blasting in the high 8-second range in the quarter mile. It was just unheard of. Max Carter in his Nova was the first winner of that competition. And that was a tube chassis car, but ostensibly street legal. The Fastest Street Car Shootout boomed into an entire industry. It just exploded with multiple sanctioning bodies. The NMCA and the Outlaw Street Car Association, a bunch of little organizations in the Midwest, and it turned into a speed parts industry that was huge as well. Fastest street car racing was here to stay, and they still do it with the National Muscle Car Association today. But as Hot Rod Magazine saw its own Fastest Street Car Shootout once again expand to the point where none of the cars that competed in it were streetable at all, we decided to reel it in again. And in 2004, Hot Rod came up with the Pump Gas Drags, again held in Memphis, Tennessee. This competition required the race cars to drive 30 miles from comp cams in Memphis all the way to the drag strip, and we made them run on Rocket brand 91 octane fuel. Each car would have to hot lap 3 consecutive passes, and the one with the lowest average ET would win. While the pump gas drags were a good step towards bringing streetability back to the street car racing world, we felt that it really wasn't enough. And that's when we came up with the final step in the evolution, Hot Rod Drag Week.
And so we are now live trackside. As we told you earlier, we're on about a half-hour break as the starting line crew here at Gateway International Raceway does some maintenance. They're going to go ahead and scrape. I saw you coming. The shadows. I have a lot of military training, so I'm not easy to be snuck up upon.
So we're filling time while they're making the track better, huh?
We are, and yeah. But anyway, well, another guy who's probably happy that this maintenance is going on is Tom Bailey. Now, we talked about this in the tower a little bit, and like the weird dichotomy of Drag Week is it is the longest slog of your life, and it just turns on a moment's notice, like we saw happen this morning. Dave Ahokas looked like he had, essentially couldn't find his ass with either hand or a flashlight yesterday.
Oh!
And then he shows up today, and right down Broadway goes 680.
Have you done the math on the averages, though? Do you know where they stand?
It hasn't closed it completely, but what it's done is it's brought it, if Bailey were to hand his time slip in now, I think it brought it from a gap of 6 or 8 tenths down to like 2 or 3.
Well, and then that takes Joe Barry and bumps him down again. Remember this morning he had moved up to the number 2 slot.
Yeah, well, Barry went 7-11 out here today.
Oh, did he?
Yes. So
I heard that was moments after having gotten gasoline in his ear. He was lying on the ground with the ambulance out here while they're draining the, Rocket brand racing fuel out of his ear.
Yeah, I don't know how that happened, but yeah, he got an earful of racing fuel. They had to like irrigate his ear, and then he got in the car and he goes, just probably out of sheer rage and spite, goes 7-11 at like 190 odd miles an hour. But in talking to the guys up there, the tower, and the guys on the starting line, we're dealing with extremely high track temperatures today, and one of the things that really complicates the track prep for any of the tracks we have on Drag Week is the multitude of tires we have out here.
Oh yeah,
you got guys.
That's a big problem.
Unlimited guys running big steamroller slicks, which are ideal. But then you got guys with stick shift radial cars and then just regular street radial tires that just tear that thing to shreds.
Well, and that's why we run the fast cars first and then the daily driver. But if they're not prepping the track like this between the final all-run session and daily driver, then yeah, those big tire cars are having trouble.
Yeah, and people may be sitting there going, well, they got down at Indy fine yesterday, but again, Indy, the day before we went there, Indy had a Top Fuel and Nitro Funny Car test session, which laid down the most perfect base that you could possibly ask for. These guys run a weekly program here. They've had a lot of rain recently, so, as far as the seasoning of the track, probably not ideal.
Well, talking about both the lousy humid weather, the heat, and the track conditions, 7-11 out of Barry.
Oh, huge.
I'd love to see a 99 out of that car.
100%. The guy has gutted his way out. He has fought so hard, and he is here, and he's showing himself capable of doing it. He's backing up those 17 numbers now, so now he can maybe be able to wick it up a little bit.
And, the other thing that I was saying actually to Finnegan just a few minutes ago is there's a lot of arguments about the track conditions thing. One of the things about Drag Weeks, every racer is dealing with the same thing, whether it's rain on the highway or traffic or track conditions or weather. Everybody's dealing with it.
If it's bad, it's bad for everybody. And Todd Maschmeyer, his goal this year was to have a 7-second average and make a 7-second lap at every course in the Camaro with Travis driving. And so they haven't been able to do that yet today. They've made 2 hits. The car has smoked the tires pretty hard both times. He's pedaled it to like low 18s or whatever. Not 18s, like 18.
18.
Yes,
right.
But Todd, he is among the more intense and high-strung dudes and high-strung dudes you'll ever see. So, Travis would get the car at about 300 feet, and you'd see it walk sideways, and he'd pedal it, and Travis would spin around, and there would be some just symphony of horrendous words came out of his mouth, and then it was
tapestry of profanity hanging over.
It was just artful, really. It was, but they're back, and they're gonna get it tuned up.
Speaking of MASH trying to run 7 every single day, our last hope for a 6 every day is Tom Bailey, if he can get down the track here later on today. He could still average in a 6, I think, but I don't know if that has quite the impact if you don't run the 6 every day.
I agree with you. Monty Smith is got to kind of get his nose in there a little bit with Steve Morris and Tom working on their tune-up. And
by the way, that hideous noise is they are dragging slicks down the track, putting some rubber down, so that's what you hear there.
It's epic fingers on a chalkboard. But so the second, did you see the second run they made? Were you up here when Bailey made the second lap?
No, I was not. I was in the pits.
So they were so infinitely close to having the perfect tune-up they could have had on this racetrack. The thing made it like about 330 feet. It had just gotten to the top of first gear, and I was waiting for him to pull second, and boom, it smoked the tires. And I went, oh, man.
So best 60-foot of the week.
Yeah.
Wow.
Twice. They ran the same 60-foot time twice. And what they had changed, according to in talking to Monty Smith, was they didn't mess with the initial, it wasn't the initial tenths of seconds they were tuning on. It was that another second and a half or so after that.
Right.
And what they did was they were working on the timing curve and then the wastegates to bring the boost in. And they kind of put a little wallow in it, so I said, well, what'd you do for this next run? He goes, we put a big wallow in it. Still wasn't enough.
Well, speaking of boost controller, I was talking this morning to George Gallimore. Do you know that one? It's the black 70 Monte Carlo
Great
that runs in the 18s. And he is in a big fight with Prospero in that 65 Nova wagon, who rent a 97 today, I think.
Yes.
And Gallimore didn't get it down the track because on the street last night, one of his fan belts came off, and he didn't realize that it whacked the boost controller line.
Oh.
And so he was going down the track. He said he had 36 pounds from the get-go. Yeah, and just trying to push all the pistons out of that junk, and there you go.
Wow.
So he's going to be back here in the next session trying to put down – I don't know if that 4,200-pound freaking Monte Carlo can go 97 or 797.
It's a whale. And, I mean, the Prospero's wagon is no spring chicken either, but that Monte Carlo is just a giant, we got a couple of them here. They're just giant cars. Obviously, we had the Mustang this morning got loose, and did you get to see the car? I mean, what was the scenario there?
I have not seen the car. That was that red 69 Mustang coupe, and I don't know what happened yet. Did we hear what happened to that car?
We caught it at the very top end of the racetrack. He caught the right hand and it came across the track, so it almost seemed like a rear end might have failed or
almost hitting
something.
Jingle in his 40 Ford, but he did not. He got out of the car okay. Here's the thing you might not know. They're in the pits fixing the car. They're going to hit the road. They're sticking with Drag Week.
Now, I said that I didn't qualify this by saying it was a fact, but I thought that was only the third crash we'd ever had on the track at this event. Wasn't there a guy that...
Well, does on the track count going into the sand traps?
No.
No?
Well,
remember, now I could be slightly wrong on my timing on this, but very first Drag Week, very first pass, I believe, was off the end of the track into the sand traps.
I actually, you know what? You're 100% right. And then shortly thereafter, Justin Burcham, the guy who had the Mustang guy, remember he went out and he grabbed second gear and blew a complete donut in the middle of the racetrack at like 300 feet, and all of us looked at each other and went, okay, what the hell's going on here?
And at Topeka, we had that guy in the Orange Fox coupe who smacked the wall, but, fortunately, I think that's about it.
Yeah, which is great, and that's, we're not trying to tempt fate here, but history's history. You kind of look at it for what it is. A couple of things that happened on the positive outcomes from negative situations this morning where anybody that's had a problem leakage-wise has immediately pulled out. I mean, I've never seen this happen. The amount
they get to the wall.
Yep, every single guy, so we can't say enough about that. These guys, especially there was a dude in a Maverick that just started like Niagara Fall barfing from the starting line, and he made it 75 feet, got it right off. It was mopped up and done in 5 minutes. That could have been hours of just drudgery watching them clean this thing up.
I am getting the high sign over here that we've got some video to roll. I guess it's Finnegan's been walking around doing the interviews in the pits, and he's got some more dirt directly from the racers where you can also get a chance to look at the cars and such. So let's go ahead and have a look at that right now, and then you and I will be back.
Sweet.
I'm here with Bob Larson, and I don't know really what to call this car because Bob built it at home out of parts of 20 or 30 other cars he has laying around in his yard. And last year, Bob, you blew up the rear end on day 1. We're now on day 3, and you're still running. So how are you feeling?
Well, yeah, we broke an axle last year and got that fixed. We're still going, but we've been fighting a electronic problem. Can't seem to find where it is, but we're at least still able to drive down the road. So we made it pass and going to keep going. Too bad we can't have it running like you want, but you know, we can figure that out some other time. So
there you go. The important part is getting to the end with your buddies and having a good time, right?
Keep going and try to fix it.
All right. Well, you got fun.
I don't know about more, but I enjoy it, except for yesterday, as you saw in the car, facing the computer the whole time, blogging and putting up content.
Yeah,
go look at it, hotrod.com, please.
It was a lot of dude and no.
Yeah, dude, no.
Yeah.
Working endlessly.
But yeah, check out the content on hotrod.com. Of course, you're watching the live feed. Spread the word on that in your forums and favorite places to hang out. Hot Rod, yeah.
That's a big deal for us, actually. And Pet Boy Speed Shop, who's hosting this, please spread the word. I know right now it's probably not as exciting talking to us as it is seeing 7-second cars going down the track, but they will be back, and I'm guessing 10 or 15 minutes.
Yep.
And so please spread it out there. And
well, the Pep Boys Speed Shop guys, real quick, they came up to the tower to talk to us, and I just kind of been telling people, it's a really cool thing. Keep your eyes peeled for these Pep Boys Speed Shops that are coming up. And they're like, like the dudes came up, they're like, we're running that little Monza, like we're doing this deal like everybody else, and we're helping guys on the road, and we can totally hook guys up with what's going on. I'm getting a note here. Mike Finnegan's in the pits, so we're gonna go to him for some racer stuff.
We're actually gonna do some pre-recorded video of Finnegan talking to guys in the pits.
Okay,
so
cool.
Let's check that out.
We're here with Dave Henninger, and you've made a pretty heroic comeback. Last night, you spin the thing on the interstate, put it in the center divider or guardrail, and then you come out today and run an 816 with a smashed front end. How's the car?
The car's fine. I mean, my pride's hurt a little bit. Obviously, the polish is a little messed up on the car, but this has been a great car. I've been racing this thing forever. I feel really comfortable and always when I drive. I was a little nervous maybe on that first pass that we didn't recognize something in the suspension, but literally, I'm here, man. Dakar to drag week. I'm going to do it.
2 more days to go. You're almost there, buddy.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. We had some problems yesterday. I think a distributor cap was bad. Obviously takes a little more toll on the drive than I was accustomed to. I put the spare on last night with some new plugs, checked all the plug wires. She's mean. I just couldn't get down that track. It just spun the whole way. I just decided to stay in it the whole way. Shook almost for about 500 feet there. So, but I needed an ET to at least keep up with him. I wasn't going to turn in that 850. On our first run, we were fast, but something happened to incrementals. It said I went 5 seconds in the 60-foot, and I did spin a little in the 60-foot, but I didn't go 5 seconds in the 60-foot, so I had to run 2 more to get at least a decent time.
And now you're heading to Memphis?
Heading to Memphis.
All right.
We're going to stop during the rain, though, I think, if it rains.
Well, good luck, and I hope to see you on Friday.
All right, Mike, take it easy.
Thanks.
So back here, trackside at Gateway International Raceway, you guys watched some footage there of Mike Finnegan in the pits, catching up with some of the racers, and the problems never end for these guys. And even when you're having a good day, it's the toughest day of your life at drag week. And Mike Finnegan knows that. I mean, no one forgets the night, especially him, the night he spent with Jeff Lutz. Like I say, he still has post-traumatic stress disorder from that evening in the 57
yeah, totally.
last year. So
that's good.
Yeah.
Let's bring Finnegan in because I have to go give the illusion of actual magazine work for a moment. So Finn, if you can just talk about some of the stuff you've been doing. He's been prowling the pits the whole time. So check it out.
Look how fast I am. I ran from over there all the way to here, just like that. That's why I'm sweating.
Well, okay, so first off, the dirtiest guy I've seen every single day is the dude with the pickup truck, the extended rear engine S10 deal. Is that thing powered by coal? Like, what's happening with that guy?
That's Nick Pluiak, and it's an extended cab tilt bed 85 Chevy S10.
Just like you would have built it yourself, right?
Right. I mean, when you and if you talk to him, when you have that much junk laying around your house, you just put a lot of stuff together and make it happen. And it has a mid-mounted, conventional-headed, no, it's a pro stock-headed big block Chevy with turbos. It's got old bow tie heads on it and making some steam, but half track he goes out every time it turns off, and he thinks he's figured out the problem.
Okay.
We'll see.
It would be cool because the thing charges off the starting line, and then like 330, 400, 500 feet is when he seems to be having the issue. So hopefully he can get that handled.
Yeah, in registration, I was genuinely worried for him because somebody started the rumor that it still had the 4-banger under the hood and the big block in the back, and I'm like, you can't do that. I think that's where he puts the luggage now.
We want you to be able to do that, but you can't do that.
It's genius. I want to see that happen. I don't think it's legal.
Well, I mean, you've built and tuned a lot of different engines. Just talk about racing and the conditions we've been in. I know you know nitrous pretty well, right? So what's it like trying to get a nitrous car set up to run in air like this?
I think we're all jaded here because we're so used to watching these guys show up every day and lay down really fast numbers like it's no big deal. But, I mean, you watch the swing, and I'm just going to shut up while that goes by because it's pretty loud.
It's nice.
But you watch the swing in barometric pressure and humidity from one track to the next, and it's a pretty wide tuning window, especially when, like a nitrous car, when you're running things pretty lean, you know.
Yeah.
Your plugs have got a light gray ring on there because you're charging, and then you go to the next track, you know, the next day, and if you don't have a handle on the weather, you're going to be burning stuff down, you know. So guys like Todd Mashmeyer really impressed the hell out of me to be able to do that, and same goes for the turbo guys. They're still competing against the track and the weather.
Yeah, and we talked to David in that last segment we had, and I said that second run that Bailey made, it was like they were so close to being able to walk it through that shake zone, and they just missed it, because I was like, oh, here it comes, and unfortunately not. One of the guys that has, for the last 2 days, has kind of got more of a handle on his stuff is Joe Barry. I know you've talked to him. What's the scene there in the Barry camp?
Yeah, I mean, and if you can hear me over this screeching weasel behind me, it's always gut-wrenching for me to watch Joe Barry run, because I love the guy. He's one of the nicest guys you'll ever meet, and that car just seems to shake the tires almost every time. And so on a day like today, when the track is not cooperating and everybody's struggling, to watch him go 7-11, I was ready to high-five that guy. So we've got footage right now of me talking to Joe Barry immediately after he got back to the pit from the quickest run he's ever made at Drag Week.
Awesome.
This is Joe Barry. That is a time slip with a 7-11 on it, and that is your quickest pass ever at Drag Week, right?
Yes, sir. It is.
You came in here in second place this morning. I don't know if you were aware of that.
I was.
With a 7:35 average. That's going to help a bunch. Are you going to hit the road now?
I'm going.
You're celebrating today.
Here. Yes, sir.
That is fantastic, man. What did it feel like? I mean, no tire shake this time? Nothing?
No, it shook. I pedaled in low. I don't think we had enough fuel in the car. That's why the mile an hour was so down. It was running out, and I was kind of just being careful, so hopefully I didn't hurt anything.
Wow, 7-11 running out of gas. Get the hell to a gas station, and we'll see you in Memphis.
Okay, thank you, Mike.
Thank you.
And we're back.
Live again.
Look at that. The transitions you're making back and forth to the pits are incredible. And keeping the composure.
Jogging shoes. The flip-flops, you couldn't do what I do.
No, and they're actually roasting right now. The heat is radiating directly through them. So, Barry's car is super cool, big steel 56 Chevy, but we got multiple Aussies here this week. We got John Ferroni was here last year with the Charger, but the dude, I can't remember the guy's name, but the dude with the 71 Toronto with the 2JZ, that thing is, it looks like they're starting to feed some power to it finally. What's the story?
Yeah, God, the Aussies are my personal heroes, because not only they drop about 20 grand to get their car here and back, and they get lost. Jake Edwards, the guy you're actually talking about, his car was actually lost for 2 weeks after he shipped it here. Could not find it. So they finally find the thing. They finally find the car. They get it here. It eats half the valves in that 2JZ engine. And he gets 24 new valves overnighted. They get them last night. They get them back in the head. No lapping, no machining. They're just in there. Some of them are loose, according to him. And his plan now is to some soft hits, get it down the track, make sure the tune is right, and he says he's going to let it eat on Friday. So I don't expect any big numbers out of him until we get back to this finish line.
Cool. The last pass he made, if I remember correctly, was like 11-some ET, but the mile an hour was over 150, and the car was, again, like a school bus off the starting line, and then it was literally like he had a hand crank on the throttle, because it was just very gradual, and by the 8th mile, it was full all in, and he pulled it right out the back door.
God,
so
that's impressive, because, it looked like he just was out for a Sunday stroll to half track, and then all hell broke loose,
And he did the first run he made, he did the giant burnout. I'm like, all right, these guys are just going to get after it. But the burnout may have been is this going to explode or not test. And okay, now we can start to step up the performance. But again, I'm just glad a guy like him, and I mean, he's here all the way from Australia, that he didn't just go, screw it, you know. But he stuck with it, which is very impressive.
Yeah, John Ferrone, same deal. He's got that Valiant Charger, and God, no one had more problems than he did last year. Car's on fire, trans is in and out of the car. I don't know how many times last year.
Yeah.
And he's got a brand new Rossler in it, and car's running fine, except he had to change out all his injectors again. And so he's on the same program. Get to the end, I'll turn it up on day 5.
Yeah, 4,185 pounds, he says that car weighs. I was talking to him yesterday. So I don't know where it's all hidden, but he said it was on the scale of Beachman, and that's what it read, 4,185.
Oh, my God.
Mike Roy's probably like, I guess that's pretty good, actually.
Yeah, God. I lost count of the number of trannies he's killed.
Yeah, I mean, and there you go. We see the guys that build the flyweight cars that are break, and then we see the guys that build the super heavy stuff that breaks, and we've seen everything, I guess, break at some point at this deal. So it's trying to strike the balance, and it almost seems like the guys with the lightweight stuff have more of a handle on it this year than they've ever had in the entire history of this event, with Hocus and Bailey being able to do what they've done so far.
Did you ever think you'd see two cars go that deep into the sixes in this kind of heat. I mean,
the most spectacular thing I had ever seen at a drag strip in 2005 was when Larry Larson on the last day of drag week switches pulleys, put some race gas in the thing, and he went 838 at 160. And we all stood there and just looked at each other and said, that's it, man. Performance envelope breach. Just, lick it up and seal it. It's over with. And then all of a sudden we're here, not even 10 years later, and we've taken seconds off the elapsed time. And the reality is, that the big debate has always been, not to kick up the internet hornet's nest, but it's the Andy Frost thing that always comes up. And it's like, Andy Frost last weekend went 640 at almost 250 over there in England. And we got guys here now running 630s and driving them 1,000 miles.
Well, I will give Andy Frost one thing. And I haven't read all his quotes or seen all his videos, but I'm pretty sure he makes the distinction of having the quickest street legal car in the world. I don't think he's ever said, I have the quickest street car in the world. And there's a difference. His car is licensed and insured, and yeah, you could drive it on the street. But from what I hear, it's got billet heads on it with no water jackets, so you're not driving it on the street.
And you're 100% right about how he is what his claim is, and it is an accurate claim. And at Larry Larson's shop last month when I talked to him about it, he said, he and Andy had met and they had talked to PRI and the whole thing, and he had said, Andy built a pro mod that's legal for the street. I built a fast street car. And that wasn't said in a pejorative way. It was basically said as to, if you're looking at what it is, that's what it is. It has billet heads on it.
Yeah, I mean, and to Andy's credit, I mean, a lot of this controversy is all stirred up by fans.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
It's not Andy and Larry that's starting any of this. It's just the people around them and on the internet.
Yep.
Need something to argue about.
100%.
Keeps it interesting.
Yeah.
We don't have fantasy drag racing here, but maybe we need to.
That could get very, very ugly. We don't need that happening.
Whole bunch of guys in a living room, shirts off, beers. I got Larson.
It's getting weird.
Oh, can you imagine that? It's a bad visual. Get that out of your heads.
Please.
Good luck.
Yes, wash your. Well, Joe Barry tried with racing fuel in his ear, and that didn't work. So.
Oh my God.
But and then the Barry thing. I mean, that's just another indication of literally like at any turn at this event, like something weird can happen to you. Like the amount of time these guys spent driving in the rain yesterday. We had one guy just completely loop his car and whack the nose. I mean, you saw it today. They tied the thing to a tree last night and used ratchet straps to fix the damn bodywork on it.
I was there when they did that.
Yeah.
That's Dave Henninger, and really cool guy, engineer at the GM race shop.
Okay.
And he's actually raced with Robbie Gordon over in Dakar.
Wow.
And really sharp engineer guy. And so to watch this guy hook ratchet straps to the front end of his personal car and tie it to a tree to fix it, I mean, doesn't get any better than that.
Drag week is the great equalizer,
You might as well
man.
be on roadkill.
Exactly. Was the hood strapped to the roof?
It wasn't even on the car.
Mike Cox had the hood strapped to it. I don't know if you saw that. He had to strap the hood to the roof of the Henry J the other day, and we pulled over, and he's like, if you say anything to Michael or David about this, I will kill you all.
You know how many guys I've seen with their hoods on their roofs this week? And it makes me think, like, subconsciously, did I see that at Drag Week before I stuck the roof in the back of David's Buick? I don't remember. It's a chicken or egg thing. I'm not going to take credit for that, but it is the ultimate, in cooling improvement.
I mean, you guys have gone on some awesome adventures doing that deal from Alaska to everywhere else, and even the first trip that was supposed to be Alaska and then became the Grand Canyon and Utah and then points unknown. Where does Drag Week rank on your road trip adventure level?
These guys are way more hardcore than Freiberger and I. I don't think he and I could ever build anything that would finish here. I'd like to try. I really don't want to be here with the mic. I'd much rather be there.
Wrenches.
And one day, probably after I get fired, I'm coming here, because there's no way I'm getting a vacation to do this. And it sounds like we're about to ready to go racing again.
And it looks like Todd Mashmeyer is first in line, so I believe we got race cars just about to come out from under the timing tower.
He'll be a happy man because, you know what, he's been most vocal about the car spinning and the track prep. Well, he's got a fresh track. Let's see what he can do.
Like I told David, I said after the second run, Todd turned on his heels and unleashed an artistic tapestry of profanity that I lip read from the tower, which is a sight line of about 80 feet. Anybody within a 50-foot radius, if they were a person of strong religious conviction, is probably in a confessional somewhere right now.
Is it hanging in space over Lake Michigan?
It is. Oh, man. Well, the adventure continues. It looks like, or it sounds like, we are going to have race cars soon. We have a starting line staff all loaded in. The starter with a switch in his hand. So I think it might be time to go back to looking at race cars.
Yeah, I'm tired of looking at us.
I am exceptionally tired of that. And if I am, I know the people there are horrendously tired of it. So back to racing we go here. Gateway International Raceway, Hot Rod Drag Week, day number 3.
but he straightens it out, gets it down to the top end of the track, and 8:53 with an O at 174 miles per hour. That was a wicked little pass right there, folks. In the Budweiser lane has the advantage off the line, coming down to the top end of the track. Budweiser lane gets that line 11:74 with an 8 at 116 miles per hour. The AAA lane 11:79 with a 1 114 miles per hour. Beautiful old coupe in the AAA lane up against that Chevy Camaro in the Budweiser lane. They ease it forwards into the staging lights. Coupe is the first one staged. Now the tree is lit. Both racers hard on the line. Coupe breaks loose, but he gets it back under control, gets it straightened out. But by that time, the Camaro has the advantage in the Budweiser lane down to the top end. The Budweiser lane's 11:27 with a 3, 94 miles per hour. The AAA lane's a 14:20 with an O at 96 miles per hour. Chevy S10 in the Budweiser lane, staged up against the RX-7 in the AAA lane. RX-7 hard off the line. Down the top end of the track, he runs a 9:73 with a 1, 140 miles per hour. The Budweiser lane's a 9:54 with an O at 144 miles per hour. New Gen Mustang in the AAA lane up against the old school Gasser in the Budweiser lane. Gasser breaks loose off the line, gets it straightened out, and takes it down to the top end. Look at that thing go. Russ Bucket gets it done. 11:03 with a 2 at 108 miles per hour. AAA lane's a 13:71 with an O at 97 miles per hour. Glass body Corvette in the Budweiser lane up against that 1966 Chevelle in the AAA lane. Corvette is the first one staged. Top end of the track, the Budweiser lane is 11:12 with a 2 at 125 miles per hour. The AAA lane, 11:45 with a 9 at 115 miles per hour.
And we talked about the Pep Boys Speed Shop. So here's like the director of the Pep Boys Speed Shop program on the East Coast, and he's driving the Monza down there. And it's a car he built with his guys. So this isn't some corporate deal. This is his car. And there is the great-looking 383 powered Roadrunner in the Budweiser lane, I should say. 1093-4120, and I might have an old time slip or piece of paper or something came off the Monza and the AAA insurance lane, but 1093-120 out of the Monza. That thing's been a hard charger all week. 1171-3-118 for the Roadrunner.
Yeah, that Monza, the Pep Boys Speed Shop put together, that is a pretty quick little machine right there.
Oh, absolutely, and like we talked about, I think those early Monzas are in my opinion, my taste only, but I like the early Monzas better than the old ones, and even the early Vegas too, because the early Vegas just looks like a mini Camaro.
Absolutely, yeah, you have more of a coupe body styled in that fastback, hatchback looking deal.
Absolutely, so the Monza's cool, and you don't see too many of them around. I think a lot of them, evaporated fairly quickly due to the high quality sheet metal used by all those companies in the 1970s. If you lived anywhere where there was water and if there was salt, you could literally watch it fall apart in front of your eyes.
Absolutely. On a quiet night, you can hear a Chevy run.
So we're back at it. The track crew worked hard in the starting line for our break there during our downtime, trying to make sure we get everything squared away. This is a wide open time trial till 1:30, folks. This is a wide open time trial until 1:30 this afternoon. That means you don't have to be in a specific class. It is a wide open time trial until 1:30 this afternoon. Head to the lanes, make your runs, and you'll be good to go.
Something else you get to see as you come out to these events is the late model performance cars like that Pontiac GTO G8 there in the Budweiser lane. These cars are built with performance in mind. It was the last gasping breath of the Pontiac division.
You bet.
You get to see those come out going head-to-head against the classic muscle of the Buick in the AAA lane.
You bet. The Buick, the nice body of the Buick at the heart of a Chevy in there, a Chevy motor and a 4-speed. And the Pontiac with the LS-style GM engine in it and the stick shift, obviously, as we're watching the guy come off the starting line and roll the gears. But yeah, you know, you have the late model stuff versus the classic stuff, and this time it'll be the classic stuff getting down there first. 12:39.9 108 as the Jito goes 13:82 with an 8 at 106 miles an hour.
AAA lane at this time, classic Ford Maverick up against that second generation Camaro in the Budweiser lane.
Staging lanes are open, folks. Staging lanes are open. I'm not seeing a ton of customers in there, but staging lanes are open. And they're open to everybody. It's an open time trial session. Staging lanes are open. 1092.7, 112 versus the Mavericks 1443 at 105. That car slowing. This is a little tunnel ram small block in that Maverick. It's kind of almost like a little mini old school pro stock car.
I'm digging on the old Datsun down here in the AAA lane right now.
Yeah,
Look,
that thing's
old
cool.
Datsun 210. That is just cool.
Neat little car. It is in that well-worn Camaro. Barn find-esque looking car in the Budweiser lane.
AAA lane, the Datsun gets it done. A 1279 with an O at 111 miles per hour. The Budweiser lane's a 1487 with a 5 at 94 miles per hour.
So one of our Monzas up here again. This is the coupe with the white paint job with the orange stripes. You see the roll bar painted orange as well to match the paint scheme on the machine. A Corvair, yeah. So the Corvair headed down there. The coupe outrunning the Camaro.
At least you didn't call it a Fury.
That could have been worse. The Corvair goes 1088 with a 7, 127 as the Camaro goes 1168 with a 0 at 100 miles an hour. That's, yeah, see, it was a, what is it, Corvair Monza Spider they used to call him or something like that?
That's what it is. The Monza package.
That was the one that had like the 110 horse engine instead of the 100 horse engine or something
Absolutely.
like that?
A little more aerodynamics with the carbon fiber cup holder.
There you go. So Keith Harrison, the nose-up stance of the 55 Chevy running against the Camaro. That Camaro being raced by a 16-year-old girl over there, and she helped build that car with her own 2 hands with her dad.
Wow. That's just very cool. I mean, then you got to think about the poor guys who just got beat by a girl.
Oh, yeah. Well, Keith Harrison got down there first, luckily for him, 11:45.5, 118. She runs 12:19 with a 4 at 113. Here comes Eric Yost. Yost rolling up into the staging lane, or the water box area now. That is a Fotina Camaro, so that is a wrap on that thing.
Really?
Yep.
Well, they fooled me because I was sitting here looking at it thinking barn find.
Had it wrapped up, looked like a junkyard dog out there. It has a turbocharged small block, and Yost looking to get those radials wet to complete his burnout with.
1967, the first year for Camaro. The beginning of a legacy, a drag racing legacy. And you will see evidence of that from this car up to the brand new ones out here running down the track with the LS packages in them.
You bet. Yeah, the Camaro's long been a staple at the racetrack, whether it was the, the first-gen cars that Grumpy Jenkins and others raced with such success, and then all the way through the 1970s. And you see Warren Johnson was a Chevy guy for a long time before he raced, he raced Oldsmobiles and all the stuff during the pro stock. But yeah, the Camaro has certainly been a part of the drag racing landscape, and even when it went on a brief hiatus there for, 8 years, it still, it wasn't like there was any shortage of Camaros at racetracks.
Smoke showing the AAA lane as he's setting it up, getting it staged, getting ready to roll forward into the beams. He's got to get it lined up, get it set up in the groove right now so he gets maximum traction off the line. Tree is lit. Camaro winds it up, launches it off the line. Look at that. He's got that turbo car hooked up. Coming down the mid lane, down the top end. Runs a 988 with a 7 at 99 miles per hour after he let out of it. Still a fantastic run for the old Camaro. AAA lane. Fox Body Mustang up against that Chevy 4x4 in the Budweiser lane. I'm a truck guy, and I love seeing these guys bring their pickup trucks out here and run them. It doesn't necessarily have to be a full race truck, but these guys get out here, put it hammered down, and drag it down the track.
This is a supercharged 427 LS motor of the truck and a 4-cylinder 4 motor of the turbo on it. Look at the wheel stand for Hubring, pedals are way past 60 feet. Wow.
Beautiful.
Right at the photographers, too. There are some good ones of that coming. He goes down 985, 113 miles an hour in the pickup with a blown LS motor. Goes 1248 with a 3 at 107.
That was impressive right there.
That was awesome.
All right, early 70s Gremlin in the AAA lane. Up against that low and lean Chevy short bed in the Budweiser lane. Short bed Chevy in the Budweiser lane. Hits it hard, pedals it down the track, brings home a 1249 with an O at 105 miles per hour. Gremlin has an issue and backs it out just in case before he has any problems down on the track racing surface. That is a heads-up move by that racer right there.
Absolutely. We've got a 1979 Honda Civic rolling up on the Budweiser side of the racetrack. And this car is interesting in the fact that it has a what is referred to as a JDM, so a Japanese domestic manufacturer engine that wasn't offered here. Turbocharged 4-cylinder version of a modern whatever it is, K20 Honda motor. So this thing goes really quick. It runs in the 12s. I think he actually got into the 11s so far this week, but it's still front-wheel drive in the works, and it is a minuscule car. You look at Rick Prospero's big Chevy 2 wagon over there, and then you look at the little Honda next to it. My goodness, it is quite a disparity.
Chevy 2 wagon hard off the line. Look at the power in that Honda, though, man. He's getting a little squirrely going down the mid-track.
Prospero goes 792 with a 6 at 184. That could be his best run of the week so far. 792, 6, 184 for Rick Prospero in the station wagon, and the little Honda goes down 1366 with an 8 at 109.
Not bad considering those had about an 18-second quarter mile off out of the factory.
If you push it off a bridge. Yeah, exactly.
Pushing it with a pickup truck. Cadillac in the AAA lane. This is luxury, pretty, and fast, folks, going up against that Chevy pickup truck in the Budweiser lane. Just about even off the line. The Chevy breaks it loose. Grabs it back up, puts a pedal to the floor, but he's a little bit out of it. Cadillac down at the top end. The AAA lane's 1179 with a 5 at 119 miles per hour. The Budweiser lane pickup truck, 1734 with a 1 at 81 miles per hour.
And Tom Bailey has come up again. This will be Bailey's third attempt to get the mighty Camaro down the drag strip. If you want to watch this car run, or if you missed it before, Tom Bailey is sitting just ahead of the water box, and he's going to light that thing up and do his burnout momentarily. Tom Bailey, currently your leader in the unlimited category. We have told the story a couple times, but he has made the 2 quickest runs in the history of Hot Rod Magazine Drag Week, going 672 with some change the other day, and then going 670 with a 9 at 213 miles an hour yesterday. They would like, I have a feeling they would like to go 6 seconds at every single racetrack and end with a 6-second average, something that no one has ever accomplished before. Larry Larson was the first man to go 6 seconds at drag week. He was also the first man to go 200 miles an hour at drag week. But no one has yet completed the week with a 6-second average, nor have they completed the week by going 6 seconds at every racetrack.
68 Camaro in the Budweiser lane. A little slow on his reaction time. Gets it straightened out. A little bit to the right down at the top end. He runs a 1383 with an O at 96 miles per hour.
So Bailey completes his burnout rolls as he typically does to about 150 feet down the racetrack. Yeah. There are people spread out in the pits, people in the grandstands, and you can see how quickly the pits are thinning out as racers are handing in their time slips and moseying on down the road.
We still got a fantastic crowd out here to watch this pass.
Oh, absolutely. And the funny thing is, as much as things slow down at the end of the days for us, that's the drama is heaviest then because there's a lot of desperation runs made. Guys that just are trying to do something, and they're watching everybody leave, and they're watching everybody go down the road, and they're just, that pressure is continually to crank up because the meter runs. Once we get to 130, that's it. Tom Bailey, ladies and gentlemen, has it wicked up, spooling the turbos. Very soft, and he's got it rolling, guys. Here he goes. Bailey 166 in the 8th mile, and Bailey 697 with a 7 at 212 miles per hour. 697, 7, 212. Steve Morris and Monty Smith share a handshake, and they're going to pack their bags and make a beeline from Memphis. 697, 7, 212 miles an hour, and he wipes a little bit of sweat off his brow as they head back there. Wow.
That was an incredible pass right there, folks.
That is something else. 1 hour to go. So a guy says he's going to try to take the hex off. I see his shoe polish there at the back of the Mustang. We talked about the Bobby Brady hex or whatever. He said I put the announcer hex on. All right, I guess it's time. I'll take it off here for once. I'll rescind the announcer hex.
Little salt over the shoulder, chuck a penny in the wishing well.
That's it. That mighty Monte Carlo roasting the tires. He's having a pedal in a time or two. Good launch for the Mustang. The driver rowing gears there in the Budweiser lane. And the guy in the Monte out of the gas now as he gets down there. Rolls through 11 at 96 miles an hour. 13, 10 with the 4 at 109 for the Mustang. Yep.
It would seem the curse has been lifted.
It would seem so.
Made a great pass.
So a good run for the Mustang. That may have been he ran a 13:11 yesterday. That strikes as a number that I remember. That maybe the quickest run of the week. Who knows? Really cool because of me. Just because, you know what? Because I lifted the hex off. Everything's cool. We're copacetic now. It's all good in the hood.
Absolutely. That's all that matters. Fast passes. At this time, the AAA lane, a 1966 Chevelle, up against that little Datsun 210. They call that a saloon. And the only reason I know that is I used to have a station wagon. AAA lane gets down the top end first, 1149 with an O, 115 miles per hour. The Budweiser lane, 1292 with a 6 at 109 miles per hour. '70 Chevelle SS in the AAA lane. Short bed Chevy in the Budweiser lane. Short bed eases it into the staging beams first. Tree is lit. Chevelle has to probably get out and get right back in. He straightens it out, takes it down the top end. Look at the pass here, folks. 890 with a 3 at 171 miles per hour for the Chevelle. Budweiser Lane's 1183 with a 2 at 112 miles per hour.
Looking good down there. Parachute out. Nice. Oh, Pep Boys Hot Rod Shop Monza. When Pep Boys Speed Shop Monza comes in, and Eddie Miller pulls into the water box. We had not seen Eddie Miller as of yet. Eddie, of course, in the naturally aspirated purple Duster down there in the AAA auto insurance lane. Eddie's car is naturally aspirated, and he is attempting to become the quickest naturally aspirated car in the history of the event. He has so far accomplished that goal. He just needs to finish the week. He's gone down. This is an 870s, 880s car. He ran 870, 869 or 871 yesterday. I can't remember. Either way, it has really been hauling. It'll be interesting to see how the weather conditions are going to affect that today. Lots of humidity, so we got lots of water grains in the air. And when what the water grains do is they displace. You know, the water grains are taking up volume in there, and the less, nice air volume you have, the less fuel you can burn, and the more lazy, in theory, the motor becomes. But I will promise you, there's nothing lazy about that car at all.
Absolutely not. Motors are just a big old exciting air pump. The more you get in, the more you get out, the faster you will go. But the more water you get into the mix, it slows you down, folks.
Exactly.
That is the downside to the humid air that we have here in St. Louis. But we're fortunate to have such a beautiful day for racing here.
The AAA insurance lane of the purple Duster, and here he goes, 870 with an 8 at 155 miles an hour. And Eddie Miller is a guy who has perfected the art of internet trash talking, but he's backing up his words. So the old deal of it ain't bragging if you can back it up. Eddie Miller's living by that vow right now.
Yeah, that smack just talked, buddy.
Yep, absolutely. 870, 155, going 127 in the 8th mile, and that was exactly what those guys were looking for.
Chevy S10, the AAA lane, 1972 Chevelle in the Budweiser lane. Classic competition orange with the black racing stripes. That's just a cool combination right there.
Yeah, great, very impactful, paint job. You look at it, totally grabs your eye. That silver S10, a nice clean truck as well. You see the down bars of the roll cage coming out the back of the cab.
Straight pass by both racers, coming down the top in the Budweiser lanes, a 1238 with a 3 at 110 miles per hour. The AAA lane, a 976 with a 7, 136 miles per hour.
Got that refrigerator white Oldsmobile Cutlass coming up in the Budweiser lane, lined up next to the good-looking Chevy Nova that is on nitrous. You see him purge it here in a second, probably, if he hasn't already, if I haven't already missed that part of the program. Staging lanes are open, and they are virtually bare, so if you want to get up here and make a run, now is the time. You can pretty much pull in the lanes right up to the starting line. We know a lot of you are hitting the road or have hit the road, and we know that there are some of you that still need that hero run to end the day. 10:16 with a 4, 130. 13:01 with a 2 at 104 for the Oldsmobile. Boy, that Tom Bailey run has some big significance because Dave Ahoko sort of significantly closed the gap if Bailey had not been able to make a run in the 6-second zone, because we did see Ahokas do just that. But Ahokas is not interested, I don't think, in getting in so much of a, you do this, I do that, back and forth slugfight. As much as he is, Ahokas is just looking to get a clean run and go, and let the cards fall where they're meant.
That's the best way to approach it. Do your best and let them worry about playing catch-up.
Right. A guy once told me, he said, you never get any better paying attention to what someone else is doing.
That's right.
So you pay attention to your own deal, you follow your own plan, and, if you get the better plan, you'll win. If not, you'll have had one of the best weeks of your life and one of the fastest street cars in the world.
And you'll learn for next year.
Exactly.
Because there is always next year. '66 Chevelle in the water box, this time in the Budweiser lane.
This is Jeff Dugapolowski, and Jeff is a Missourian, I believe.
Yeah, Jeff runs here at Gateway once in a while, I do believe.
Good bracket racer. Jeff, I believe, has won the daily driver category twice in drag week history. Maybe once, maybe twice. He's a great foot brake racer. So on Friday, if he's one of the quick guys, he should be part of the program.
Absolutely.
Part of the deep elimination situation is where he wants to find himself in. He goes 11:59. He's in. I mean, looking at where the bump spot's at, he's got 5/10 based on where the bump spot is. So his chances are looking really good. On the flip side, a car like his is just as apt to break as some wild unlimited car. You know what I mean? Like anything. It's just because you have a fairly basic or common combination doesn't mean you're not going to wipe out a camshaft one night, or your electric fuel pump's not going to starve the motor or melt the piston.
Well, the downside, that's the downside to this tour, is it tests the endurance and the durability of your parts, of your car, of you as the driver mechanic. It tests everything from beginning to end, from key to pedal to putting the rubber to the ground. That is the beauty of this series, is you have to adapt and overcome.
Yeah, you have no choice.
Absolutely.
Like I said yesterday to the people, I said, drag week is hot rodding's version of an untethered spacewalk. You're kind of out there in the nebulous deal, and you either get back to the ship or you don't.
So what you're saying is you're either superstar or you're Major Tom.
Yeah. And no one wants to be Major Tom.
Not really. Not even Major Tom.
Not even Major Tom wanted to be Major Tom. Well, here comes John Ferroni. Ferroni in the Budweiser lane. This is a 1969 Valiant Charger from Australia. Right-hand drive, 4,185 pounds worth. A twin-turbo engine as John completes his burnout. A little Dodge Colt rolls into the AAA insurance lane. George driving the Colt. George is like 80-something years old or 80 years old. I'm probably putting additional years on him, but he is a mature gentleman driving that thing, and he's been coming to drag week for years. He used to have a Model A, and now he's got the Colt. Makes a lot of laps and just has the time of his life all week long.
Hey, that just makes him experienced, my friend.
Absolutely.
Staging lanes are open.
Yes.
You want to make a pass, you want to make a run, put on a show for these fans that came out to see you. Head to the staging lanes at this time.
And I think those guys may have just annihilated the transmission or something. That thing got up on the two-step and just went absolutely nowhere. With the turbo cars, they start having the kind of gunfight situation there. What's happening is they got a controller in there that's pulling a ton of timing out. So you basically have combustion happening in the exhaust pipe to get the turbos to spool up fast. So that's, people are like, oh man, why does it make all that crazy noise? It's like because the timing is so far retarded for that couple of seconds, the combustion's basically happening in the exhaust pipe, and that force of that combustion is helping them to spool the turbos up to get them spun up and off the starting line. Well, I will tell you what, unfortunately for me, it is time to part company. I have to hit the road and head up to New Hampshire to call another race that starts tomorrow up that way. So I want to send a sincere appreciation to all the competitors. You guys are all the best. It's always the highlight of my year to hang out with everybody and meet some new faces and watch this action. I wish everybody the best of luck and continue with the fantastic camaraderie this event has shown me so many years, and you guys have shown each other. So happy trails. I look forward to a slew of text messages every time something cool happens. And have fun, guys. I will see you next year. And you're in very capable hands with Kevin here. He's going to take you home tonight. And then you got my buddy, a guy named Ron Ward, coming in to meet up with you at Memphis, to do Memphis and Bowling Green the last couple of days. So I'm jealous of all three of these sons of guns, but I got to go. Have a good week, guys.
Hey, thanks for being here. Thanks for being a part of all this, and thank you for helping me along the ride today. Mustang in the AAA lane gets a hard launch off the line. Come down to mid-track, he stays in and hard, straightens it out, gets it back in the groove. Runs a 12:37 with a 7 at 128 miles per hour. Attention racers, if you want to make a run, now's the time to do it. Bring it into the staging lanes. You want to make a run, now's the time to do it. Staging lanes are wide open. Here's that classic Dodge Colt again in the AAA lane. Dodge Colt with a fantastic reaction time in 0.18. Down at the top end, he runs a 12.83 with an O at 109 miles per hour. Waiting on racers to show up. You got a car, you want to make a run, you better get to the staging lanes, get her done up. You only got about 43 minutes till we drop the hammer on this edition of Hot Rod Magazine Drag Week 2013 at Gateway Motorsports Park. So if you want to make your run, you better get it fired up, get suited up, and let's go. All right, attention racers, we have the local media in the house. Fox 2 KTVI is here to do some filming. And they definitely like to see your hot rods going down the track. So if you want your hot rod on local television, bring them up to the staging lanes, get up here and let's get some racing done. Get your car on TV. Text your family and say, hey, go to fox2now.com and check that out because my car was on TV. But it won't be if you don't get down here and start racing right now, folks.
Missouri resident Paul Whalen has been at almost every drag week we've ever had, and this is year number 9, so that makes you an 8-time veteran here.
An 8-time veteran, yes, sir.
And you're in daily driver this year.
Yeah.
How quick's the car, and do you think you can make the 32-car field on Friday?
Best time was 11:95 at 131. So I didn't do very well just now. I ran a 12:95, so I need to step it up. I have a chance if I can get back in the 11s.
11 should do it. I mean, I think the cutoff last year to make the field was, I think, 12 flat. Something like
last
that?
year, no problem.
You did?
Then it rained out.
Cool. How's your reaction time? Because that'll matter on Friday.
It's not real good. It's not real good. About half second, so.
Well, you got 2 more days to work out the tree.
I'm not a great drag racer. I just come here for the fun of it.
That's what it's all about. All right, we'll see you on Friday.
Thanks, Mike.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
I'm ready to do some racing action. Once again, we got the local news crew here in the house doing some filming. Would love to see some of these fast Hot Rod Magazine drag week cars go down the track, get some footage, get something on local TV. Show people what you're doing. Share the love of drag racing. Bring your cars out and let's get some passes made down the trip. Nova hard off the lane, AAA lane. Look at that. He wheel hops a little bit. Lets out, gets back in, and straightens it out, takes it down to the top end. AAA lanes, 11:56 with a 5 at 114 miles per hour. Fantastic run for the Nova. Now we got the old school Dodge Colt. Once again in the AAA lane. Nice reaction time for the Dodge Colt, making numerous passes. The Budweiser lanes, a 1282 with a 7 to 108 miles per hour. New Gen Mustang in the AAA lane. Do not worry, my friend. That announcer's hex has been lifted. Mustang ramping it out, stretching through the gears, coming down to the top end of the AAA lane. A 1302 with a 5 at 109 miles per hour. Mustang in the Budweiser lane. Little slow on reaction, but he's jamming those gears, pedal to the floor, straightening it out. Down the middle of the groove in the Budweiser lane. Top end, he takes a 1295 with a 9 and 125 miles per hour. Here is that insane Camaro in the water box doing a burnout. Let's see what kind of pass they can make this time, folks. They've been running crazy times all day. The owner reaches in, cranks up the nitrous. Closes the passenger door, gets him lined up in the groove where he's going to get his best traction, best reaction, and best start. Ease it forward into the staging beams. Tree is lit. Hard hitting, he lets out the pedals. He's right back in it again. Gets it straightened out, going down to the top end. Down in the middle of the track. That is a great run. The AAA lane. 822 with a 2 at 175 miles per hour. What a fantastic run for that Camaro. It's a great day for drag racing here at Gateway Motorsports Park. I see George Sells and the Fox 2 News crew down there getting some fantastic footage. Out here helping us celebrate the drag racing lifestyle that we all love. Once again, the staging lanes are open. You want to run? Come down and make a pass. Fox 2 News is here to get some video footage of your car making its fast pass down the track. How cool is that? I see Mark down there got his camera in hand, ready to take some really killer high action shots.
We're in Jake Edwards' pit, driver of the 71 Holden Tirana, all the way from Oz. And we've watched him struggle the last 3 days. We knew the car was wounded. The 2JZ motor needed a fresh set of valves, which they did get installed last night. But it looks like right now, after making 2 attempts at getting down the track, Jake is putting the street tires on the car, probably going to hang it up and head for Memphis because, as usual, get to the end. Do whatever you got to do to get to the finish line. That's what Drag Week's all about.
Be a great time to stop down by the Pep Boys Speed Shop trailer down there, talk to Jeremy and the boys, ask them any questions you might have. They'll help you find the parts that you need to get done what you're trying to do with your hot rod. Let them tell you about all the fantastic things that they've got going on at Pep Boys Speed Shops, all their many locations, and let them tell you what they can do for you to help you make your car go faster. New Gen Mustang in the AAA lane gets a great reaction time in 093. Coming down the top end, what kind of pass is he going to make? He runs a 1339 with an O at 110 miles per hour.
You'll probably notice a lot of stickers on our Drag Week entries here, and most of them are for speed parts or sponsors. If you look at Bob Perrine's 56 Chevy, you'll notice there's a lot of numbers and dates on here because he's been a part of both Hot Rod Power Tour and Drag Week for nearly a decade. He's retired, and he spends more time in his Chevy than anybody I know. Anywhere I go in the country, I can probably run into Bob, and he'll probably be angry about something.
Racers here at Gateway Motorsports Park, 1966 Chevelle, ready to make a pass in the Budweiser lane. Great reaction time in the Budweiser lane, an 046. 93 miles an hour at mid-track coming down the top end. What's he going to pull? And the Budweiser lane's an 1149 with a 6 at 115 miles per hour. Great pass for the Chevelle.
Hey, it's Freiberger from Hot Rod here, reminding you to go check out all the other coverage that we've got going on all around Drag Week 2013. You want to check out Hot Rod Mag on Facebook, on Instagram. You want to look for the hashtag Drag Week 2013. And of course, you're going to want to check out hotrod.com, where we've got photo galleries, results, and news all day long. Check it out.
I'm here with Bob Larson, and I don't know really what to call this car because Bob built it at home out of parts of 20 or 30 other cars he has laying around in his yard. And last year, Bob, you blew up the rear end on day one. We're now on day 3, and you're still running. So how are you feeling?
Well, yeah, we broke an axle last year and got that fixed. We're still going, but we've been fighting a electronic problem. Can't seem to find where it is. But we're at least still able to drive down the road, so we made it pass and going to keep going. Too bad we can't have it running like you want, but you know, we can figure that out some other time. So
there you go. The important part is getting to the end with your buddies and having a good time, right?
We'll just keep rolling and try to fix it.
All right, we'll let you go. Have fun.
Once again, racers, if you want to make a pass, now's the time to do it. Bring your car in the staging lanes and make you a fast pass. One of the last opportunities you're going to have to make a fast pass and put on a show here for the fans here at Gateway Motorsports Park. Hot Rod Magazine Drag Week 2013. It's that Dodge Colt looking to make another pass here in the Budweiser lane. Got it staged up. '72 Nova SS in the AAA lane in the water box. Put on a nice little smoke show. He's purging the nitrous system. That's what the gas is you see blowing out from the base of the windshield. He's purging his nitrous. He's forward into the staging lights. See what kind of fast pass he can make in this Nova. Attention racers, we have a racer in need. Looking for a center section for a Strange Ultra. Looking for a center section for a Strange Ultra. If you or anyone you know has the parts, Joe Ferroni is looking for that center section for the Strange Ultra. If you have that part, hit up Joe Ferroni. He needs that center section for the Strange Ultra. Thank you, racers, for everyone pulling together and making this entire thing a success. Well, they have to be a 40 spline for Mr. Ferroni. He needs a 40 spline center section for a Strange Ultra. If you have that, please hit up Mr. Ferroni. He needs it desperately. 72 Chevelle in the Budweiser lane, hard off the line. Great reaction time. Runs it straight down the middle of the groove, coming down to the top end. Runs a 12.27 with a 7 at 110 miles per hour. Now you got a AAA lane, 68 Camaro against a new Gin Mustang in the Budweiser lane. AAA lane gets the light there, 12.17 with a 5 at 112 miles per hour. The Budweiser lane's a 13.14 with a 5. There's that LS-based Chevy pickup truck in the Budweiser lane. Coming down the top in the Budweiser lane, runs a 17.66 with a 6, 80 miles per hour. '67 Camaro in the AAA lane trying to get it spooled up. Really slow off the line. He doesn't get it anywhere he needs to until he gets out to the 330 mark, and then he hammers it, cuts it loose, and almost turns it sideways. Up at the top end of the track, though, he has a pretty weak 15.12 with a 9 and 75 miles per hour. You know that he did not get the pass that he wanted out of that one, folks. New Gen Mustang in the Budweiser lane. Scratch in second, scratch in third. New generation Mustang getting it down the track. I do believe he broke the announcer's curse today. He got a 1325 with an 8 at 109 miles per hour in the Mustang. Attention in the pits. Attention racers. You want to make a pass? Find your way to the staging lane. Staging lanes are open. 20-minute call, 20-minute call. We will be shutting it down at 1:30 on the dot. If you're on the line, you will be the last run at 1:30. Ooh, listen to the turbo whine in that Chevelle SS there. AAA lane. Up against that Dodge Colt in the Budweiser lane. Colt's already staged, ready to go, just awaiting. Chevelle Turbo yanks the front wheels off the line. A little bit out of the groove. He gets it right back in it. Takes it down to the top end in the AAA lane. He runs a 991 with a 3 at 99 miles an hour after letting out of it. The Budweiser lane runs a 1287 with a 6 at 108 miles per hour.
I'm here with Bob Larson, and I don't know really what to
Rolling into the water box this time in the AAA lane, Cadillac CTS-V. There's that Mustang in the Budweiser lane making another pass. This is what it's all about, folks, getting your car out here and making passes and running. Driving that thing like it was meant to be driven, getting out here and drag racing. CTS-V up against a Blue Oval Coyote-powered machine here. Nearly identical reaction times off the line. The Coyote's getting a little sideways in the Mustang. Gives the CTS-V a chance to take the advantage, come down to the top end in the AAA lane. CTS-V 1187 with an 8, 118 miles per hour. The Budweiser lane 1294 with an 0 at 109 miles per hour. First generation Monte Carlo rolling into the water box at this time. Just about 15 minutes left, folks. You want to make a pass, you better get it lined up, get it suited up, and get her up here. All right, last run's coming up in just about 15 minutes. Last run will be the run sitting at the tree at 1:30. If you're in the water box, you are SOL. Time slips must be turned in by 2 o'clock. Once again, all of your time slips must be turned in to race control by 2 o'clock. Wheels standing, Monte Carlo in the AAA lane. Look at that. He has that thing hooked up straight down the middle of the groove, down at the top end. 810 with a 2, 175 miles per hour. How cool was that, folks? Late day pass that quick. I'll tell you what, the guy in this little Dodge Colt, he must get the Hard Charger Award today because the guy has made more passes than just about anybody out here. That is a determined racer right there, ready to get out, put as many passes in as he can to get his best average for the week. Up at the big end of the Budweiser lane, a little Dodge Colt runs a 1270 with a 3 of 110 miles per hour. I'll tell you what, that guy is just about as consistent as they come. He's been running 1270s all day. There's a refrigerator white Cutlass in the Budweiser lane, first generation, up against that new generation Coyote Mustang in the AAA lane. Great reaction time in the Budweiser lane. The Cutlass getting it done. Coming down to the top end, what's he going to pull? Oh, he lets out of it, it looks like. Ooh, a 1350 with a 6 at 98 miles per hour. The Coyote Mustang runs a 1360 with a 2, 108 miles per hour. Steel Wheel Nova in the AAA lane, getting ready to make a pass. He's going to ease it into the staging beams. Tree is lit. Wheel hopping off the line, lets out, gets right back in, straight down the middle of the groove. Coming down the top end of the AAA lane, Nova. 1177 with a 1 and 105 miles per hour flat. That was a great pass right there. Fantastic reaction time as well. '72 Chevelle in the Budweiser lane, pulling into the staging beams. Chevelle pulls those front wheels, comes a little to the right, gets it straightened out. Coming down the mid-track, he's having a great pass. Look at that. Dragging the brake just a touch, coming down on the top end. He runs a 1206 with an O, 112 miles per hour. All right, racers, just about 10 minutes left. Just about 10 minutes left on this time limit. Want to make any passes? It's your chance, your last opportunity at 1:30. Whatever's lined up on the line, that will be the last pass of the day. And remember, your time slips must be turned in by 2 p.m. Here's that hard charging Dodge Colt. The AAA lane making another pass. Up at the big in the AAA lanes, a 1271 with a 3 at 111 miles per hour. I'll tell you what, he has been just on it consistent all day, running 1270s. The Budweiser lane, see a Coyote Mustang making another pass. Great reaction time off the line. A little bit out of the groove, he gets it straightened up right back in it. Coming down the top end, the Budweiser lane's a 1304 with a 3 at 111 miles per hour. Hard off the line, grabs a second, grabs a third. CTSVs are quick little production cars coming out of the Cadillac division. Down at the top, and he runs an 1192 with a 4 at 121 miles per hour. First generation Cutlass coming out of the water box. Boy, he's got some beautiful stickers on that thing from the Power Tour as well as here at Hot Rod Drag Week 2013. Great reaction time, hard off the line, gets a little squirrely, straightens it out, right back in it. Up at the top in the Budweiser lane. 1300 with a 5 at 105 miles per hour. Seven minutes and counting, folks. 7 minutes and counting. You want to make a pass, you better get on it. Get suited up, get booted up, and get it back up here to the line. You've got about 7 minutes left, folks. Here's that Coyote Mustang ready to go at it again. Scratches second, scratches third, just a little bit out of the groove. Coming down the top end, the AAA lanes, a 1314 with a 6 at 110 miles per hour. We're right about the 5-minute marker, folks. Right about the 5-minute marker. You want to make a pass? You need to get up to the lanes and get it staged up. Get it ready to go. Dodge Colt once again in the Budweiser lane. Budweiser lane runs a 12.63 with an 8 at 111 miles per hour. He's been hitting them 12.70s all day, and he cracked the 6s this time. Want to make a pass? Now's the time to do it. If you want to make one more pass, now is the time to do it. You've got just about 2 minutes left. Just about 2 minutes. To make your Mustang brings it back up again for one more pass. Coyote-powered Mustang. Let's see what he can do this time in the AAA lane. Scratches second, scratches third. Making a great pass coming down the top in the AAA lanes. A 13.31 with a 4 at 106 miles per hour. Nova SS here coming down to crunch time. Coming down to crunch time. You're going to have about 2 minutes left. 3 minutes left, folks. 3 minutes coming down to crunch time. If you want to make a pass, now is the time to do it. Now we're down to 2 minutes, folks. 2 minutes and counting. If you're going to come up to the line, make sure you got your belts, everything tied down, all your safety equipment on correctly. We realize that this may be your last pass of the day, but we still want it to be a safe one, folks. 72 SS Nova in the AAA lane. Yanks the front wheel, sets it down, hammers back in, and look at this pass in the AAA lane. Fantastic run for the Nova coming down to the top end. He gets a 12.14 with a 2 at 133 miles per hour. Great pass for the Nova. All right, folks, enjoy this. This will be your last pass of the day. This closes out Drag Week 2013 here at Gateway Motorsports Park. This will be the final pass. Attention racers, please bring your time slips. Please bring your time slips by 2 o'clock to Suite 210. Suite 210 in the drag tower. We need your time slips by 2 o'clock at the latest, not 2:01, not 2:00 and a half. 2 o'clock at the latest. Your time slips to drag tower Suite 210. It is 1:30, folks. This is it. This will be the last pass. The man gets suited up, gets his helmet on, straps it in.
The day is almost over here at Gateway Motorsports Park. We're down to our last competitor, and that is Eric Yost. He made it into the staging lanes before we closed them. It's been painful to watch this guy try to run today because he has struggled. He has not gotten all the way down the track even once, and he's in contention in his class. He needs to make one good lap right now so that he can head to Memphis and still had a shot at winning this deal. So right now, they've pushed him back into the burnout box. He's had troubles getting the thing to spool up on the line and even spin the tires. We'll know if this is going to be a decent pass if he makes smoke right now. Soft burnout, but it's giving me hope. Maybe this will be the one. Oh, man. Popping and farting all the way down the track. Eric Yost is watching his dreams of winning Super Street Power Hour go right down the toilet. And that's just typical of what's happened here today. We've seen some heroic passes in the Unlimited class. We saw Joe Barry lay down the quickest time he's ever gone, 7:11 at over 200 miles an hour. And he's on his way to Memphis right now, feeling pretty good. He's in second place right now in Unlimited. we've saw guys just completely struggle all day and pull it out at the end. We watched Mike Roy, I think, blow up a tranny on the starting line and then come back right at the very end and run a low 8-second pass to keep him in contention. The drama is high. The drive is going to be long. We've got to go over 300 miles to Memphis. We'll see you tomorrow at 8:20 a.m. Central Time. If you want to find out where the live feed is, go to hotrod.com or youtube.com/motortrend. If you want to come out and watch it in person, we'll be at Memphis Motorsports Park tomorrow morning.